I wish I could have a pet donkey. A pet donkey and a monkey. That would be the best. Why was that so beautiful? That was the most beautiful thing ever. I'll wait for it. Challenge accepted. And the score 1.
Mongoose.
You know what? Maybe I should visit New York. The subway's kind of interesting, you know? Might get a cool video out of it.
Right, ugh.
Dude, why was the bucket loose? Was that an attempt at unaliving? Could be. Okay, I was not expecting that. I think I'm gonna call the police now. Oh, wow. This is the coolest thing I've seen, dude. Everything slots in so perfectly. Well, that's all I have today, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me again. Let me know what you think in the comments below. If you made it all the way to the end of this video, you're awesome and I appreciate you. And I just want to wish you guys a happy Thanksgiving. Hope you're with your families, having a great time, and eating lots of turkey and pumpkin pie. So, with that, I'll see you guys in the next video.
PS1 League Max for PS1 could Max to go PS4 minimum quality silver.
Hey guys, welcome back to another creepy video compilation. Make sure to like this video so it's recommended to others, and don't forget that subscribe button so you can keep seeing videos just like this. Exposing Taco Bell, nasty videos. These and twists that y'all love so much. You sit back here for weeks, and then we just put them in the bags and we sell it. See this? This is the beef that y'all love so much. These tacos. This is how it looks. We don't even cook it. It's all oil. The chicken, ew. The steak, ew. The chips, ew. The sausage, ew. Blow this up and I'm making a part 2. Dude, that's why I don't eat out as much anymore. I swear the quality of fast food has gotten worse and worse every time I go out. I get sick, so I try not to eat out as much anymore. Plus, it's bad for you. I promise, this is gonna completely blow your minds. This American guy goes into a coma, and when he wakes up from it, he can't understand what the people around him are saying. And when he starts to respond, he can only speak in Swedish. Not only that, but he has a completely different identity. He quite literally woke up from his coma as a completely different person. Check it out. This is 61-year-old Johan Ek from Sweden. At least he thinks he is. His name is actually Michael Boatwright, an American Navy vet. In February, Boatwright woke up in this California emergency room in a Nordic state of mind, only speaking Swedish, unable to recognize his own face or even his son. Visibly emotional, he spoke to the desert sun through a translator. Police say Boatwright was found unconscious in this Palm Springs Motel 6, along with 4 forms of identification and a cell phone. The cell phone contained several phone numbers, all of which were phone numbers from the country of China. My dude speaking Swedish was in a coma with nothing but Chinese phone numbers. I'm gonna say this dude is probably a spy. There's no way he's not. That's a spy, right? They came out of nowhere. That would make a good car insurance commercial. Oh my god. They better get up. They're gonna hit the power lines. Tell me why I thought it was a wave. For the longest time, I thought it was water, man. My husband almost got deleted today. He put on his weighted vest for extra cardio while cutting the grass. Someone saw him and thought he had a bulletproof vest on, so they called the cops on him. Hi, supposed to meet Antonio? I'm sorry? Supposed to meet Antonio here? Oh, Antonio. He stopped on that side. I'm not sure if he's here. Let me tell you something real quick. Cops are here. They have a call on a guy with a bulletproof vest. Oh, it's way to that. You might want to tell them. Okay, we're right here. Right now? Yeah. I was confused. I don't know. What, dude? This is absurd, man. Some Karen was gonna get this man turned into Swiss cheese. I feel like this is exactly how my nightmares look. I'm gonna have to pass on that, man. It looks terrifying. Waking up seeing the ocean at your bedroom windows. I'm sending this video to the leasing office because my windows don't even hold back rain. There's this document I call the Eagle 2 document. It purports to be from the Federal Bureau of Investigation to Senator Edward Kennedy, classification top secret, written on July 7th, 1989. During the tenure of Richard Helms as director of the Central Intelligence Agency, decisions were made by the director with implied approval of the Oval Office to draft a blueprint and put into motion a plan by which the CIA could have as much funds as and when needed without the knowledge of Congress. The five experts picked were Edward Lansdale, who ran the CIA activities in Vietnam, William Colby, who was put in total command of the blueprint operation when enacted, George Bush, who asked to receive approval to have his top aide Richard Armitage to be brought aboard, and Lieutenant Colonel Robert Ferreira, a top CIA asset. The master plan called for the CIA to enter into the smuggling business in total and complete fashion. General Lansdale would handle all the distribution network and collection services within the military in Vietnam. See, this is why all veterans came back to take them there, because they were sold it by the CIA. The operation was given the name Eagle 2. Here's where it gets crazy, folks. Before the operation was really off the ground, Colby started his phase of elimination of dissidents, and he did so under the codename of the Phoenix Program. Colby became insane with his power, and before he was finished with Phoenix, over 20,000 suspects were executed, and over 2,500 U.S. citizens were accused by Colby of being collaborators, and they vanished. That was too close to all being made public, so Helms, who in the meantime had formed a totally strong relationship with Baron Philip Daphne, who represented the real capital of the world, the Rothschild Empire, decided to stop Operation Eagle 2 and start another clandestine money-making operation and leave Japan. Baron Daphne, by the way of information, later took complete control of the international organization, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, headquartered in Paris, France. So this is how the deep state works. This is how it was formed. This is what we mean when we talk about the
intelligence community being international, it being co-opted and actually controlled by people that aren't technically in office of CIA. They're shadow controllers. If you're a guy and your wife manages all of the money, how are you going to cheat on her? How are you going to go have a nice steak dinner with your mistress if your wife's going to start asking questions about the $200 bill on the next credit card statement? What you need to do is go do a little something on the side, get some cash of your own so you can pay for your nefarious activities outside of the oversight of the money manager.
And these are the exact same people that got rid of JFK because he wanted to get rid of them first. The CIA and the FBI are terrifying, bro. It says the deer got longer. Let's see that one more time. Well, I can confirm that deer did get longer.
A man scaling a 19-story burning building in Philadelphia with the hopes of reaching his mother trapped inside.
I'm not just gonna sit there and let my mom outrun the risk my life falling than let her sit there.
Sometime after 9:30 p.m., Jermaine received a call from his sister saying his 65-year-old immobile mother couldn't make it out of her apartment on the 15th floor. Jermaine rushed to the scene, but police had blocked off the front door. Jermaine let adrenaline take over, climbing the building's fenced-in balconies, wire cutters in hand.
Oh man, why y'all doing me like that? They're trying to make me cry. That's a sweet guy, man. And yes, comments do say he did save her.
His mother was playing with her kid in the grass.
What are you doing, baby?
At the park, just enjoying the day. And then he seen this woman. I told y'all last video about how moms, y'all get that gut feeling, y'all know, girls in general. And she was staring at this kid like she wanted to grab this lady. She kept a distance, followed her, put her hands behind her back, and looked directly at that kid like she wanted it. The mom was so freaked out by this lady, she pulled out her phone and she started recording this lady. That there are people that can't have kids. They have boyfriends, but they just can't have kids. Some of them single. They want kids, but still can't have kids. They want your kid. Like this lady named Samantha. I don't remember her name because I done this case a while ago. She lived in this apartment complex and she was cool with the neighbors. The neighbors one day invited Samantha over to help her with the dress.
Savannah told her mom that she was getting ready to go to her neighbor's house. She said that the neighbors would like her to try on a dress for them, because they were into sewing and they wanted to have it. To me, this kind of sounds strange.
Now, around this time, Samantha is pregnant. With the neighbor invited Samantha over and helped her with the dress. So once they get inside, Samantha.
Hey, hi. I desperately want the baby. I don't know. I can't
have a homemade C-section, and this baby ended up living. That's how bad she wanted this kid. Both of them, of course, in jail, but she went to the extreme just to have kids because she couldn't.
Do you know where she is right now? I don't know where she is. Do you know right now that she is? I have no idea. She left our place shortly after her dad died. I physically see her leave our place.
Baby is now older, and this neighbor just played it off so good because she built a connection with Samantha, her family, and it just made Samantha so vulnerable, so open to her that little did she know that this is your last baby. We want your kids, so you have to be careful.
As much as I want to believe in aliens and Bigfoot and demons, we have demons in the form of people. Also, why couldn't they just adopt? Like, what the hell, bro?
3 of the most dangerous places you should never go swimming. 1. Lake Karachay. Lake Karachay is located in western Russia. It's also the most polluted lake on the planet. The Russian government intentionally polluted it with radioactive waste back in the days when no regulations applied. The water in this lake is so contaminated that it could kill you in an hour. 2. Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria is the largest lake in Africa. Every year, 5,000 people there. The lake has its own weather system, isolated from the rest of the world. The weather can change from clear and sunny to stormy without any warning. If the weather changes while you're swimming, you might not make it out alive. 3. This might look like a beautiful place to swim, but it's actually one of the most dangerous places to swim in the world. It's Baying Lake in the Dominican Republic, and beneath its surface is volcanic magma. Entering this water can quite simply lead to...
You forgot to mention Crystal Lake, where Jason Voorhees hangs out. Yeah, Florida really is a GTA server, bro. That's crazy.
Did you know there's a plot of land in Appalachia that is so haunted? They have a plaque commemorating getting rid of the demon. I only know about it because I did so much research for this week's episode, but I literally can't sleep now. But this ill-proportioned man is Adam Livingston. In the 1700s, he was tormented by a poltergeist in his home after he buried a stranger in an unmarked grave on his property. I mean, what did you think was going to happen? Legend has it that one night in West Virginia, a traveling stranger came to Adam's place and told him that he was dying. He asked for a priest to be fetched for his last rites, but Adam wouldn't go get one. AKA, his wife was like, please don't leave me alone with this man. So the stranger did, but Adam didn't even know his name, so he just buried him in an unmarked grave in the back of his yard and got back to work. And that's when it just went full conjuring in his home. He came outside to say that his chickens had randomly been... Adam said at night it sounded like there was a horse upstairs, like that's how loud the stomping was. But one night Adam has a dream, and in the dream he thinks he sees the man that can help him. And the haunting stopped after he went and got this man, who ended up being a Catholic priest like the stranger. Burial site. For more Appalachian horror, check out this week's episode.
I would have told that guy he needs to go play somewhere else. We don't do that around here. That's too weird of a request. Nobody asked if they can in your house.
Black Friday deal? Sorted. Save up to £250 per booking. 2. Live happy.
Okay, wait a minute. I knew it. Yeah, no thanks, bro. I've seen this movie. I know how it ends. If you haven't seen this movie, it's a horror movie. It's called A Menu. It's alright.
The more advanced the civilization became, the less they put the work into recording that. It was weird. So, for instance, there's not a single writing left behind in Atlantis. They didn't do cuneiform writing into stones. They probably had paper. They probably had digital records. The reason I say that is that we've found some really weird artifacts in the Mediterranean over the last 100 years. There was an artifact found off of Greece that has mechanical components in it that don't make sense.
So this is the one Michio Kaku talked about. This was down at the bottom of the Mediterranean.
That's it. Thank you. Around 1900 or so, there was a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, and divers found an instrument encrusted in coral. It looked like a piece of junk, but when they cleaned it, they realized no, it's a machine that is 2,000 years old.
I watched that whole episode. It's kind of clickbaity. The machine was, I think it was more of a mechanical machine. It wasn't like a computer like we have today. I think it was meant to track the stars or something. But that's still a pretty interesting theory. I mean, we're pretty advanced and we use paper and also digital records. So, I mean, he might be onto something, maybe. Terrifying moment. Riders are forced to get off that Cedar Point roller coaster and walk down its 200-foot high staircase. Yeah, no, man. You'd have to carry me down. I'm sorry. Here's another guy. Not paying local attention. Yep. Wow. That was pretty clean, man. You got very lucky. That was a clean 10 out of 10 landing.
He's from Moscow, and he was on vacation in Egypt where he wanted to do a dive. The dive he was planning was at a location called the Blue Hole. Divers will drop into the Blue Hole and descend 181 feet. It's there where they find something called the Arch. It's an 85-foot long tunnel, and once you swim all the way through, you get to the Red Sea. The danger is that the Blue Hole is 400 feet down. Then there is a ledge, and you could slip off and you could go down thousands and thousands of feet. Now, to do this dive, you need to be a very experienced scuba diver. You also need a special mix of gas. Because everyone said that Yuri couldn't go in, he just decided to sneak in. So he strapped on the camera and jumped in. There's a video of this entire incident. I'm just going to show pictures here, but if you want to see the video, you can go find it. Yeah, the video's pretty sad, so that's why I decided I'm not going to play it. Everything starts off normal, and he kind of wanders away from the group. Then he eventually gets to this point where there's this little ledge. So he goes over the ledge. In the video, you notice that he's dropping at a very rapid rate. As it continues, it gets darker and darker, and it almost seems as if he's not really aware of what's going on. It doesn't seem like he's making much effort. It starts to get really dark. Then he makes contact with the ground. It is here where you can hear him trying to activate his buoyancy compensator, something that you can inflate to help bring you back up to the surface, but unfortunately, his had a leak. He also had a weight belt on, and he had the wrong type of air in his tanks. His watch is beeping, and he looks at his gauge. He is down 392. He then tumbles over, and he's on a slant, so he is sliding down thousands and thousands of feet. Yuri continued to struggle until everything would go still. At the depth that he was at, we can assume that he had nitrogen narcosis. And it wasn't until days later when his family noticed he didn't return home, they began to look for him. That's when they found him at the bottom of the blue hole with his camera running.
All these videos are gonna ruin swimming for me. I think we all pretty much have that fear. I don't even like thinking about it. It's so dark, man.
Never tell me the odds. Part 30. In 2016, Glenda Blackwell bought a $10 scratch-off ticket to prove to her husband that they were a total waste of money. But she failed to prove her point since the ticket ended up being a $1 million jackpot winner. Sodium nitrate is the secret ingredient that will turn any cheese into a creamy nacho cheese sauce. By pure coincidence, sodium nitrate's chemical formula spells out the word nacho. The Bosnian couple began cheating on each other when they both started talking to another person online. When they decided to meet in person, the couple realized they'd been cheating on each other with each other. While randomly watching Stuart Little with his daughter in 2009, a Hungarian art historian spotted a famous long-lost painting that was used as a prop. The lady with the black face had been missing since 1928 until a Stuart Little set designer picked it up at an antique shop for $500. The historian contacted producers to alert them of its value, and the painting later sold at auction for more than $300K.
What is it with famous valuable paintings being bought at thrift stores? That's not the first time I've heard someone making a fortune because they found something valuable. I gotta start thrifting. Thing about a guy who used to work in the Navy in the 70s. They placed an acoustic sensor device all throughout the ocean floor in a certain area. This was to map the ocean floor, detect submarines, and find anomalies and stuff. One of the contacts while in the Navy who's responsible for monitoring the sensors, they would discuss underwater submersible objects that would travel at thousands of miles per hour underwater.
What are you talking about?
He said they also have detected various structures underwater that are active and that they stay clear of. So those might be like volcanoes or whatever, but they're detecting actual anomalies underwater. This is a report from a guy that worked in the Navy in the 1970s. That was in the 70s? It would be the perfect place to hide if you think about it. We don't really have that many submarines that can go that deep. I wonder why we just haven't perfected that. Escrow's looking to get that settlement money, bro. You better lawyer up.
From toys to tech to homeware, this Christmas there's more to Argos.
Another swamp puppy getting yeeted into oblivion. That thing was like 50% head, bro. My boy climbed out that hole like it was nothing. That's crazy though. There was no chance in hell he was gonna stop. Those planks do not look like they're tied down by anything. Some zip ties or even floss would have been nice. Alright, well, come on. You're not even trying. What? That's hilarious, bro. I was gonna say this was me when I was working as a waiter. I was nowhere near this bad. Well, that's one way to do it, I guess. This looks like a really insufficient and dumb way to land. I don't know exactly what they were doing. Yo, that looked painful. I wasn't gonna laugh. The first comment, here's this police No. Alright guys, so bear with me here. This footage is not as cool as I remember it was. It's still pretty interesting. I'll play the video and then explain. So basically, my uncle, he travels across. Yes, sir. Gotcha. What's up, world? November is a non-stop frenzy in Abu Dhabi. So buckle up and let's break it down.
Get on top.
Sir, I'll check it. I have been staying there today. I hope you already shot down another rabbit hole, man. Today, I'm heading to some creepy TikTok shots where reality you would never get to see. But before we hop into that, man, go ahead and spam that like button right now so we get the numbers up on the algorithm. And you know, think about it later. And if you haven't already, man, go ahead and hit that sub button. Join the family. I promise you it's the most amazing activity on YouTube.
Yeah, I feel.
weaponized. The focus is to try and help children, the elderly, and people who are disabled. On top of that, divers are being deployed to look for people who might be trapped underwater. But of course, those rescue operations are proving to be extremely difficult because so many of the roads here are flooded and this entire villages without signal and without electricity.
That looks very similar to the flooding and extreme weather they had in California a couple of months back. That one of the rain sends our car back to me. Why would Kanye West say that Michelle Jordan sacrificed his own father for fame and success? Listen to what he says in this video.
My mama was sacrificed. Michael Jordan. What about him? His dad, right?
Now, I don't know about all that, but this is what I do know. What I do know is this guy had a really bad gambling problem. We're talking hundreds of thousands on one hole of golf, $100,000 on rock, paper, scissors, gambling for 36 hours straight on craps, losing $5 million, and really heavy into sports betting. But back in the day, you had to bet through the mafia. So listen to what Michael Franzese said, one of the biggest mafia bosses at the time.
I was told two things. One, that he was told to leave the NBA around the time that his father died because stories were about to come out, and there was a lot of heat on the fact that because of Michael's gambling habit, his father paid the price. And the NBA didn't want the press, so they asked him to leave for a while. That's when he went to play baseball. And then when things settled down, he came back. The plan was always, from what I was told, for him to come back.
So Michael Jordan didn't leave basketball to go play baseball. He left because they were going to expose the real reason why his father was. It does make sense. I mean, who retires after 3 straight championships? But Kanye West said that he sacrificed his dad, and this doesn't really have anything to do with it. But I found something kind of weird. So the year he came back from baseball and his father's, he won his 4th straight NBA championship on Father's Day on June 16th, 1996. He was making a lot of people a lot of money back then. If this would have came out, all that money would have slowed down or stopped. So TikTok content creators are suing the state of Montana for outlawing the hugely popular social media app. The lawsuit claims that the new law, due to take effect next year, is unconstitutional, a violation of free speech rights. Under this law, the app stores are prohibited from allowing downloads of TikTok inside Montana. TikTok's parent company is based in China, and lawmakers have targeted the app over privacy and data concerns. Montana's governor says the law is meant to protect personal data of state residents from the Chinese government. So they banned it to protect their residents' personal data, but I guarantee they never held a vote or even asked if this was a concern. What's the real reason?
Let me educate you on something. Something you probably never suspected. Let's get this light panel out. The actual light panel. I'll be specific about that. Because there isn't just a light panel in here. This is the light panel that everybody knows about. And that people often cover up. This is what's attached to the back of this USB port transmitter. Yes, transmitter. It has the capabilities. What a messy job this is. Now you know what I'm doing on plastic. But that right there, my friends, is a microphone. Anyone who knows tech as well as I do, no, that's a microphone, and that's your light panel.
That seems pointless unless it also has a GPS tracker, because it's not like it's assigned to you when you buy one.
Oh,
He looked like he was having some deep existential thoughts. I would just leave him alone.
Now I know there are some people who are afraid of the digital world, for no other reason that they just don't understand it. And there are just some people who love to see the money in their hand. Money showing up on their screen is not the same as money in their pocket. And so they just don't trust that. They want to see the live, raw cash. And I hear somebody say amen. Because I know I understand the psychology, but believe me, my friends, my constituents, my family members, the world is changing rapidly. There are some countries now that you go and you go in your pocket and you take out cash to pay your bill. And they say, sorry, I'm sorry, sir, we don't take cash here. It's the reality. It's too expensive to deal with cash. So a lot of businesses are converting their systems away from cash. But we have to manage it carefully. Because in some of our rural areas, that's all the people know and understand. So we can't just do it one time. We have to engage the persons who will be affected, particularly our older citizens.
I don't like this idea because what happens during a power outage or a major blackout? Like, how will you exchange money for goods that you need?
Hey y'all, are they playing cabbage? How did it go from this to this? This monkey look like green cabbage, dipped and dyed.
I would take that whole pot of sludge back up to the store and get my money back, bro. I don't even look at it.
So I kind of want to expose some chemtrail truth here. As most of you know, we're selling the plane, so we're not getting paid out anymore. This plane has been certified to use the chemtrail fluid DK 50 and 12. And so it holds 50 gallons in each tank here, and then the fuel goes in this one. And then right in the exhaust, just right up here, there's a injector that sprays the fluid when you turn on the switch. And the switch, it won't spray fluid unless the engine's running because it's like real toxic chemicals. So it needs to make sure like you're in the air. We get paid about $10 a gallon to spray this stuff. And this has a government issued retrofit kit. And you can see down here, they installed this switch. As you can see, it says chemtrails. You just turn it on, and then you just collect money. That's how it works.
I don't know exactly what it was spraying, but with the cost of jet fuel alone, $1,000 per flight doesn't seem worth it.
What's just waiting on? I say, what's this? What if you look closer and you see the money? And they suffer for Nigeria. See, they grind money, they grind money. See, all this one are money, they grind out. See, now money be this. Then grind money, see money. See money, then grind money. See, all this one are money. See, then grind.
Cash is so fast.
Chewy's Black Friday deals have landed. Save up to £250 before.
Okay, no, got it.
Looks like some genetically engineered goat, but they gave it the longest underbite. That like deflated basketball. They could have found something better than that.
I found this UFO video someone took yesterday from Roswell, New Mexico. Thoughts?
Oh.
Mexico, so that we're starting to look legit to each other.
There are two large pits on each side of the courtyard. There's a giant obelisk in the middle. The Pope's cassock has 32 buttons, and his head represents the 33rd. The United Nations flag shows the globe divided into 33 sections encircled by olive branches. The flag also happens to be blue, just like the first 3 blue degrees of masonry. 33 is the highest degree of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Walt Disney was the 33rd. During World War II, 33rd degree Winston Churchill gave us the V for victory, 2-finger salute.
Yeah.
Since the 60s, became peace. Before it stood for victory or peace, it was a symbol of the 33rd degree. There are 3 joints to the knuckle on 2 fingers, making 33. And held apart like a V is about 33 degrees.
It's scary to think about how much symbolism is put in front of our faces and we think nothing of it. Like the peace sign is new to me.
But again,
Is it globally in the trench? No. The center wall's broken.
oh.
I couldn't get myself to throw away that much food, bro. I would just get a new job.
There's a grapevine and everything. Come on, babe. Are you getting the video? It's crazy. I was listening to you the whole way up here. I mean, we were literally like, yeah.
What happened? Sometimes I don't see what these people are sleeping. I have no idea what the fuck they see.
I couldn't get myself to throw away that much food, bro. I would just get a new job.
There's a grapevine and everything. Come on, babe. Are you getting the video?
Oh, niggas are paranoid.
Crazy. I was listening to you the whole way up here. I mean, we were literally like, yeah.
Y'all people are paranoid.
Oh, I'm getting this.
Niggas are paranoid.
Oh my god.
Don't be afraid no. Also, you won't say do unto others as you like to be done unto you, you know? So fuck around and find out.
This TikToker filmed themselves walking into a random stranger's house. So the TikToker, formerly known as Secret Busy, and I say formerly because their account was taken down after this video, filmed themselves walking into a random stranger's house. As they walked in, this woman, who I'm assuming is one of the homeowners, started to call out to her husband who was in the house. The husband then came from downstairs to talk to the TikToker.
Boy, they want some
And then
beat.
the TikToker claimed that them and their friends were looking for a study group. By the way, there was at least one young child in the house when this happened, so I'm sure the family was terrified. Anyways, after talking with the dad for a second, the TikToker filmed themselves further wandering these people's house and even took a second to sit on their couch without any permission from the homeowners, of course, before them and their friends eventually exited the house. Now, they did all of this as part of some weird trespassing challenge where you apparently film yourselves walking into different random people's houses. Anyway, since the video was posted, it went viral.
And many people are calling out this TikToker, saying that this was completely irresponsible and dangerous, and that this TikToker is lucky that nobody ended up getting hurt.
The social media powers in the work jail are even worse, bro. That could be terrible.
When we work night security 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and we see something coming at us at midnight.
Should make security premises and not plan on their phone, bro. They gonna get fired.
Discover the magic of Disney this holiday with our exciting toy range. Available now at Smith's Toy Superstores.
Remote hovers around 1,000 folks, and they all use Notion. It's one thing to have the information, it's another thing to know where that information is, and then to know that information is accurate. With Q&A, you just have to ask for it. The first thing I did was I typed, who has more?
I don't know why things not coming up there with the guy.
I can't just be a coincidence, bro. That's a perfect demon face.
Never know what's gonna happen. This baby fell out of the sky and landed in our yard. It's never boring on the Welkie farm. Thank God there's no horses out or it didn't hit the house. And it's still going and flashing.
You can see the balloon tether too, bro. I feel like this is an actual space satellite. Be a lot more burnt up and wrecked than that.
The complete contract Daily Play and bonus. I don't know what that is, but no. Need to find whatever that shit.
So people are starting to report that different self-checkout machines are starting to ask for checkout. This is worse than when you're asked for a tip at a self-serve yogurt place. Now, to make this a little worse, a lot of the machines are starting to tipping out at 20%. I'm going to be honest, I would personally rather throw my money into a paper shredder than tip a self-checkout machine 20%. Now, of course, people are not happy with this change at all because the cost of groceries have been rising to the point where most people can't even afford them. And now we're expected to not only bag our own item, but also pay the store for the right to bag our own items. Now, a lot of people online have been calling this practice outrageous, saying things like if they go to a store that asks for a tip at the self-checkout, they're just going to leave everything in their cart and walk out of the store. Some people are even suggesting the 5-finger discount on these self-checkouts, which I don't recommend, but I don't even blame people who do that. This point, I was going to work the other way. And a lot of people want to start a boycott against stores that do ask for a tip. I just want to know, if we tip the self-checkout, where does it even go? And would anyone actually tip a self-checkout machine?
I feel like that money goes straight to ChatGPT.
What?
Survival instincts on point.
Now, there were a lot of rumors about what's going on with Jamie Foxx, and people are also saying that it has to do with the fact that
confused.
he was going to or
It double upgrade, so which one is cheaper?
Behaviors. However, if we know anything about PT,
Okay,
he does not
so
really care about people exposing him for that stuff. In fact, he wants it to be out. He just can't openly say it himself because he's in the hip hop space. If he was in nonetheless, this is not something new. Over the past decade and more, people have been saying these kinds of stuff about P. Diddy, and it doesn't really seem to faze him. So I don't think that's the case. However, there is some truth or some half truth that people are spitting out, which is basically that Jamie Foxx does have footage on these elite Hollywood actors, rappers, and singers. The parties that he always talks about that he used to throw and invite every elite celebrity. There's a reason why he goes on every big platform and doesn't forget to mention it. It's because that is his insurance.
He has this over these powerful people's heads. I feel like if it is foul play and it's bigger than just people, let me know what you guys think is going on.
Alaska United. United. It's because it's CGI, that's why, isn't it? What I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm watching some video. They're showing two players landing beside each other. But you can clearly see that it's CGI, so I don't get what the problem is. So,
The pilots were 100% racist.
I'm gonna get confused. That's clearly CGI. Yeah, these shit that they're putting online. I don't know who they're tricking with that.
It's like a double neck pigeon.
Ah, they're dumb, mate. Believe none of that.
To measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where they travel.
This
How
guy.
do they travel? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker. I think that what did you just say? Wow. Individual carbon footprint tracker.
Now it's starting to make sense why they're pushing these CBDCs so hard all over the world.
I'm actually starting. Probably should go make this video.
That chocolate traveled like 2 to 3 miles too, bro. That was singing.
So finishing. So I did what? I think I did one of them packs. So I need to check the eight one up grade 8 one. So see.
Unless you take the full
Right, exactly. Go and start the real players. Hey.
I feel like if you can focus your attention and practice hard enough, you can do this. So this one might be legit.
Hey. Oh, yeah, she does go with it. Link. Interesting. That should be. Hey.
Now what you want to see when you might not hop on a train, bro. You might want to catch a cab or something.
I ordered a $666 mystery box from the dark web. Let's take a look inside. Wanna wake to a gold watch. Free a gold coin. For a creepy figure. I have a creepy photo. 6 micro USB. What's on this USB? Wig.
People will spend money on anything, bro. Somebody just made the easiest $600 of their life. Look, this is the face he made because he know he made the wrong bet on FanDuel. And you know he's going to have to pay that bookie tonight.
Late Lanier in Georgia, the government had decided they're going to flood this big canyon area in Georgia. But the big problem was there's a city there. Basically evacuated everybody out of there and flooded the thing. But you can go in that lake, and if you
I don't know how you get this. I can't find it.
down the streets of that town, and there's a lot of
Right, so Thunderstruck Daily play games objective to earn packs and rewards. Comment. Thunderstruck Daily play game objective times 2. I don't know what the hell that is. Daily challenge. So I just did the daily challenge before. And here's another one. So, what many of them you need to complete? I did it once.
I would probably feel way too uneasy swimming around.
So yeah, completions. I did it once, so 5 days. Yeah, no idea. Fuck it, okay.
So you gotta start by going into find this like an area, right? You gotta come up here. This is where it's really scary. Okay, this off.
That's all this shit.
It's just a dark tunnel. It just goes on. You can't get back there.
It kind of sounded like a highway underpass, but I could be wrong. Tell me what you guys think.
Oh. Oh, God.
Tell me that's not how the creature look as a snake.
Oh shit, no, I got saved off as an icon. I thought it would have been a silver there. I genuinely thought what I was looking at there was a silver.
That's amazing, but it has to be uncomfortable.
You're not gonna believe him, I tell you. I mean, no one's gonna believe this story. I'm gonna expose the realness about Obama. Do it. The first time Obama came to Hollywood, it was the biggest deal. CIA cars, cops, everything, they're going through, right? Well, the last one pulled over. It was a black SUV pulled up in the barbershop. Huge guys dressed in black. Wow. All with the sunglasses, with the earpiece, and microphone, and everything like that, right? Sure. So I put the hot towel on, put the shaving cream on, and began to shave his head. His eye went sideways, look over you like that. No, like, what do you mean, like the iris? You know how you blink your eye this way? Sure. It went that way, bro. We just skinned it? Yeah, that way. No. I'm saying, right? So I was like,
I sell bullshit.
he takes his earpiece off.
It smells rubbish.
I go, no.
You think they would allow you for trimming if they know that? Unless they purposely try to say you're mad, isn't it? And you're way too calm about that situation in the first place. If you saw that, there's no way you can be so chilled about it. So clearly, like,
Hey, that's his car now. He can have
what was that thing? What was that? Oh, I'm so fucking tired. I will check on them guys. I don't think it make much difference at that point. Save them for when the bigger XP season come up. You still end up spending on them at some point.
He really got the default Fortnite pickaxe, one glove and no mask on, bro. He desperately get caught. But that being said, guys, that was the video. Thank
Thank you for coming to kick it with me. Let me know what you guys thought about these creepy TikToks in the comments below. And until next time, y'all take care of yourself.
I am the sun. We rise together. We rest together.
I am the wind. We were here long before you, and we'll be here long after you. I am the earth, powerful and ever-changing.
I am water. Vast and relentless.
Kirby.
And I am master. A source of hope. Pioneering clean energy. And I convert your gifts into opportunities for a greener, cleaner tomorrow. I utilize the powers of all of the elements and turn them into a source of hope, of ambition, of trust, of power, and of action. From the heart of the rain for all of humanity. Master, pioneering energy.
Oh, I'm so tired. Fuck.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My trigger. Back in Spain, man. Today, I hope y'all ready to follow me down another rabbit hole, man. Today, I'm going to
Yeah, I don't know, man. You can't understand what you look for yourself.
before we hop
Oh,
into that,
beautiful.
right now, so
Easy to Ross, God, AI generated image. Thought it was real. I mean, it wasn't even a good kind, innit? That's personally, that's why I don't fuck with the whole KK agenda, innit? Because that's what it's designed for. To get your brain and your eyes used to so you're unable to spot the difference between it and what it's doing, innit? That's about what it's avoided, really.
With the Illuminati sign on it. It's also inside the shoe, behind the shoe, outside the shoe, and under the shoe. He's also been seen rocking clothes and hats with the sign on it. He's been caught doing the sign, and he even has it tatted on him.
Yeah.
Imagine a world where you can't buy anything without permission, where every daily choice you make is monitored and logged into a database controlled by the leaders of your nation. A world where you could be forced to buy the things your government wants or blocked from purchasing the things it doesn't. A world where your money may no longer be a tool of personal
That makes sense. Who would sell it then if nobody can buy it? That don't make sense.
every decision, action, and move. Well, that world may be closer than you think. In fact, in many ways, it's already here. What if the government didn't just have access to your transactions over a certain limit, and they had access to everything all the time? Well, this is where CBDCs come in. A central bank digital currency is a new form.
That's rubbish. No, it's not. They already do that to people who they have on watch lists. People who get restricted all the time.
Lowest of the low scammers. Let's get right into it and start with. I just received a marketing plan from a freelance on Fiverr. It's great.
They do them thing all the time. Restricted people. People who are suspected of certain things. Blah,
Check it out.
blah.
Skills. I have a top rated
I'm
freelance
sure
on
gonna make
Fiverr.
something to eat now.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder. Why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts. 18 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, one loyalty program. Who are some of the lowest of the low scammers? Let's get right into it and start with number 6. Mom, more special. April Sardina used the hundreds of thousands of dollars meant for her special needs daughter on everything from vacations to breast enhancements. So pretty much her own special needs. In
In 2005, Sardina's 6-year-old daughter was hit by a car. After the accident, the previously active and bright child could no longer speak or communicate and had the mental functioning of a toddler. 5 years after the accident, Sardina received a settlement of $1.6 million. The money entered a trust that Sardina was the executor of, and the only person with access to the funds. Although it was supposed to be used to care for her daughter, Sardina had other plans. In 2017, a family member discovered that Sardina had fallen behind on her heating bills, resulting in the utility company turning off her gas. Sardina was unaware because she had traveled out of state and left her daughter, now 16, in the house alone without any heat. The family member contacted authorities who charged Sardina with misdemeanor neglect. Although the court later dismissed the case, they contacted the El Paso County Department of Adult Protective Services, who investigated the family's finances. They discovered that not only was the $1.6 million settlement gone, but the account had actually overdrawn by $60. In October 2019, authorities issued an arrest warrant for Sardina on charges of theft and theft from an at-risk person. During their investigation, they discovered where the money had gone. Sardina used the trust to buy a wide range of lavish expenses. She spent $99,000 at a Land Rover dealership, $19,200 at a Mercedes dealership, $18,400 at a Cabo San Lucas resort, $5,000 at a liquor store, $1,200 at Victoria's Secret, $940 at Pikes Peak Harley, and $360 on plastic surgery. Sardina also took money from the trust for bills, like almost 20 grand for Mountain View Electric and $14,000 for DirecTV. In 2018, Sardina was removed as a trustee from her daughter's trust and moved back to Massachusetts, where she was out on bond. She was also forced to return her Mother of the Year trophy. Number 5, ripping off grandma. Jayshree Arbuckle Pierre forged her grandmother, Leonida Arbuckle's signature to steal her longtime home. Leonida Arbuckle bought her multi-family 2-story house in Flatbush, New York, with her husband Selwyn in 1972. They paid $31,650 on the property and, by 1995, had paid off the entire mortgage. In May 2022, the 77-year-old grandmother was blindsided. She was notified by mail that her house had been transferred to her granddaughter for only $1. Jayshree spent most of her childhood at the house and lived there until she graduated from high school in 2004. Jayshree already had an extensive history of fraud, but this was low even for her. Authorities arrested Jayshree while she was working as a nurse at King County Hospital in 2012 over her involvement in an identity theft scheme. She was stealing coworkers' social security numbers and using them to open credit cards. Jayshree pleaded guilty to the charges against her in 2013 and spent 2 years in prison, followed by supervised release. Although her grandmother was shocked that Jayshree would steal something as valuable as her home from her, it wasn't the first time Jayshree targeted her grandmother in one of her schemes. Jayshree stole from Leonida in 2014, but Leonida didn't press charges against her granddaughter. Jayshree had violated the terms of her release in 2019 after being caught in a Long Island parking lot with a gun, and the judge sentenced her to 12 months in jail. A few years after being released from jail, she targeted her grandmother again. This time, she forged Leonida's signature on a fake deed and filed it with the city. She then took out a $399,000 mortgage on the property. Leonida, being an amazing grandmother, was unwilling to let Jayshree's transgressions destroy their relationship, claiming there was nothing she could do to go back in time and change what Jayshree did. Although she was fighting to regain ownership of her home, she also made it clear that Jayshree will be her granddaughter until the day she goes. It sounds like Leonida knows what's really important. Hopefully, Jayshree, she's in even maybe those limitations don't apply to cosmetic enhancements like textbook. Instead, she's teaching them skills that will make them famous. Her kids are not interested in school. That works just as well for Carla because she doesn't have to push to do more than make TikToks. Everyone gets up around 10 a.m. Instead of opening up his laptop to attend e-learning classes, Jaden flips on the TV to binge watch the latest shows. Tanisha wakes up and spends 2 hours getting camera ready with her mom.
So as you can see, I got that Sade off, but I don't think Sade off's one of them tons of took place. I think he's just a regular like to do. That's a bit shit, isn't it?
While many of
That is a
Tanisha's
bit
posts would be
rubbish.
considered scandalous for her age, Carla monitors the accounts, including comments. Her standards may be questionable, though. Friends reach out sharing concerns for Tanisha's posts, but it turns out Carla approved them before Tanisha posted. Carla has already started encouraging her 14-year-old daughter Tanisha to get plastic surgery, thinking it will help secure her future. She focuses more on her appearance rather than her brains, assuming that looks are all she'll need to get by. Carla thinks Tanisha is naturally good looking. Yet, she thinks surgery will only enhance Tanisha's looks and make her even prettier. Tanisha wants to look like a Kardashian. She's willing to go under the knife to do so. She even asked for Botox and lip fillers for Christmas, between her requests for a designer purse and horse. Just like her mom, Tanisha seems to be obsessed with plastic surgery and the idea of looking perfect. To her, that's Kylie Jenner, lip fillers and all. Even with her mother's consent, plastic surgery is illegal to perform on children outside of extreme circumstances. However, those limitations don't apply to cosmetic enhancements like Botox and lip fillers. Tanisha will just need to find a doctor who will do it, but it won't be easy. Many professionals refuse to do cosmetic procedures until their patient is at least 18 years old because it could be harmful. Despite setting a 5,500-pound budget for her children's Christmas gifts alone, Carla gets $1,700 from Universal Credit, the United Kingdom's program to help households in need of making ends meet. Universal Credit is meant for those over the age of 18, but under the age of collecting a state pension in the United Kingdom. It's intended to support those out of work or that have a low income.
Oh, well, I should have
providing
that.
money for
I should have a
basic
finger
necessities
as
like
well.
housing,
Brand
child-related
box.
expenses, care for those who are sick or have disabilities, and more. You don't have to prove what you use it for, and Carla has used that loophole to her advantage, buying whatever she feels like with these government funds. This is especially true around Christmas. A new Xbox, 2 Mac computers, designer clothes, driving lessons, you name it. Carla knows people call her a scrounger, but she sees it as doing what it takes to support her kids, including gaming the universal credit system. Despite coming forward with these claims, Carla hasn't had to pay any money back. Instead, she continues to take it all in and teach her kids to do the same. Wait until you hear what she makes on OnlyFans, then your blood will really boil. Carla has a solid Instagram following and turned to OnlyFans to make additional money. She's in the top tier of content creators on the adult platform and claims she even made £100,000 posting pictures of her pregnancy bump. She considered live streaming the birth, but decided against it after complications with her pregnancy that led to an elective C-section. The most important factor that led to Carla pulling the plug on the live stream was that the baby came early. She couldn't get her hair, nails, and Botox done. She didn't feel camera ready. Carla saw nothing wrong with it. She even likened it to a British reality show called One Born Every Minute, which shares the experiences of those giving birth in the UK. Still, Carla decided not to go through with it. Lou Gianna was born on September 21st, 2021, but before she was even born, she helped support her family. They bought a house with the money Carla got selling pictures during her pregnancy. She didn't seem too worried about losing the income she planned for the live stream. Carla's oldest son, Jermaine, stays out of his mother and siblings' schemes. He's especially embarrassed by his mom because his friends think that she's attractive. Jermaine has been mortified. His friends follow her on social media and see all the scandalous things she gets up to.
Include 35 goals rated 8 or higher. One guy can be
He's even tried to log into her accounts to make it private or delete them, but Carla always sets it right back. Jermaine wants his mother to change the way she dresses. He wants her to be like the other moms, but that's not her.
10
Carla
matches
takes
or
pride in being fit and attractive.
so where's all them 10 can play fucking
She thinks taking care of herself in this way sets an excellent example for her kids. Tanisha may want to follow in her footsteps, but not Jermaine. If he sees her on the street,
includes one road to the knockout, trailblazer, century.
Media messes them up on purpose. Carla may be fond of bragging, but Jermaine is hard to distance himself from her. At the end of the day, Carla sees nothing wrong with her actions.
A special version of Jumbo Ultimate Pack, including 40 rare goals, one additional Jumbo Ultimate Pack. I don't look too bad, 180 bucks.
Provides great value broadband to suit
The
every
3
home.
over 6, yeah.
Therefore, Fibre has everything you need.
Includes
Super fast download speeds and no black spots with their whole home Wi-Fi package and smart signal boosting Eero devices.
What's this one?
While simple parental controls help everyone browse safely. So they can play without any lag or video call their friends.
I know she's a good actress, but still.
And you can watch your favourite box set all over again.
Family. In 2020, the The Amidi family tried to sell their Southern California home for $30 million. The house was 3 stories tall and featured a full-size tennis court. It had 18,000 square feet of indoor space and a full view of Los Angeles. The SoCal mansion had a long history of upper-class tenants long before the Amidi brothers. Elizabeth Taylor once called it home, and Mike Tyson even made moves to buy the property in 1997. But then he bit off someone's ear and the deal fell through. The estate changed hands between Hollywood directors and retired NBA stars before finally falling into Prince's lap in 2005. He was renting it for $70,000 per month, but when he replaced the carpets with monogrammed purple shag and painted the driveway purple, the landlord kicked him out. The property changed hands again, being purchased by the founder of Rockstar Energy Drinks. However, when the housing market collapsed in 2010, he offloaded the mansion to 2 multi-million-dollar Beverly Hills doctors running the most popular weight loss program in town. It soon became the Amidis' turn to sell the house. But why sell a home this extravagant? Well, the family couldn't use it anymore. In 2020, the Amidis were in the middle of a massive investigation and facing 20 years in prison for the most extensive and deadliest weight loss scam in history. If you lived in the Los Angeles metro area between 2010 to 2016, you probably saw one of these 1-800-GET-THIN billboards. There were TV commercials too. 1-800-GET-THIN was a marketing firm that contracted its services to private weight loss companies. These companies, in essence, used Get Thin to market their products. Dr. Julian Amidi helped found Get Thin with businessman Robert Silverman in 2010, though Silverman resigned in 2012. By then, 2 things were happening. The authorities were investigating Get Thin, and the Amidi family had taken over the company. Even though Silverman was the firm's president, he wasn't really the one in charge. Get Thin was a family business. If Get Thin was a family business, Julian was the patriarch, despite not being the oldest in the family. Julian not only helped found the company, but he designed the Get Thin system and integrated his family into it. He first brought his brother Michael, a plastic surgeon, into the company and made him part owner alongside Silverman. Though it's unclear how involved she was, Julian's mom, Cindy, was added to the Get Thin team. Unlike her sons, Cindy was not a physician. Together, they helped build the business. 2 years after they founded Get Thin, the family and the entire company were investigating for defrauding their patients and insurance providers out of $355 million. And as investigators would discover, Get Thin was only the first act of a much bigger play. Remember the weight loss companies we mentioned earlier? Well, Julian and Michael owned 2 of those companies. The primary company they sent patients to was Amidi Surgery Management. The other was called Independent Medical Services. The Amidi Surgery and Independent opened most of their locations around Southern California. Beverly Hills served as the core of their company and culture. Beverly Hills is a very image-conscious area. It has a reputation for hosting fit and healthy residents like famous Hollywood actors and actors.
Where was that one?
In other words,
I was
Beverly
on
Hills embodied weight loss. It was a Get Thin built.
Include 10 ago, one guy to be for I 110 was shot as well.
Business there in West LA,
That one.
fitting right in with all the
I'm
other
going
plastic
to
surgery centers and weight
knockout
loss clinics. However, the Amidis didn't use the same methods.
I was on that 85. Yeah, it includes 1 road to the knockout trailblazers of century. I include a player item, pick 1 or 2 R item done
It's more
trailblazers.
like an inflatable silicone belt. This belt gets wrapped
So
around the entrance.
there's
to your
one that
stomach
did.
and
I swear there's the same things in the.
Basically, you feel full much quicker, thus needing to eat
That
less
shit.
to satisfy that feeling.
The 85 for that
Simple and
one.
very popular. People who struggle with obesity but can't diet and exercise
85.
or simply don't want to can
85
force
for that
themselves
one.
with lap bands. However, the surgery plus the lap band itself are expensive.
Why would
Most
not?
people
Yeah,
need
why
their
would you?
insurance
This is
providers to
ridiculous.
cover
It's
those
spending
costs.
85.
If they don't, they can't afford the procedure.
But
But that's not the
85,000
approach
pop.
Julian and Michael took while operating their weight loss centers. The
85. How much is
unique
the
lap
85?
band procedure required every applicant to participate in a sleep study. Keep in mind, no other known lap band provider requires a sleep study. The Amidis argued they were necessary for testing patients for sleep apnea, a breathing condition that disproportionately affects people suffering from obesity. Their logic sounded reasonable enough, but in reality, there was no medical reason for the required sleep study. It was, however, a
85.
monetary one. Whenever a patient called the 1-800-GET-THIN number, the sales team urged them to participate in the sleep study. However, the Amidis
50.
didn't have time to oversee
50
the
in
daily
the.
sales operation. They couldn't be there to make sure their
So 10
employees were
times 50
putting
is 150,000.
reel in a consistent flow of sleep study
plus the
applicants.
2
So,
AA.
the Immedies offered their employees a commission for every sleep study patient they sold to. The commissions worked very well. Immediate Surgery and Independent tricked hundreds of people into participating in their bogus studies. These studies were a double whammy for both the patient and insurance companies. Most patients were told that their insurance would cover the sleep study costs. However, they weren't told how much the study would cost if they didn't qualify. In other words, if the insurance company didn't get scammed, the patient would. But the immediates didn't care which party got stuck with the bill, as long as someone paid up. And those payments could get very high, especially for something as simple as a sleep study. Several patients received $15,000 in medical bills from the immediates in the mail. These fees added up to over $38 million when counted by investigators from 2012 to 2016.
10-8, 10-8, 80.
Studies also served another purpose, to funnel
Yeah, 10-8, 80.
the operating room. The doctors and nurses conducting the sleep studies were instructed by the immediates to diagnose the patients with sleep apnea.
10-8, 80 plus one more.
Suffered from this disorder.
85. Yeah, it works out to the same. You might as well do that.
Inflating the number so they look more obese on paper.
You might as well do that part there, because you get at least a roll to the finals in there as well.
The immediates knew that if
Rather than just that 2-player one.
they could force the insurance companies to pay for the procedures, even if the patient didn't qualify for the procedure. Those insurance companies ended up paying hundreds of millions of dollars to the immediate family. And most of the companies were healthcare benefit programs like Anthem Blue Cross, United Healthcare, and TRICARE.
From toys to tech to homeware, this Christmas there's more to Argos.
Yeah, 7 inches. You might as well. Might as well do the road to the final and pack it in the SBC section than the 85 pound. They still getting the same thing.
So did the patients, who, on rare occasions, lost much more than their money. Immediate Surgery, Independent, and Get Thin have been sued several times since 2010. One of their most infamous cases, involving former patient Laura Petro, was particularly eye-opening. It exposed not only the mindset of the immediate family, but also exposed some dirt on the immediate brothers. Laura Petro was just like any other Get Thin patient. She saw the ads on TV, called the number, made the appointment, and participated in the sleep test. However, when Laura arrived at the operating table, something went terribly wrong. After waking up, Laura started experiencing severe pain near her stomach. She assumed it was from the surgery and went home, not realizing that her liver was lacerated. Laura passed away shortly after. Her autopsy revealed the lacerated liver. Laura's husband John was told the mortal affliction must have occurred during her lap band surgery. John filed a lawsuit against the immediate Run Weight Loss Center. The doctor who performed Laura's surgery, Dr. Ihan Shaman, was worried. He claimed in court that when he approached the boss, Julian, about the incident, he said not to worry about it. He claims Julian told him that a lawsuit wouldn't be a big deal because they made $21 million a month. Dr. Shaman never saw his job the same way again. He later testified against Julian and the other doctors involved in the Get Thin scam. But not before 4 other victims lost their lives to botched surgeries. Their 5th and last victim was Paula Rajeski. She passed away in September 2011. Her friend asked her not to get the surgery, telling Paula that she didn't even need it. Nevertheless, Paula wanted to be thin like the people in Beverly Hills. She didn't even make it off the operating table alive. When the police discovered that Paula had lost her life at an Omidi clinic, they put 2 and 2 together. LAPD Homicide launched an investigation into Paula's passing and searched for any evidence that would lead back to the Omidi brothers. The detectives and other law enforcement agencies found some harrowing evidence, mainly from disaffected doctors like Dr. Shaman and his former coworker, Diane Duell. Diane led the medical support staff until she quit after seeing how the Omidis ran their business. She described clinics sent patients home despite complaining about abdominal pain and shortness of breath. Authorities listened to these testimonies and others by former patients, eventually deciding to indict the Omidis in 2018. Besides law enforcement, the media also did some investigating of their own. Paula's strange passing prompted LA Times journalist Michael Hitzig to investigate the Omidi family specifically. He discovered some very suspicious background information on the 2 alleged doctors. For starters, he found out that Julian and Michael don't perform any of the surgeries themselves, and perhaps for good reason. Julian got caught trying to steal exam papers to cheat on a test in college, and his medical license was later revoked. though he did get it back later on in his career. Michael also lost his medical license privileges for 3 years before being reinstated in 2011. Judging by their record, these two brothers weren't highly esteemed medical professionals, but they were expert criminals. The immediate family was arrested in early 2018. Julian, Michael, and even their mother, Cindy, faced charges. Julian, in particular, faced several counts, including identity theft, conspiracy to launder money, 28 counts of wire fraud, and of course, 2 counts of making false statements relating to healthcare matters. In 2021, Julian was convicted on all counts. He's looking at 2 years in prison with a maximum sentence of 20. Julian and Michael's mother, Cindy, was charged with conspiring to launder money and sentenced to probation. On the other hand, Michael is still practicing medicine in Southern California as a plastic surgeon. Whether or not he is charged with any crimes remains to be seen. With all the negative publicity, Michael and his family's future looks pretty grim. On a partly cloudy day in Chicago, TJ Jimenez and his friend Jose Roman were driving around in TJ's Mercedes convertible. Roman filmed their drive on his smartphone while a .22 caliber Mossberg semi-automatic rested against his ankle on the car floor. Meanwhile, Jimenez was armed with a custom-made blue-plated pistol. The car rolled up on a lone man on the sidewalk as he walked on the driver's side. Jimenez confronted the man, then abruptly pulled his gun out, leaned over the door, and fired 2 shots into the man's thighs. If those first bullets didn't work, Jimenez had several more rounds packed in a Gucci luggage bag on the car floor. Minutes later, Jimenez sped away from a group of cops, lights flashing, tires screeching, until he finally crashed his Mercedes, and the chase ended with their arrest. Why did Jimenez shoot this man? What did Jimenez tell the man before he shot him? This entered the criminal directory at 13 when he was convicted of murder. The victim was a 19-year-old man named Eric Morrow, and on February 3rd, 1990, old enough to commit vicious murder. In addition to the profiling by Judge Burko, a couple of witnesses claimed he was near the murder scene. It was enough to put young Jimenez in prison for 16 years. That was until something remarkable happened. Guards carted Jimenez off to prison in 1993. Then, in 2009, new evidence came to light that proved Jimenez could not have committed the Morrow murder. In 2009, an old confession resurfaced, and it wasn't Jimenez's. The confessor's name was Juan Carlos Torres. He was recorded on a tape confessing to the murder 16 years ago. Though it was a clear admission of guilt, the confession was deemed inadmissible by law, and Torres got off scot-free. Torres was also 13. While young Torres was going to school like an average teenager, Jimenez stood in front of 12 people who in 93 voted to convict him of murder. Then not long after, Judge Burko sentenced Jimenez to 45 years in prison. Jimenez spent 16 years behind bars, starting at the formative age of 13. While most kids are getting ready for high school, learning how to be an adult, dating, playing video games, and taking tests, Jimenez was sent to a state-run youth facility in Illinois. Though he was incarcerated with kids his age, Jimenez was small for 13. His fellow juvenile inmates constantly harassed him, who even jumped Jimenez from time to time. Jimenez would later say he suffered from depression at the youth facility. His mental health didn't improve much when he moved to an adult prison after aging out of the juvenile prison at 17. The adult prison, Jimenez was treated even worse. Jimenez claims both the guards and inmates terrorized him every single day. Eventually, the teenager decided to fight back against the abuse. Fortunately, Jimenez's toughness backfired. Whenever he fought back against a guard or inmate, he was forced to do segregated areas where he spent most of his time without human contact. Jimenez would later say all his anger, depression, and despair spilled over under the confines of solitary. So,
this is a renewed smartphone sold on back market by expert refurbishment. Wait, give me a sec, and you'll rethink refurbish. Like all electronics on back.
Fuck it. I can go play. Oh, God, it'll be about that, man.
Years. Jimenez mailed dozens of letters pleading to lawyers and advocacy groups like the Innocence Project to take his case, arguing that he still has a chance. In 2005, a group of attorneys and law students working for the Northwestern University Blue Center specializing in wrongful convictions decided to help Jimenez prove his innocence. Sure enough, when the team brought Jimenez's case back to court, the prosecutors' arguments fell apart. The 2 witnesses who said they saw Jimenez at the crime scene recanted their statements. But the nail in the prosecutor's proverbial coffin was the assertion of
Yeah, they just gave me this normal code for so much reason. I mean, they could have given me a thunderstruck one. They gave me that one. Yeah, fuck them guys. Man.
Of course, that was only after the lawsuit. The money was supposed to be consolation for taking 16 imperative years away from the 37-year-old. Jimenez went from a convicted murderer destined to be released in middle age to a multi-millionaire just 1 year. Despite the victory, Jimenez didn't celebrate. He got right to work on building a new life in Chicago. The time Jimenez spent in prison molded him into its image. The people inside, not the bars or the walls, changed Jimenez, but not necessarily for the better. Prosecutors say Jimenez gave his lawyers around half of the $25 million apology payment. For the other half, most of that went to the Simon City Royals. The Simon City Royals are an old street gang. Their origins date to the 1950s, where the gang grew from greasers decked out in leather jackets to the facial tattooed drugheads you see today. They're a big deal in Chicago, and Jimenez wanted to revitalize the gang, the same gang his family and friends belong to. His uncles, the only father figures Jimenez had, raised him to follow in their footsteps. And young Jimenez seemed to be cut from the same stone. His criminal activity started while skipping school too many times and taking illegal drugs. His mother, who spent all her time working, was powerless to stop her son from becoming a juvenile delinquent, nor did she have enough money to send him to a better school. Instead, everything he learned came from the Simon City Royals. Given his family's generational involvement with the Royals, Jimenez waltzed back into the gang like a prince returning from war, ready to take back his birthright. Only gangs aren't kingdoms. Jimenez would have to buy his way back into the gang. Jimenez ended up spoiling them like they were his long lost children, and in a way they were. However, all the gift giving came with a price of sorts. Jimenez returned to Chicago with around $13 million, and it was more than enough. He could have bought himself a lovely house, gotten a job, or become an inspirational speaker. He could have settled
I
down
got
in
too
Los
much
Angeles
attackers, man.
and lived out the rest of his days in relative peace. As
So
Jimenez
he's
was not
barely better
a
than.
inmate who could live.
Yeah,
Instead,
Lozano's
Jimenez
fast, barely better shooting, same passing, better dribbling.
spent most of his money and time going on
Barely the better
massive
player.
shopping sprees. Jimenez bought fellow Royal gang
He's only
members
got one less pace, two more shooting, same passing, two more dribbling,
along with Gucci
less
watches,
physical.
jewelry, and lots of guns. The Simon City Royals looked legit. However, Jimenez demanded more from the Royals. He wanted to turn them into a real gang like Bloods and Crips in California, who like to use bandanas and tattoos to show their gang's pride. Jimenez wanted other gangs to know whenever they were in the presence of a Simon City Royal. So he started offering cash prizes for anyone willing to get the Royals logo tattooed on their face. In addition to the tattoo bonuses, Jimenez also paid recruits to join the gang. Ultimately, Jimenez wanted to create loyalty. With the face tattoo incentives, the fancy cars, designer suitcases, Jimenez bought the Simon City Royals loyalty, making himself one of their leaders. After spending most of his time alone, Jimenez must have felt liberated. He had a family again, people he could talk to, depend on. Jimenez was a royal, possibly the best royal ever. Jimenez had brought the old Chicago gang back to its former glory using his state-funded restitution. Jimenez wanted everyone to know what he accomplished. He had a plan, too. His plan involved using social media to show how he would show old enemies, friends, and former gang members that he was the savior of the Simon City Royals. Along with his social media plan, Jimenez also had a list of current and former Royal members he deemed imposters. Authorities found the list in a letter written by Jimenez in Cook County Jail days after the police chase on Belmont Avenue. In the 6-page letter, Jimenez wrote about his plans to make an example of these so-called imposters when he got out again. Jimenez claimed these gang members, after consistent money from him, never contributed anything to the gang. Put another way, the imposters were money-grabbing freeloaders. Jimenez wanted to ensure their actions did not go unpunished.
So I got see them.
Earl Castillo,
I need a left hook here, so I got a defender.
Jimenez pulled up on Earl,
So
former Royal acted friendly towards them until Jimenez pulled out a
right, but
loaded pistol and asked, "Why should I
but we're
fire?"
the best left hook.
Instead of waiting for an answer, he went ahead and
Best defender I've got there.
the video cuts the blood. During the trial in
Um,
2014, the jury watched the video of Jimenez shooting Castillo. It didn't take them long to decide a guilty verdict. The judge sentenced Jimenez to 9 years in prison. The prosecutors
he
wanted
would be the best.
just like that, Jimenez was back in prison. He
Yeah, she play left back. She hasn't got any. She hasn't got any. Come on, she hasn't got. Mm,
Sadly, life in prison only cemented the gang mentality he'd grown up with.
left back. Back here. I think she's the best balanced one out of all. Everyone's got pace or defense. She's got the pace and defense. So it's either she or Ravelli or this one. I go with that one, man.
Then her house of cards fell on top of her, exposing a decades-old secret. Lauren staged her own 20-page kidnapping with her then boyfriend and friend. In April 2010, Vanessa Bassini received a phone call straight out of her nightmares. Her daughter, Lauren, $500 in ransom money for her release, but then it was quickly up to nearly $40,000. When Vanessa called the police, they got spooked, demanding that the police be removed from the situation or they hurt Lauren. What Vanessa didn't know was her daughter, her friend, and her boyfriend were the ones on the line making these demands. Lauren left when the stakes got too high and called her mom from a nearby payphone, asking her to pick her up. Lauren went on to win Miss Renestenka 2012 and Miss Piranha Popularidad 2013, and she thought she'd gotten away with everything. However, police arrested Lauren for extortion over a decade later, a charge that comes with a 6-year prison term. To make matters worse, Lauren was pregnant when they took her in. Number 8, Carol Sanchez. Plenty of kids don't think their parents understand them, but a few rarely stage a kidnapping to get their point across. That's what 16-year-old Carol Sanchez did when she learned her parents wanted to move back to Honduras. Carol wanted to stay in the United States to be with her boyfriend, so she arranged for 2 males to abduct her while walking with her mother in the Bronx, New York. And they whisked her away and then pushed her mom to the ground while 2 more men waited in the car for a quick getaway. The police jumped into action but couldn't find any leads. After an Amber Alert and days of news coverage, Carol walked back onto the scene, shaken up, turned herself in. She confessed to the whole thing, admitting she planned it because she thought her mother was overprotective and she wanted to spend time with her boyfriend. Carol clearly didn't think that all the way through when she faked something so dangerous just to prove a point. She wasn't charged for her role in the fake kidnapping, but hopefully learned that young love isn't worth a criminal history. Number 7, Vincent Oguro. Vince Oguro was out with some friends when he thought he'd play a prank, but he never thought his idea of a joke would lead to charges of filing a false police report. The 19-year-old was at a Texas restaurant. When it came time to pay the bill, he left the staff a terrifying surprise. A message that said he needed help. He had been kidnapped and gave them a number to call. Stunned, the restaurant contacted the police, and an investigation was quickly underway. Regular dinner with friends, Vincent didn't appear distressed, and the group had only left 10 minutes prior. Once the police found an address tied to one of Vincent's friends, it was only a matter of time before they tracked him down. After a few near misses at apartments in the complex, police finally found Vincent at a party, and he quickly confessed. It was all a joke. Vincent just wanted to prank his friend, and it was all a big misunderstanding. Except Vincent admitted he knew the police would be called when the restaurant found the note. He was slapped with charges and released on a $5,000 bond, aspiring to prank more appropriately another day.
Excuse me, that's really bad. I'm not into ASMR. And obviously, I've got serious medical conditions. I mean, that hasn't been diagnosed for years. Yeah. So, they try to attack me. They try to fuck me up. I guess their intent was to have leave me bedridden, innit? Now, obviously, it just didn't play out like that for them. So you can see there's quite a lot of things I show about myself. I show that there's some issue with me. That no doctor seem, all the doctors I've gone to, none of them seem to have found anything wrong. But they were quickly diagnosed me with mental problems. They quickly diagnosed that. Yeah, quickly diagnosed when you're dying. Let's go to these games first. So I'm gonna play. I'm gonna try to play 10 games now. I'm gonna concede at least 7 in one of these 10 games. It might be more than one, but at least one game I concede 7. It happens all the time. It happens all the fucking time. You notice the players are being pushed over the floor. The passing won't be normal. Their players are going to be running all over the place, just running into empty space, kicking the ball. And every time I get to attack, some defender is always close to me, behind me. I won't be able to run down the line, or I won't be able to run out sprint anybody. I won't be able to break out at the halfway line, nothing like that. But they're going to do all of that. You're going to see them running all over the place in different corners. They're going to get all the free space, and I'm going to be like basically contained. Uh, I say, if you look at it, I can say exactly what would happen. Exactly what would happen. Just them forward. It happens all the time. I get in them situations, you can see there was only 2 players, just me on the screen and the guy with the ball. Just me on the screen with the ball and the other guy. Yeah. What he does is forces that situation, run all my players up the screen. I don't know why they do that. They always do that, and then I get stuck. My controller won't allow me to move, and then they score like that all the time. As you can see, you saw it for yourself. There was only one person to pass the ball with, and he had 5 people up front. Yeah, he had 5 people up front, and I only had one person. My left back and right back ran away. It was just my 2 centre backs or whoever the fuck they were. My midfielders ran off. All of them ran off all at the same time. But watch when I'm attacking. Just watch and see if you see them run forward. For some reason, they all run forward. Then it happens to me all the time. Yeah, all the time. Yeah, just random passing the ball away. You're gonna see me come up against a 99 Salahs, 99 Griezmann. Everyone's gonna have Salah or Griezmann. Whenever I come up against Griezmann, look, just look at my team, man. Look at my team. So like I said, look at them. Whenever I come up against Griezmann, what you're gonna know is Griezmann's just gonna kick every ball in the back of the net, bro. No, yeah, they all ran off the screen, just left me alone there by myself through the centre. Yeah, So I'm moving the keeper backwards. You can see my controller. I'm trying to move it backwards. It won't allow me to move my keeper when I want to. It pretty much stops me from doing that, which allows the opponent to have the upper hand because they position the keeper one side of the goal to allow the person to have a clear, an easy shot at the back of the net. I try and drag the keeper back over and it just won't allow. As you can clearly see, you just saw my controller there the whole time and the keeper refused to move. Like you'd always see my keeper move to one side of the net for some strange reason. He won't angle himself to, I guess, lower the person that's going to take the shot angle. Obviously, that's what the keeper doing. He tries to close down the angle for the opponent. But my keeper, what he does is basically go to one side of the net and allow them to fucking kick it in the back of the net. I obviously noticed that that's happening, try to change the situation, and because obviously it's by design, it doesn't allow me to move the controller. That's what she said. Yeah. Look at him. He's just running at me. He's just running at me with that Soul Campbell from all the way. Look. So he had his centre back. He has his centre back out. Where's the advantage? I get no advantage from it because look, he just perfectly comes and drops there for him. Through the middle. No, he ran out. He ran at me with his centre back, and there was no advantage given from me. Him doing that with his centre back. Yeah, straight to him. I say I already knew what was going to happen. I can always predict what the game's going to be like because it's designed for me to lose and concede and ensure them that them score. You're gonna see not one. I'm not gonna win the game by 1-0 any at all. Not 1-1-0 for the game. You won't see me just not. You won't see the opponent getting 1-0 and me not and me getting 0. You won't see any 1-0 games at all. But look how fast they are running. Yeah, so trying and pressing it to get the players to move forward. None of them won't move forward. Look, they just all stood up around, just walking around and walking around. But all of his are walking forward, all of his are moving up the pitch. You just pretty much see all my team just standing around walking around. He's trying to set me up to go that use the wing backs. You'd only see the wing backs going forward. The midfielders won't go forward. What that does, it forces me to move with the wing back up the pitch. Guess what? The midfielders will stand. I run past the midfielders. They just stand up staring at me. The striker, rather than coming down the angle to run down the line, where I can pass down the line, the striker stands up or he moves further away from me, as in the opposite direction. Which means, guess what? Your wing back's got out of position. They're going to run down the line and counter attack you. It's all designed to counter attack me and for them to score all the time. So I bring on all my fast players, all of them. Put De Bruyne up front. Wixel, De Jong, yeah, Pereira, put De Bruyne up front, put the lead shit on now to show you that they won't make much difference here. They certainly won't. But just watch, the midfielders won't go forward. The only time they go forward is when I'm at the back with the ball. They just all run away from me and leave me isolated on the pitch. And then my controller goes very stiff. I can't move, can't turn to pass the ball. And then obviously you lose the ball in a situation. So for the opponent at all. They are just in the middle. No. I tell you, it's all designed. It's designed to play out like that. I'll just stand up and just let him do it and I see what happens. Yep. Yeah. And this is what the British government has done. Was it designed The design was to frustrate me and have me attack people. And that way, they tried to use it to justify their mental health diagnosis because they couldn't link me to terrorism, but they already deployed a fixated threat. So they couldn't link me to terrorism. So what they did was try to link some sort of aggression towards mental illness. You know, yeah, you know, you won't get one offside. I'm gonna go at least 5, 10 games and that none of them get any offside. Not one of them. But you're gonna trust me, you're gonna find me offside quite a few times. So like I say, what it is about, it was meant to. They were trying to investigate me, and they don't want to say why. They try to hush it up now, cover it up because they were lying in it. So they tried to maliciously investigate me, thinking, oh, he's a Jamaican, he must be doing something. They could apply the fixated track team, which then link it with finger mental illness. So like I said, they're gonna score 7. You can tell. And these are not players. I bet he's gonna say, I'm gonna go on to his playing in a minute and watch it say he's offline or some shit. And they're offline for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 60, 20 days. Like they're not real players, they're bots. You know, can't pass the ball to anybody at all. It's just bounce it around. He's always got a pass. Look in the middle. Look at Dijon. Look at the player to the left of me. Look at the player to the right. They always got a pass available. Right, so look at my screen. Yeah, through the legs. I mean, yeah, probably those close. So what they're doing, they're trying to cover it up by forcing me to stop playing the game. You know what I mean? Yeah. So this is what happens. Yeah. As you can see, I passed the ball there. Look there. I could have gone down there, but I decided, alright, cool. One straight run. Let's look. One straight run. That ball should have really got past him. Look at his legs. So instead of bouncing off him, becoming it goes through his legs. Yeah. Go through his legs. Then what does he do? Pushes it through mine. Yeah, look at where he is now. It's all a stitch up, isn't it? So that ball should have bounced off his leg and gone some random direction. Where it become a 50-50. But it basically cancels out the 50-50. So that's how they've cancelled out the 50-50s in the game, innit? Like you can just see how the game's behaving. It's a bot, innit? So when you go on it, what you're gonna see is whoever I'm playing now is gonna say they're offline. Yeah, so bot there, yeah. So look at it now, look at where it is. Look at that situation there. Yeah. Look at Holland's leg, yeah. How is Holland tackling? Well, look at his leg now. I'm obviously have the ball before. Look at his leg twisting to each other. It's not a real player, so what? I bet you any money to go on the player thing, he's gonna say he's offline. It's all designed to frustrate me because they was using the British military to set me up like before. So they had the MI5 um, surveilling me and using the British military. What them guy called the territorial army? Because them man don't do anything anyway. They just sit around there. They don't really do anything. So they thought they'll make use of them in it. Because what is the reservist army? They just sit around doing fuck all. So that's how the government uses them in it instead of just paying them for nothing. Because really, what they're meant for is, say, some sort of modern warfare situation. You know, like modern warfare where you see them attacking people in like cities and that. That's the intent for them, man. Innit? You know what I mean, and just in case they need to deploy people like abroad, so they basically sit around doing nothing. So the government thought to make use of them, they use them to stitch people up and then they come and play witnesses in the courtroom and stuff like that. Knowing that they were the one who attacked you. Like I said, exactly what I said was going to happen in the game is exactly what you'll see. It didn't even take more than one game for me to just get. It didn't even take me more than one game to concede 7. But just look at it, yeah. Alright, so this guy, he's got 4 players around him and they can't get the ball. Why can I not get past him? So through his foot. So I'm making sure to do this all on purpose. To say in one game all of this took place. Yeah, look, deflects through the crowd. Deflects through the crowd. I tell you, yeah. So they've been going around telling some sort of lies in the community, and they have to cover it up because the lies they were telling, I can only assume because I keep on people always bringing up this whole what do you call it now, star dog thing. Right? Look at her body position. Yeah? And you tell you where is Cancelo going? Yo, where is he going? What he does now, he runs away from the ball instead of going for a ball. Now, Van Dijk just stood up there the whole time. Van Dijk just stood still. So they were going around telling some lie within the community. And obviously, the nature of the lie they were telling, they had to sabotage certain things among the life, innit? So, i.e., like anything like recreational, like gaming wise and stuff like that. They would try to ensure that I'd lose. And obviously, questions are being asked of certain things now. So they're making it look like they need me to stop playing the game. Basically. They need me to stop playing games overall. Because then questions will be asked of what was going on previously with these games, you know. Like, I mean, what happened there, I don't know. I really don't know. You know what I mean? So obviously what they're doing now is they have to keep up the appearance of me not being a good player at the game and stuff like that. What they are trying to do is make it as completely unfair. So you just give up and stop playing because who wants to play something that frustrates him? You know what I mean? So that is the intent behind this. And obviously, no fool. I keep on playing it as long as I want, innit? Because like I say, at some point I get to go after EA for it. I go after EA, I get EA to deny having anything to do with this. And the way I prove that it's not EA, because I don't really want to go after EA, but I've got to play it that way because the government is trying to cover it up like they have nothing to do with it. So I've got to play it like, oh, I'm going after EA about this stuff. But what you're gonna notice is I won't be able to find EA's phone number. I won't be able to find Xbox's phone number, any of these people's phone number. I'll go to the Citizens Advice Bureau and ask them if they can get the numbers for me. They don't seem to can find this number either, which is obviously a lie because they trade in Britain, so they have to have a number. They have to have a customer service. It's not hard to pinpoint the whole thing because I can sue anybody I choose by myself. I don't need the help. I really don't. I can put all the paperwork in myself. I guess enough evidence that it don't even matter what kind of lawyer they have. Would it really matter? That is always the inclination. It doesn't to make sure that it doesn't matter how good of a lawyer they bring in that room. That lawyer wouldn't have to sit there and be quiet, innit? Because there's nothing you could say about it. Mhm. There's nothing that lawyer could. I would make sure that there's nothing that lawyer could say about it. And that's why I'm not rushed out here because I'm making sure that there's nothing you can say. So I want a good name. So I want a good name. So let's see. Like I said, Washington is going to be offline. Last seen 13 days ago. Like I said, how would I fucking know that this guy thing is gonna say it offline? I mean, how am I going to just guess that? Yeah? How are I going to guess that I was going to concede 7? I wouldn't know it was gonna be offline. I wouldn't know that them things were gonna happen in the game because it happens all the time. I probably got around 2,500 hours of recorded gameplay. You know what I mean? And I've tried to speak to many companies that should be able to help you to track down companies because obviously this is England, so they would have companies that can say, well, oh yeah, you're looking for these people that can basically what's the word I'm looking for now? They would have companies that can basically tell you where this company, if this company exists or not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In England, you're obviously they because of scamming and stuff like that, and people pretending. They'll obviously have companies that their main job is to tell you if a company exists or not. They don't do nothing. That's their job. You ring them up and say, "Oh, I got a letter from this place and that place," and they go and search in the background and say, "Oh well, that company doesn't exist. These people are frauds, blah blah blah." So you can see the situation there. Right? So I've tried every way of finding EA's number. You can go on Google now and Google it and show you that basically you can't just find EA number. It won't just come up in Google. I mean, it just will not come up in Google any at all. Not for me. I don't know. Obviously, other people call them, but I don't get to call them. You know what I mean? Like I say, the whole thing is that yeah, the plan was to frustrate me behind closed doors. They had this guy called Kadri Kimani Steele. He works for the Territorial Army. He came and posed as a friend, but what he was really there for to is watch me and report back to obviously his superiors, and them and the intelligence community work together, and they designed a trap around me where he would have been an informant. Yeah, because guess what? What's going to stop him from being an informant? He works for the fucking British government anyway. So he's obviously an informant by definition. He's no thug, he's no bad boy. He would obviously snitch because he works for them. He would obviously turn up to a courtroom and snitch and be a witness. It's not hard to put together. Excuse me. So that was their plan to try and get me frustrated. Then they're coming to my house. There was another guy who worked for the NHS as well. He's called Ramon Page. He worked for the NHS as well. These two guys are Jamaican. They went to school here and that in it, so they're not really Jamaicans. They just got a Jamaican accent, but they went to school in Britain, so they're British. And both of them worked together. Both of them they had one NHS and one military around me. So you can see it's not hard to say to fixate and threat people in it because they had both the NHS and military around me at the same time. You know what I mean? So obviously now what they're trying to do is cover it all up in it. Like I said, the trainer, I want to turn the trainer on in the game, it just won't allow me to turn it on. So it's not like they can allow you to go and complain to that about EA because EA would question why so many things are going wrong in his game. And then EA would investigate and say they can't find the reason. You know what I mean? So after this game, because yeah, you can see what's happening. After this game, I'm gonna go search for Xbox's number and well EA Sports' number. I'll show you that this Google won't find it. So I've tried to find people online calling EA. Can't seem to find anything like that. Can't find anyone on YouTube who attempted to phone EA. Can't find EA's number, nothing. Because they removed it from my search. What's it called now? Search. What is that thing called? What's it called? Search results. Yeah, they removed it from the search results because they don't want me to call them because obviously that report goes into EA. What's EA gonna do? If EA ignores it, it means what I'm saying is true that somebody is doing it, and EA would be implicated and complicit. The argument will be made. Why would EA be complicit in that? If it's mainly little young girls who are upset that are cheated, then why would EA be complicit with that? So it would obviously tie back to white people. Because EA is certainly not a black owned company, not in this lifetime, innit? Trust me, another one. England isn't run by black people, so you can really see where it would make sense. I mean, what they did, they tried to force me on antipsychotic meds, and all of a sudden, the last 3 days, these people keep turning up to my house and talking about, oh, they have a duty of care. So I'm saying, my nigga, well, if you have a duty of care, what does it mean? They can't seem to explain what a duty of care is. A duty of care means you have to take somebody's safety into consideration and others. Yeah, it doesn't distinguish exactly which one is prioritized. But given that these are white people in England who their informants got caught, you can see who the others in the duty of care really imply. And obviously, they're trying to abuse the system and abuse the term duty of care. And so look at that. They're trying to abuse the system and the duty of care. He's going to be offline just the same. Yeah, he's going to be offline just the same. Yeah, Champions League, join, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. His informants got caught. And they are trying to say, oh, he's going to do stuff to them, blah, blah, blah. So the duty of care is in their favor, you know what I mean? And there's no law in Britain that says the government can do stuff to you to protect informants. Because if there is, I can't find it on my Google search. I said there's so much things that's removed from my search. You know what I mean? So many things. Why would Casonas hold the ball there? I got Van Dijk on the pitch. I know you never think Van Dijk is on this pitch, bro. Look, you never think that I have a Van Dijk on that pitch, bro. They're just running past me. You never think there's a Van Dijk on the pitch, bro. So this is one of their government agents. Fletcher 97. Notice the name, notice everything about the account. There's nothing to identify exactly who it is. Well, just watch his Van Dijk compared to my Van Dijk. You get me? As I say, let's look at his Van Dijk compared to mine. You see his Van Dijk is just blocking everything. Just watch my Van Dijk compared to his. Okay. Look at that here. So I'm definitely gonna have to pause that one and look at that. I'll show you how weird this is. So whoever is working together, it's obviously illegal. It's not like they can win what they're doing. But what they're trying to do, they want something to put out on TV to justify it. You get me? They want something to put out nationally and across the internet to justify what was going on here, innit? Because obviously that's how racism works. That's how white people behave. Unless you have white people that's with you, trust me, they'll do you bad things. They won't do it over. They won't come and beat you with sticks and that. They'll do it from behind closed doors. Right? So obviously, these black people and that, even them that are born here, they don't want other black people outside of England because guess what? How are they gonna go to other people's country and not be mistreated just like they're doing here? So they're obviously trying to hide it, innit? Because they don't want other people to know that they mistreat people here. Because if they mistreat people here, people mistreat them when they go on holiday, innit? Look, how do I not get that ball there? Leg through the leg, through the leg, and that turned out into what you see there, innit? You know what I mean? So another game, first game, 8-2 or whatever it was, 38 minutes and 5-2 down. So you can see another 7 or 8 goals are going to be scored here just the same. So what these white men have done is wasted man. They ain't going nowhere. They've reached their pinnacle in life, innit? That's it, innit? And they're clearly being promised some sort of restitution and financial package because they obviously if don't work out in their favor, they're obviously going to be fired, isn't it? So in order to keep them quiet, they promise some secret restitution. Innit? I know exactly what to do about that. Innit? Is after they get fired, to go after them with what you call them guys, private investigators, and I ensure to hire white ones as well. Hire white ones and I follow them white ones around while they follow them around. And then that way, if they try and not do anything about it, try to scam your money and don't work with it and don't work with the program like they're supposed to do, then I just sue them again and just keep going at white people for it. Innit? Simple. I mean, I simply got to keep going at white people for it. I ain't bothered about it. So guess what? You're hunting down white men who are abusing you and mistreating you. Or Greater Manchester Police is run by white men. The NCA is run by white men. You're not one public authority in this country has any black person at the head of it. You got Asians at the head of it, but them Asians, trust me, them ones are different. But you ain't finding no black person at the head of any company when it comes to the public authority in this country because of the history of the country and how the country is. The history of it, they could never allow it in it because they won't be able to disproportionately abuse black people and say, oh, it's just their culture and their tradition. But we all know these people are very big on tradition in this country. And tradition is a word for things they do historically. So if racism was done historically and they're still so big on this tradition thing, still love their dear old royal family, just me, racism, it's not hard to put it together. So they run to American white people because America is the same. I mean, there's not many black people at the head of the intelligence, at the head of any intelligent place in the West. Nah, you ain't finding them. I'm sure even in the Caribbean, if you go, it's not a black man that's at the head of the fucking national security, whatever they're about there. It's always some light skinned person who is obviously has white blood in him. That's why you rarely see British people, say like a country like Jamaica. Yo, it's 1 in 10 years you'd find a British person being deported from Jamaica. They don't really deport the people back from them places. Or you, as a black man, you commit a crime in England and run to Jamaica. Best believe they're deporting you up there, or what's it called, extraditing you back to England. I mean, how does he block that? I'm saying you can go through history, you go through the Jamaican government. You realize that them man don't really deport people from like England, even America. They don't deport people. What you get, the Jamaicans being extradited this way. You won't find them deporting anybody. Innit? Mm. Like I say, I don't understand how this guy doesn't notice that, oh, something's wrong. Look at his team. Look at Son. Just look at Son. Look at his left back. Yeah, you can just see them just running into this odd space uncontrollably. That's the AI just doing it for them. So it takes me out. I say it's designed to frustrate it. And it's very least fatigue. You know what I mean? It's don't release fatigue. So they all try to work together. What they're trying to do is make you incomprehensible, um, discredit you from being able to stand up as a witness in court. I don't know why person is going to really have that being done against them, innit? Because then everybody would know what white countries do behind closed doors. And then people would be able to target them and know exactly what to expect from them. So, seven again. People know exactly what to expect from them over here. So you can see that's how they try to justify it as their security, you know. But if they weren't doing bad things to people, then nobody would want to do things to them. You know? I guess that also justifies that as well. Yeah? It justifies that you people do bad things to people. How do I hit the post from there? It shows that they do a lot of bad things to people. That's why they're scared and have to do these things because they don't want other people to come and do things to them. And nobody just attacks anybody for no reason. Yeah. Nobody just does that for any reason. So no, look, because he saw me hit the post, he saw that he scores 7 goals. He saw me hit the post from there. Now he's trying to let me score. What's the point? No, play on it. You see, that's what I'm saying. This is how these guys work. And the whole time, you were just banging them. I didn't see a problem. Why does he want to just continue scoring? Because what's the scoreline going to be? 66 minutes in the in game, and he's 7-0. Continue scoring because what's the scoreline going to be at the end of it? You know what I mean? What's the scoreline going to be? 7 goals. I noticed I've not changed nothing. I purposely don't make changes for a reason, innit? Because to ensure that I haven't changed nothing, so it's not that you can't be blamed on my tactics because this is the type of mentality these guys have. This is how crafty they think they are. So he kicked 7 in the back of the net at the start of the game. No, I'll tell you, it's crazy. Bro. He kicked 7 in the back of the net at the start of the game, or you go and change your tactics. They say, oh, it's because he didn't have tactics. Well, leave it. Why is he going to just stop scoring? Let him continue to score. Let's see how much goals he scores. I mean, I've got Couture, I've got Van Dijk, I've got pure people at the back. The whole back line, was it the two wing backs are 88, Thiago Silva and Van Dijk and Couture. And this guy's just scoring like I'm not even on the pitch, but like I might as well not be on the pitch. You get me? It's as if he must be just seeing an empty screen on his thing. But I went right to the edge of the net and fucking hit the post. And that guy kicked that ball in there from that distance, but that's crazy, you get me? So after this, I'm gonna what you call it? Now? I'm gonna go search for EA and Xbox's number and show you that it won't come. So that way they can say, oh well, they have no complaints. Well, look, I go make a complaint against Google, innit? It's quite simple. Somebody in the outside win this blood. How far can you go, innit? I mean, I just go make a complaint against Google, blood. And then after that, I go make a complaint against my internet provider. And after that, I go to Ofcom, you get me? You know what I mean? Shit falls down the ladder, innit? I tell you, man, you must stand no chance here because it is inevitably it's going to come back and get to EA. And let's see you all work together, innit? Because I'm obviously going to use this stuff as my defense. How are you going to say, well, nobody, no complaints was made? Nah, that don't make sense. You know? I tell you, it's crazy, but no. They know they're losing their job. And they know it's well, they're going to have to take the L and say, well, they did it on their own. Nobody told them to do that. Because otherwise, Britain's going to be looked at a certain way by other countries, other hostile nations. Going to use it against them, you get me? Yeah? And do bad things to their citizens just like illegally, just like they have done here. And that's what they're really scared about, is not being able to go on holidays. That's what they're really worried about. Them not being able to go on holiday. Because they don't know who's going to behave like that towards them. You know what I mean? You have what you call Interpol, yeah? And Interpol is basically, it was designed by Europeans for that only European countries work together, and that's why it was designed, because you could just go through the European borders at will. You could just go from one part of Europe to the next. So Interpol started obviously in Europe, that's why the headquarters is in Europe. They ended up branching out to other foreign countries, for whatever the fuck the reason is. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, they're the ones who sit at the head of it anyway. So they sit at the head of the United Nations, the European Union. They sit at the head of Interpol. So you can see why people have too much power in the world, but way too much. And other people might be scared to say, but so at the very least, I'm giving motive for why they would do such a thing. At the very least, that's what they, and they don't realize it. Or they probably do realize that's what's happening. So the last guy scored what, 8, and he scored 9. 8 and 9 is 17. So 2 games of conceded 17 goals. But I say why people have too much power in this world for my liking, and I guess it is what it is, isn't it? You know what I mean? So they have they have what they call European human rights. But you notice what it says? It doesn't just say human rights, you know, it says the European human rights. So that's why foreigners run to Europe more than anywhere else. You know what I mean? Excuse me. That the human rights wasn't for outsiders, it was meant for Europeans. You know what I mean? As in, who are Europeans by its very definition? White people. Black people see themselves now as Europeans, like the French, you know, this France is full of their black and Asian. They think they're Europeans. But as soon as they do something wrong, they're quickly reminded to go back to where they're from, or reminded and asked where did they originate. European Court of Human Rights, you know, it wasn't designed for black people. It wasn't designed for Asian. It was designed for white people. The thing is, they just don't want them things to be said. It's not like you'd be a fool to not realize that. Well, I don't know of one racist case. I don't know of one case that's gone to the European Court of Human Rights where it's white people that's in the hot seat. I don't know of one, but otherwise than Hitler and the Nazi regime. I don't know any of them. Most of them that go through there are warlords and people like that. Who sits at the head of the United Nations? Them also. Because we all know how money thing goes and bribing goes. They made the financial system. Mm, they made the financial and monetary system that we're all used to. Because that's why slavery was important. Mhm. That's why slavery was important. Because it was meant to hold down one group while ensuring that they had a head start in the race on the monetary system. So while they're making millions of dollars because the financial system is fictitious, isn't it? So like back in Egypt and places like gold and silver was the currency. Yeah? Mhm. Back in Egypt, gold and silver was the currency. Africa, it was the same. Or Asia, So obviously the West didn't stand a chance in that system, innit? You know what I mean? The West didn't stand a chance in that system. So what did the West do? They planned wars and excursions and insurgency against them Eastern countries, stole their shit, and then took that now and then they made paper money. And instead of you trade your gold nugget for 2 silver nuggets, they then may put value on a pound of gold. So a pound of gold is £100,000. Because what would happen then? You give them your pound of gold, they give you £3 of silver. So obviously natural resource. So what they did now to negate that, they knew they couldn't keep up with that sort of shit. They know that eventually them people would have, I guess, expected the raid on them, blah blah blah, and fought back. So what they do is just attack them, steal their shit, take it back to the West, and then create paper money in. And say, oh, your pound of gold is worth £100,000. Guess what? The little man who does his cabbaging and stuff like that, they buy goals and that, and obviously money start changing hand as more people start farming, agriculture. Guess what? They print more money, and then it starts playing itself like that. Because the idea of pirates and stuff like that, that's what the nature of it was. Innit? Pirates were thieves who broke into houses and companies. Just like now, you have thieves who rob places, bank robbers. That's what pirates were. Pirates are the original robbers. Mhm. I mean, so if you see, that's what it was like. Innit? So obviously now, guess what? They created a falsified system of paper. So now, guess what? Now they have all the money here because they were the ones who generated fucking paper money in the first place. So who would have the most? Why most minorities' family has nothing to pass down to the other person. So in Britain, guess what? Oh, yeah, yeah, you can go and get a council house. Yeah, 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 you can go and get a council house. Who owns the council house? You surely don't own that. You have to live in there for like 20 years before you even can buy it. And then you'd have to have the money to buy it. Innit? So you can see how it's all like a trap. You know what I mean? This whole place is like, set up and designed. Innit? I mean, obviously, minorities who are born here, they're born here, they're raised to believe what they're told. Innit? They don't know any better like anybody else who live in any culture. Don't know any better. I don't really give a fuck about that. The truth is, I am really annoyed. You know what I mean? But like I said, how do you play the game? I know what's gonna happen. I know I'm gonna just concede. You ain't gonna have no motivation to play because you just know what's gonna happen. You're just gonna be cheated. So you're inevitably just going to stop playing. And guess what? Usually that they win. So guess what? I'll just sit through the scores. All I have to do is attempt to keep that ball in the net, and whatever plays out, plays out. But you can see how that would grate on your nerves. And hmm So I've done numerous finger, done numerous subject request acts, and apparently my record is spotless. So I don't understand why I'm being investigated with a spotless record to this intent and intensified level, innit? Yeah, I mean, I don't understand what's the intensity. But my record is clean, innit? Right, I get me. So I don't know why it's intense. scrutiny and microscope is being placed over my head. It's because they have something to hide, and the only way they can hide it is by, I guess, intimidating the public, spreading rumors of around the public, i.e., anybody that tells him he's going to face charges for aiding an offender. I mean, so you can see it's all that intimidation to hush up and cover up the reservists. Because, like I said, they might do nothing. They might just run around in them fucking bases on a Friday, Saturday, and then go home, innit? So they have nothing to do, so obviously they made use of them, innit? Because that's just how these people are, innit? The only time you sit around doing nothing is when you're being punished, you get me, innit? That's the only time you sit around doing nothing is when you're being punished. Because what is it? You go around every company and they'll stop giving you jobs. Like, so say you're a prosecutor. Guess what? They stop putting you on cases. You're just sat in your office every single day doing nothing. Guess what? They can't just fire you because of the law. So they'll just give you no job. And then eventually you'll fuck off, innit? So you can see where the idea is coming from. So it's just the way it works, innit? I mean, you can go through certain situations. It happens in other countries too. They don't like what you're up to, don't like what you're saying. They just stop giving you anything to do. You're just coming into work doing nothing. I went to work at this company called Selvins, and that's what it was like, innit? I was just sat around every day in this freezing this room. Like, what's it called now? It's like what's it called? It's a it's a like I don't know. I don't know if it's called a common room. I don't even know what we call that. Basically, all the drivers would sit in this fucking room there. Yeah, it had like a little kitchen there. I guess it was like where the staff sit in the staff room. Well, that staff room was fucking ice cold, though, like freezing in there. You get me? All the drivers had a bus that they could just go when they feel cold. They could just go sit in the bus that they drove and be warmed up in the bus. I didn't have a bus to sit in, but I mean, mm, I didn't have a bus to sit in. All them drivers would fuck off and go sit in their buses, and I'd just be sat in that room sometimes by myself, bro, and it was ice cold in there because I'd assume they turned the heating off in there because that was the point. Innit? Guess what? They turn the heating off in there, and you go for what 8 hours at work. You're just sat in the freeze cold for 8 hours. You know what I mean? You just get frustrated and think, oh, fuck off from the job, innit? Just leave the job. And then they'll justify it and say, you left the job, innit? And then that way they could fire you. And then they say, oh, he's got a history of being fired from his job. You know what I mean? So the things I was saying online, I said them for a reason. It's because I know they won't do anything about it because they can't. They could fucking pretend to put you through a prosecution, but they know they'd lose that prosecution. Even if everyone in that room is national British national and racist as in like as shit, they still couldn't win because the law is the law. Innit? They decide who to believe and who not to believe in just because they can't. There's no real reason. There's no statute or law that says, oh well, if you meet these specific criteria, even if you're not believed, then that's it. They have to let you go. There that says where if they can't charge you within a certain time, that's it. That's it. If the law, if they can't charge you within whatever time you are being arrested, I don't know what the after hours is, but if they arrest you, you have a certain amount of time before they legally have to let you go. And the reason why that is because what they used to do before was just lock people up indefinitely and just you never see a courtroom, they just have you in this jail certain time. Innit? So obviously, European human rights said, oh, they have to do it like that because otherwise it's kidnapping, blah blah blah. So if they still had the ability to just put me in a jail cell in a police station and keep me there for 700 years, they would. They can't, and they wouldn't win a prosecution against me. There's no chance. I'm very sure that they wouldn't, because everything they're gonna say using that courtroom, I said, well, all of that can be fabricated easily. Can they prove any of it? What they have on these reports? No, they can't, because any proof they have would only prove what I was saying, that they were doing all these things. I mean, I thought it would really happen there. You know what I mean? Well, that's what they did to me at that Selvins company. I just was sat in this fucking room, freezing blood. And this woman, I don't even know what her role was. She'd always come and tell me this story, you know, that she was dating. Like I don't know if she had cancer or something, but there was something because she cut her hair off, and she was always wear this little tie head. She used to always make a point, telling me stories about that she's married to some Asian guy or some shit like that. She was from like Ireland or Wales or something, but she always made this point, and I was thinking like, woman, I don't even know you, but like, I'm just here to get money, innit? Like, what's with the life story all the time, innit? You can see why I'm telling my life story. Somebody's always come and tell me a life story, but you get me. Any chance she gets, she would always make a point that she's married to an Asian guy. And then it started to make sense, innit? It really started to make sense at that point, what was going on there, innit? You know what I mean? I realized what was going on there, and I'm saying, why is this woman always coming to her? And in the end, you know what they did? They at the end of the month, they didn't tell me anything about that I was just on I guess, a Christmas job. So, you know, you only work it for a month, innit? Yeah? They didn't say anything like that about me when I took the job. But at the end of the month, they just go, oh, we're not keeping you. And I said, what? He's like, oh, you're always late, you're always this, you're always falling asleep in the room. So I sat there looking at him, and I said, who wouldn't fall asleep in that room? That room's fucking freezing, but it is a natural response to the cold to fall asleep in the cold, because your body has to, what's it called? Your body has to save energy and regulate it. So you'd fall asleep naturally. So obviously he thought he was clever, in it. Like I tell you, they thought they were clever, like than me, and they're certainly not. So that's what I said to him. Obviously, what were they trying to do? They were dismissing me wrongfully. Guess what? You either go and get a lawyer. Guess what? Go and get a lawyer if you don't like what they've done to you. Simple. The government knows what I got in the bank, don't they? They know that I couldn't afford a lawyer. And they know all they have to do is go and tell whoever they want about the situation. Tell whoever about the situation. No lawyer will take the case, because what you're going to do, what's it called? You're not going to pay to win lawyers. Isn't it? And if you're not paying them pay to win lawyers, you can just simply decide not to take the case. It's simple. You ain't got the money to pay for it yourself, which will force them. Then you have to go for a pay to win lawyer. And then they can just say, oh, they're not taking your case. So you can see the plot was to set up that, oh, I don't keep jobs very well. And you can go out there and find plenty of stories about men who do violent things and stuff. That's what they say about them. They have a history of being in problems with people. They couldn't hold down a job. They felt unsuccessful and tried to blame it on that. I already picked up what they were doing, but this fucking woman, she was from Wales or Ireland or some place like that. She was always like trying to tell me about her husband, innit? And I was thinking, like, she always made a point of saying that she's got like kids with him and he's Asian and stuff like that. And I was like, why are you always telling me about that? And I don't even know who this woman, you get me? This woman was like 50, early 50s. Yeah. I'm thinking, why are you always telling me that? But then I realised the pattern, I saw what they were trying to do there. Innit? So the plan obviously was to make it look like, oh, I'm not professional. and that's why they fired me. So you'd find plenty of stories out there, people talking about people um, can't keep a job, and you know what I mean. That's the reason for them losing the house, all these financial problems, and obviously they snapped and did something violent. So you can see that fucking room was freezing, bro. Freezing, and like everybody else would they would just fuck off and go inside their buses. Obviously, the people, the managers, and all them people, they would go inside. They had a different room, a different part of the building. They were just sitting there in the warm. The people go on the bus. Whoever was fucked off driving the bus on their duty, who was not on duty, all the buses in there was all assigned to people. I was the only person that had no bus book. So I had to sit in that fucking freezing room. What would you have done? Either sit in that freezing cold or go home, innit? Obviously, I'm a determined person that decided you fools are never going to beat me here. So I sit in that room until I fall asleep, knowing that I could medically defend that sleeping situation. And I guess they didn't realize that they thought, and I said these doctors thought they're clever than everybody else. Innit? I mean, these doctors think they're so clever than everybody else. Well, it's not like I was going to bring up what I knew what they were trying to do. All I said to them, I said, if you sit in a cold environment, do you know you're going to fall asleep more often than not? Because your body is working harder than it should. Your energy is being drained to keep you warm. All of them sort of sleep. That's what is really going on. So anybody would fall asleep in the cold after a period of time. You pretty much sleep all the time. Is to conserve energy. I mean, it is to conserve energy. And your body does that. It's working too hard. You're too warm. All of these things. So the way it conserves energy, because guess what? You have to eat. You pretty much have to eat all right through the clock, innit? That's why bears hibernate. That's the reason. It's because they can't just eat all the way through the fucking clock, innit? So they eat and then they go on winter sleep. What's it called? Hibernate for the winter. Bears don't do it because it's just fun and they're just lazy. They do it because it's a biological response to the cold. And bears are mammals just like us. Mm. It is a biological response to the cold. You know? You can see it's the same tactic that they're using here, trying to drive me from stop playing the game. You know? You couldn't get a lawyer. You couldn't go and get a lawyer to pay for the wrongful dismissal. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't get a lawyer for that. Guess what? We won't allow you to make any complaints against this either. You know what I mean? Why? What they want? They think I'm gonna put all my evidence I've got against them online, so they can make up stories because that would give them a chance to make up stories. Simple as that, isn't it? Like the biggest mistake you can make in any situation is put your all your evidence out there. Or if you're wrongfully accused, you need to put as least evidence as you can. You only put evidence out there just to show that there is more evidence there to prove that you're completely innocent. What you don't need to do is put all your evidence because what that does is gives your enemy the chance to make up his story around that. Because guess what? The government is trying to stitch you up. They've got all the forms they need. Though. I mean, so anything they've got right now, no, written down, no, any story they've got, no. Guess what? Any story they can just dash that away and put on new, put fresh ink on paper and change the back story, change the whole story around the evidence. Because you see, plenty of police go and write false reports, and then bystanders and cameras within the area snitches on them and make them realize that oh shit, the report was a lie. Innit? It happens all the time. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to piss me off to the point and make me have to defend myself in the public and apologize and do all these things and put my evidence online so they can go and make their stories around it. They don't know what the evidence I've got in it. They don't. So anything they say, if they come and try and prosecute, no, guess what? Whoever went to the prosecution, whoever was the investigation team, all of these people, they've been problems because guess what? They've been making false reports. because there was no intention to have what they were doing recorded by me or them. It was just meant to look like, oh, it had nothing to do. It was just my actions that prompted the investigation. That's what it was really meant to look like. I mean, he didn't want to score that. He could have scored it because he could have took the shot. What he did, he just ran. He pressed RB and just ran to the keeper. So as it stands, I conceded 9, I conceded 8, and 5. Yeah, 9, 8, and 5. What's that? 22. Yeah, 3 games, 22. Three sixes, 18. 3 sevens, 21. Yeah, so in 3 games, I've conceded 7 goals. Oh, you won't score the goal. What should you do? You're not gonna try to score. You won't try and score. 3 games, 21 goals conceded. That should really end the video at this point. I really should. I say these white doctors and scientists, I think they're clever, innit? So 6 and 7 is what? 13. 13 and 9 is what's up? 6 and 7 is 13, yeah. 6 and 6 is 12, isn't it? 6 and 7, 13. 13 and 9 is 22. Yeah. There's no puzzle being needed sorted. I've reported it numerous times to the police. Obviously, you dial 999, who you connect to. I don't know who the fuck you connect to, but whoever you get when you dial 999, they should have these reports. What they do is not file the reports. Like I said, I should be able to go and get all them phone conversations. I was actually thinking about that. I should be able to do that, you know. I've never thought of that. I should be able to request all the 99 calls made. I'm actually going to do that. I just thought of that. I just literally just thought of that now. I did not realize that that's what I should do. I've made and post them all online. Every single one of them. And that anything they've ever said, any justification, any type of thing they're having on their paper, it would fuck it up for them, wouldn't it? Yeah. It would fuck it up for them. Yeah, it would fuck it up for them, definitely. Yeah, so we're literally gonna do that in a minute. I'm gonna send that email because I have requested the body cam from the police and put a complaint in against PC COVERT for abusing police powers and handcuffing me for no reason and taking away my flashlight. I've tried to phone around to solicitors to see if anybody will take it, like the usual stuff. They're too busy, they can't. Or I'm told they'll ring me back in some form, two, whenever, and still don't hear from them at this point. But what I'm gonna do is get all the phone calls from them. Answer every single phone call that has ever been made to them or from them towards me, even as far back as fucking 2008 when I entered this bitch. Because guess what? If they don't provide that for me, then they can never bring that up in court. I just thought of that, and it's a good thing. I'm so glad you man did what you did there. I'm so glad. So if they say they don't have any phone calls, guess what? They could never bring it up. Doesn't matter what happens, they couldn't bring it up. I'm gonna see if I can get any reports that's ever been made against me. Because there must be a way. You know? Yeah, there must be a way to do that. See if you can get that. Anybody that's ever made any police report about me. Yeah. I just like them, blood, like, trust me. And I can't find them because they're hiding for specific reasons. Because it's not just a regular. This is not just regular racism or corruption. Trust me, it's far from it. It's much worse. And they know anybody would attack them for what they have done and try to do. And that's what they're cowards, isn't it? They're trying to hide, isn't it? Because it was never meant to put them at risk. It was meant to completely destroy you and have you at risk, all while exploiting it. And then as soon as you are no more valid, then they would have discarded you and claim, oh, you couldn't handle that you were being investigated. So people kill themselves all the time on the police investigations all the time. It's quite common. And then it's just unlawful death or wrongful death. Or as the worse it goes to manslaughter. Mhm. Worst, the worst that goes to is manslaughter. It's as simple as that. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna request all police phone calls on my record. Because if it's not on my record, it don't matter who fucking rang. It could be any one of them. You know what I mean, I'll do it to all of them. All of them. Every single one of them. I'll just send out a mass fucking request in subject asset request of any phone call. Because no police has ever identified themselves as anything more than Greater Manchester police. Mhm. So I'm not quite sure how the law works or not to say if a police purposely misinform, mislead, and misidentify himself to conceal his identity. I'm not quite sure how that works, but I guess I'll find out. So, i.e., some MI5 agent rings you, yeah, and pretends to be a police officer from Greater Manchester. I'm not quite sure how that works, but they like to tell people that they should be careful of misinformation. So if they tell people that, then I guess they're not allowed to do that either, isn't it? Yeah. So you can only assume that that is the case, isn't it? So conceded 6 goals before, 6 and 9 is 15, 6 and 9 is 15 and 8, 23. Yeah, 6 and 9 is 15. 6 and 9 is 15 and 20 and 8, 23. So in 3 games, I've conceded 23 goals. In 4 games, you just scored now 24 goals in 4 games. 6 4 is 24. So within 4 games, I'm gonna stop it at game 5. Because I can't be afternoon. I'll stop it at game 5, and then yeah, see how many goals I've conceded at game 5. So I'm 24 now at this point. 24 games at this point. Mm. Like I say, all of them. We'll come back at all of these companies. All of them, police can put it down to their own mistake. We'll come back at all of them companies because based on the circumstances, the statute of limitation, it can be rescinded. I say, well, I couldn't afford it, and they were clearly aware of that because you wouldn't be sat in the court for 8 hours if you could afford that, and you certainly would have tried to maintain your job if you could. It's clear as day, isn't it? So you should be able to go back at them companies regardless. You know what I mean? I ain't got no friends, man. I mean, no family, no friends. I'm all on my own. And I think this is what Britain really does is when immigrants come to this country and they have no family, whether they're estranged from their biological family or they somehow made the mistake of thinking they'll find safety here, they're completely exploited. Completely exploited. I ain't got no friends there, man. I ain't got no family. I'm all alone. and I think that's why they're doing it because there's no one to help you. Mm. So just like women can come back and make claims about being molested after 8, 9 years, I'm sure you can go and come back and talk about wrongful dismissal and unfair treatment and abuse at work at the workplace. Mhm. So 25 goals in 4 games. What's up? In 4 games, yeah. So 6 for 24. So in 4 games, I'm averaging 6 goals a game. Nobody's that bad, but every time I try to pass the ball, it goes to somebody else. And every time I try to shoot, yeah, I can't. It won't allow me to shoot. Yeah, yeah. So there's this guy that keeps coming in to say he's an advanced medical nurse. The next time he comes here, I'm gonna tell him to fuck off and don't come back here. And force them to go and get a warrant. Literally, the next time he does it, that's what I'm gonna do. Tell him to fuck off and don't come back here. Force them to get a warrant because I don't know who he is. You can't just allow somebody to keep turning up and questioning you, asking you shit without any way of showing that these things are legal and done. So force him to go and get if he is who he says he is. Yeah, I mean, he's the one that's gonna have to apply for the warrant, innit? Because he'll have to tell the doctor, and the doctor will have to do that. He'll have to tell whoever that doctor is, that the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist then have to, or the manager, would then have to make their application based on their recommendation. So at the very least, you'll have a paper trail say, well, this warrant was actually granted, and whoever names on that warrant will have to say exactly what evidence was produced to judge. Mm. Yeah, you just can't stop them from can't tackle them. You won't allow me to tackle them. So that's what 27 goals and 4 games and 27. So one more, and then it's basically 7 goals a game again. 4 sevens, 28. Yeah. So actually, that's what 27 goals. Yeah. So if I concede one more goal, which I'm not trying to concede, I'm actually trying to play the game. We can see the situation. One more goal, and I'm averaging 7 goals a game in 4 games. Nobody's that bad in the game, but man. So you just be quitting out of what really should have happened here is me quitting all 4 of these games. That's really what the intention is, to have me quit all of these games, and then they could say, "Oh, well, he quit the game." Blah blah blah. So obviously, I play them out to show you when I get in front of the net that I rarely break free. No, look, rarely break free. When I do break free and try to shoot, the ball flies over the top, hits the post, or some last minute tackle from God knows what. Like I say, my team does not contain the opponent any at all, but their team completely contains mine. And if you know anything about the government when you're being investigated, you're contained to minimize any violent action. So their duty of care is towards themselves or white people and their informants. Oh. No, just can't get away. You can't get any shot off. I don't even think I took a shot all game. Like I say, I don't think you should have to fight with the game to simply get a chance at the net. So there you go. 28 goals conceded. 28 goals conceded in 4 games. 28 divided by 4 is 7. So I'm averaging 7 goals a game. And last game, did I score? No, didn't score the last game. I haven't scored so far. This game, first game, I scored 2. And yeah, I've only scored 4 goals in 4 games. 4 goals, 4 games, and conceded fucking 20. So these guys have scored 7 times the amount of goals I scored. 5 goals in 4 games. Yeah. So 5 goals in 4 games. So I know why they're doing it because they were violating the human rights, they're pedophile and abusers. And obviously they can't run the risk of trying to prosecute and having that allegation being levied against them. Because people would question what was going on. People would question everything about what they have said, what they have done, and realize at some point they realize, well, the level that you people brought this to without finding anything at all is more than what he said online, would give rise to his accusation to say, well, you were determined to silence this man. Quite as simple, isn't it? As simple as that. They would realize it quickly. As long as they're not a part of the corruption, they realize that the only thing you people have is him getting angry about what was going on and swearing and threatening based on that. You know what I mean? No, every time I try to get to the buckle, they're right in front of them. Yeah. Yeah. So knowing that these white guys, they're racist, they're liars, they're pedophiles. So what they're gonna say, oh, I got caught, but they can't say what exactly I got caught doing. Neither can you prosecute it. So if you can't prosecute it, what did I get caught doing? You know what I mean? If you get caught doing something that, if you're being investigated and get caught, that it prompted an investigation, I'm sure you'd have something to prosecute that person. Because otherwise, what are you doing? You're just invading that person's privacy for no reason and making up lies that they got caught doing what? Because if you're investigating or merely being investigated, then you haven't been caught because they're investigating. So you certainly haven't got caught doing anything. So what is the investigation based on? I mean, yeah, there you go. So it's 6 and 6. That's 12. 12 and 9, 21. 12 and 9, 21 and 8. 21 and 8, 29. So 29 goes in 4 games. So whoever is doing this worldwide, whoever is letting everybody know, you're breaking the law because I know I cannot be a threat to anybody outside of the UK. So you don't have no legal rights to telling people out of the UK anything. That is first of all, that is the first part, Mr. Human are making here. You have no legal right to tell anybody outside the UK about me. Nope, certainly not. Yeah, so 7. 7 and 7 is 14, 14 and 8 is 22. 22 and 9. 22 and 9 is, what's that, 31? 31. 31 goals in 4 games. So let us inform you, man, in case you don't realize that. You can never come here with any investigation, but never. Not even a chance, bro. Eh? Anybody you are working with, there's nobody you can bring from outside of Britain and claim, oh, it is justifiable. Not even close. You can't tell anybody outside of Britain about it because I'm no threat to anybody outside of Britain. So what reason do you have to tell them about me? You know what I mean? What reason would you have to tell them? You can't even tell anybody in Jamaica about me because I'm no threat to anybody in Jamaica from here. So trust me, you found yourselves in a world of trouble. So I'm never gonna sit here and worry about you man turning up and knocking that door. Trust me, I'd never sit and worry about it. Because I can't be a threat to anybody outside of Britain while living in central Britain. I mean, so I don't know what you man think you're getting up to or doing, but 31 goals in 4 games, so play one more so I don't lose track of it. Mm. 21 goals, 31 goals, 4 games. So I'm gonna play one more, just to make sure I don't forget where we're up to. You know what I'm saying? The people who are you're telling and they agree, are clearly white people. Clearly white people. And anybody else you're telling, there's only a few worldwide organization or international organization. Only a few, trust me. Either local or national. There's a handful of international companies. Mm. There's only a handful of international companies too, or international clubs. Hollywood isn't an international place. I mean, music industry isn't international either. You have international artists, but the companies are certainly not international. So trust me, you're talking about organizations here. Whoever the fuck you work for, you can only be only a small few. That won't be hard to see through. Banks are not international. You won't find the same banks in America here. You won't find. Maybe in around Europe you can find. I think it's Santander. Yeah, in a few countries. You obviously not banks. I mean, so it's not many. It's not hard to pinpoint this. But I'm sure that everything you were doing was obviously illegal from the very get go. Exactly. I mean, yeah. So my phone. I don't know. It was charging last night. Woke up this morning. It's a brand new charger. Woke up this morning. It will not charge anymore. Got 1% of battery. I don't know any of the numbers in the phone. And nope. I don't know any of the numbers within the phone. So when the phone goes dead, I think what they're planning on doing is planning on calling me at some point and then claim that when they tried to make contact, the phone was off. I think that's what they've done because that's how the government is. Yeah. So I just do my communication with the internet through the laptop. I kind of pass the ball to whoever that is in just an open space. Or I go through Van Dijk's foot. Alan Hallam's automatically in the box already. Not even fucking what 1 minute 56 in the game. I passed the ball went out for a throw, and Hallam was already in the box with an offside. 1 minute 50 seconds, yo. In 1 minute 56 seconds in game time, I had a throw in and an offside. 1 minute 56 seconds, and I'll show you this game. It's crazy. I mean, 1 minute 56 seconds. So conceded 31 goals in 4 games. Yeah, 31 goals in 4 games. I didn't pass the ball there. You can see where my player was. Certainly didn't pass the ball there. Um, can't seem to make a simple pass into anybody. I say, well, can't seem to make a pass. Can't make a simple 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 pass. He hasn't got the issue. Can't make a simple pass. So yeah, can't make a simple pass. It's selecting the centre back, or I don't want to select the centre back. Yeah. Dijon just ran past Salah for no reason, and he's doing an RB dribble, and none of my players will move. You can see using the RB contain, it refuses to do so. Yeah. Well, bounces, head the ball, bounce right back to him. Could have gone anywhere, but he drops back to him. Oh, now deflects into the back of the net. Yeah. So 33. Yeah. So what's that? 5 10's 30. Yeah. So 6 5's 30. Yeah. So I'm now between sixes and sevens. I mean, how many goals I'm conceded every game? Sixes and sevens. So that's the pattern. Sixes and sevens. So 33, 34. Yeah. 6 5's 30. So let's see if by the end of the game I'm averaging seven again. He's just going from sixes and sevens and how many I concede. There you go. So 34 goals. Conceded 34 goals and only scored. I scored five and I conceded 34. So I'm averaging 1 goal a game while they're averaging 6 goals a game. Yeah, so 6 5 30, 7 5, 6 5 30, 7 5 what's that? 36, 35, yeah, 7 5 30. If I concede one more goal, it goes to the seven, like I said. It's just going from sixes and sevens, and so that's the pattern. I mean, so you saw his Haaland just stood up in empty space. And no matter how I tackled him, I couldn't get to him offside. I told you, they haven't got offside. What? Haaland got offside once in this game. So in 5 games, they only got one offside. And I've gone about three now. So there's one more goal and it goes to 35 and 7th. And what's it now? Blue. 35 divided by 5 is 7. So 6s and 7s. So I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's just you won't look at the game. I said these can't be regular players, so they're part of some government scam group. Because in England, a lot of scam goes on that white people are involved in, and the only people who get away with these big scams in countries like this is only white people. Everybody else goes to prison for it. Everybody else who tried it goes to prison. Yeah, there you go. There's it. 6-5. So another before half time, another 5 goals conceded. I've faced Holland what 3 or 4 times in 5 games. No, not Holland. I've faced Salah 3 or 4 times in 5 games. If you go on the trainer, so if you go on trainer there, notice it's saying that some are on, so you can see switch it off. There are some are still on, can't turn it off or on, but they're still on. Can't turn it on, can't turn it on. So you can see the thing that says left and right. Notice they're not on that one. So they completely control this game. So just that alone is enough to show that I don't have a say in what happens in this game because it's meant to drive you over the edge. Yeah. So they say that's 1.1 per average, yeah? Or 1.2, yeah, but 1.2. I'm having 1.2 goals per game, while he has conceded 35 goals in 6 games, in 5 games. So that's averaging seven goals a game. The pattern is 6 and 7s. Yeah, but I'm conceding a pattern of 6 or 7 goals. And it's not just this game, like I said, I just knew it was going to happen. Uh, what the government is trying to do is trying to justify what they have done because I don't know what they're saying. I can't pretend I don't care what they're saying. I'm not a fool to allow them to justify anything. Yeah. The longer it goes on, it goes into the territory of torture. Plain and simple. They call it shadow banning, they call it community justice. I call it torture. Let's see who can prove what. And I don't think everybody is into torture because even fucking terrorists get to claim torture. Even terrorists get to say torture when they go to trust me. And terrorists have issues against white people. So even people, and obviously that's racism. So a terrorist is technically a racist. Mhm. Mhm. A terrorist is technically a racist, being against the Western people, being against the West. The countries that run the West are white countries. Well, so you don't have many black countries in the West, otherwise in the Caribbean. Everything else is white run country. So therefore, the West is run by white people. So terrorism is basically racism, but on an ideological level. So even them man, even white people even look and say them man were tortured too. So it don't matter who you talking about community justice. What exactly are you man saying to the community? Because if the community would agree that a terrorist or a proposed terrorist should be investigated and punished by law, but even when that is done, they still get human rights activists coming in on their behalf saying that well they were basically tortured. Yeah, even though they were found guilty of certain charges. Even so, you're still losing battle, boy. You know? There's no way you come out of this and justify this because you thought you were more clever, and I'm going out of my way to prove to you pussies that you're not more clever than me. So you know what to do, and then hurry up and get to it. Nobody rings my phone. Nobody speaks to me. My child mother, she don't speak to me. She don't contact me about the child. She doesn't let me know anything about the child. I have no say in the child's life. My name is not even on his birth certificate. And at this point, what I'm thinking is, I know that child is mine. I do know that. But because of what they've done, how do me and her, I guess, be amicable? You get me? They'll always justify and say she'll always be in danger. I mean, they'll always justify it because she's white. She's British. She's white. So they always put it down to them and say she'll be in danger. And I'm a danger and cannot be allowed to have the child. That's exactly what they're going to justify and say. And obviously, they have no legal way to prove anybody and say that. So the problem what they'll find is what I think they'll resort to is, I guess, fucking up the DNA test and claiming that oh, he's not the father. But then they'll have to produce who the father is, and good luck. Because I'd assume I've got certain, I guess, bird, I don't even say like certain things about me that child shares with you. I can tell based on certain things that child is definitely mine. So you can really see the situation, how deep it's gonna get in it. But they stand no chance, they stand no chance. So the terrorist can claim um human rights violation by the British military and stuff like that, then trust me I can more than claim it, and can more than claim it. So I was at what? I was at 35. So I conceded 8 twice, 6 twice. 8 and 8 is 16. 6 and 6 is 12. That's 28. 28 and 9 is 37. 36. Yeah, 28 and 9. Yeah, 28 and 9 is 37. So 6 games, 37 goals. And 5 games, 37 goals. And 5 8 to 40. So I'm just shy of averaging 8 goals. So 7 5 35. Yeah, 7 5 35. Yeah. 7 5s 35. 5 8s 40. Yeah. Yeah, choose leg. And it's crazy, but yeah. So watch this. I'm gonna go for a far shot. Yeah. So in what's that now? 5 games, I've scored 7 goals. I've conceded 30 more goals than I've scored in 5 games, and that's crazy. But, madness. So I pressed. I don't know what happened there. I must have fell asleep and pressed it off. But like I say, who would sit down and play this? You get me, So you can see, obviously, it's intentional. I guess the more I play, the more money I can ask for, innit? And it's the bigger the compensation. So you can see why they're desperate, and they know it's fucked anyway. So they need to get me to stop playing it. Yeah, so 5 games, 37 goals conceded, and I've only scored 7. So these men thought they were clever, but they thought they were so smart. Like I said, even terrorists who actively try to plot terrorism, the human rights courts say that well they were tortured and that has some effect in it. I say they can't prove I've been doing anything. They can't prove anything more than they said certain things and they suspected. And it turned out, obviously, it's going to turn out to be lies and false and malicious allegations. You can say, oh, well, we haven't prosecuted him because we found nothing. You still ruined my life. You still went outside of Manchester. Or even, yeah, because really and truly, I don't leave Manchester, so nobody else around England should really know anything of me. Because you only can tell people who you pose an imminent threat to. You know what I mean? Simple as that, and you can only propose that in it. So I've got I hate British people in my name. The reason why I put that in my name is because the last upload I made, I started the game and I said, well, the moment I conceded 8 goals, 7 goals, just like I did now, I'm gonna change my name. So every time I change my name, I change my name as a result of that. So yeah, 30, 37G in 5. 37G in 5. Con 37G in 5 con. 37G in 5 con. What was it now? Yeah. 37G 5 con. And what's it now? What would I want to change the abbreviation to? So, U A G V. So that should really recognize it at 8 gigabyte. You should recognize it as the word hate. So why is recognizing as hate? So it's just 8 GB, 8 gigabytes. Why would the game recognize that as not 8 gigabytes but 8G as hate? So yeah. So H A U, yeah. Why is it recognizing it? So you can see that makes sense. Why do you recognize the 8 GB? Because watch it. I'm gonna put 7 GB and he won't have a problem with it. So 7 GB, he doesn't have an issue with it. What's the problem? I mean, 37G in 5 con. What the hell does that mean? Why with E? So people who are doing this to the game, if I go on this, I go on there, and see how much of them was offline, in menus, in menus, in menus. What's this now? He's not in menus, he's doing nothing. Last seen, in menus. What's it now? So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one of them guys, I don't know, he must have got out of the game before it started. So I don't understand what the problem is there. So I don't think that should be an issue. So 8, 6. So what's the issue? You know what I mean, I'm trying to figure out what is the issue with the game. Innit? I'm not turning this off till I figure out what is the issue. Because 37G in 5 con don't means nothing. You know what I mean, so I'm gonna turn it to 37 goals in 5 goals. Goal, yeah, in 5. 37 goals in 5. It shouldn't mean anything. Yeah. So then I'm gonna go with 8. So this is them messing with the game, and this is them having control over the game, and they can stop anything at any time. G, wait, yeah, cool, yeah. So 37 goals in 5, 8 GB. Is that an issue? Alright. So we take that off. Yeah, 37 goals in 5 GB. So why does it not want me to write the word con? I don't get that now. Why does it not want me to write the word con? 37 con. Alright, so let's see what the issue is. No problem at all. No issue at all. So watch this here. So I've got 37. I've got 37G in 5. Right, cool. 37G in 5 is Jin the problem. No problem. Alright, cool. So now I want to put con up there. Let's see if con is the issue. Because it really shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. And so con. Yeah. So I turn it to 0. So that should really trick the algorithm to recognize it. Because it's just C0N. It shouldn't mean anything. And so 37G in 5 con. Yeah, and what's it now? 8GB, right? So what was the issue with it before? You know, if it was saying no before, what the fuck is the issue with it now? Why is it just working all of a sudden? So you can see at any point they can fuck with the game. I mean, that's enough proof to show that, well, why was it not doing? What's the difference with that being there? No, I'm alright. 37 Jin 5 con. Yeah. Alright, so yeah. 37 Jin 5 con. So I went on that thing before about the trainer in the game. Let's watch this, yeah. So I'm gonna go into squad battles. I'm going to go into squad battles, yep, just for the main fun of it. So Champions Pro, where's that guy now? Lost the sheet. So score 10, serial player. Assist trio, true all the English player. Win 8, yeah. So just gonna put the quick side. So just watch the trainer just seems to just work all of a sudden. I mean, so 37 goals in 5 con. So just because I don't want to forget that, I'll keep it or I'll put that in there. Every time things like that happen, I change my name. Yeah, so what was it now? What we gotta do now? So you can see my name, White Abuse FC. Malicious accusation. Yeah, them one of them need serial players in there. Serial. What about what? Yeah, so that's all them serial players. This is the English players in there as well. What do I need to do? I can't remember what I need to do. I need to assist with them. So you, you, uh, you, you, uh, I'm not going on. Alright, you can place it on mid as well. Take him out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be 5 cereals. That should be enough. And in there. I'll just put him there. Okay. And okay. And boom, 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 boom. And Van Dyke, Van Dyke, Van Dyke, Van Dyke, and I use Bailey. Okay, go. Bailey. I got any permanent? I use another. And this guy, where's this guy? Right, with set. I'm like, I don't really like my guy. Uh, no. Um, no. So Equans is planning on attending this house tomorrow between 8 and 11 in the morning. I don't know why they constantly come to my house at the early time in the morning. For what reason, I don't have a clue. Anyway, so again, I take out Kalulu. Don't really like Kalulu. I don't really like Kalulu. And right, yeah. On to it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So. Alright, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, fuck it off. I needed the pie in there as well. You know, the pie. The pie. The pie. Oh, fuck it off. I'm not gonna squeeze the pie and everything. That's if I do now. Change formation. The pie can play us. Come center forward. The pie can play come center forward. And you know, um, you know, oh, fuck yeah. Uh, okay. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Oh, okay. Oh, Syria, we got an Instagram, alright, but I think I'll put Kalulu in there. So Kalulu, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good, that one. Then, so 5. How much is this? I'm gonna see what I put it in. Master string. Squatten, Syria, assist string, refrain, just string. One, two, three, so I only need 3 of them. What would it do now? So drop it down to 8. Drop it down to 8. Oh, I don't really need a conqueror. I don't really need a conqueror. Okay. Simplify. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and then 3 of them there. Oh, okay. 3 easily. That's the part. Oh. Put Dijon there. Dijon wouldn't give full chem there. So. I can play sentiment. Sentiment. Oh, okay. Right, okay, so, alright, so you up front. You up front there. You there. Okay. Okay. Okay, no. So I don't understand now this year. So I've got 3 Dutch. These 3 should be getting, these 2 should be getting at least 1 came for same league and country, and then 1 came from Van Dijk. So there should be on 2 at very least, but whatever. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. So, good. If I swap, if I swap you to the left, and then you there, it should give me a full better camera. Alright, okay. So I only need 3 of them. I only need 3 of them. Alright, okay, so full. Alright, so I need 3 for them, and then just deploy deploy, and then if I take Kalula out, then you there. Oh god, I'm tired, but you I didn't support Gallo down there. So this is what I'm saying. So Gallo is in Syria, innit? Yeah, Syria. So Gallo's got 3 Syria links there, plus same team, same nation, same league. You get me? And another same nation, same league. So I don't understand. So you can see something's wrong with chemistry as well. Because same nation, same league should give you chem. Unless it doesn't work like that anymore, who the fuck knows. But I think something's wrong there. So he's got 2 same nation, same league. So at very least that should give them at least 2 chem by just that alone, innit? Well, I don't get what's going on there, but whatever. So these all get full chem. And then him. Okay, so so the world proceed. No, uh, I'm so tired. Yeah. All of them attackers. Different. Okay. Cool, but fuck you. Just need a wing back or some sort. Hey. I go with her. I go with Olga. And then, then I need another sentiment. Oh, fucking hell, I'm tired. Alright, so I just need to score that goal with. I just need to score and win with the part. What you notice is, I haven't done anything to the trainer. I haven't gone outside of the game and fucked with it. Nothing. I did it in the game. You weren't on in the game. You weren't showing in the game. Did it in the game. Tried to turn it off and turn it back on. Because that's what they say. If something's broken, you just turn it back on and turn it on. It should work. And if it don't work, seek contact your provider. So I turn it back, turn it off. It still didn't show in the game. So yeah, like I said, it's clearly behind this. It's clearly what the government's up to, and the government's clearly behind it because we all know that the police would have been glad to arrest people that have done this because this could be potentially dangerous to their little boys. But what is clear is that what their duty of care that they keep screaming out is in tandem with their their informants. So I need to Google how the police how police protect informants and what lengths they're able to go to protect such things. You know what I mean? So i.e. would they somebody who they suspect, would they tell lies, would they entrap that individual, would they do these things because their informants were caught out? Would they do these things as a result? Would they now try to entrap that individual to ensure he's off the road, that they don't pose a threat to the informants, that the police informants network isn't outed within the community? What would they do and how far? would they have gone to historically to protect their informants? So it turns out investigators are being investigated themselves. hmm So let's see if the trainer works. I'll go exactly back on the trainer and show that I didn't do anything to change it. It's exactly the same settings. So you can see the little thing on, you can see the thing going in a circle. You can see all the circles on the floor now. You can see the target sign coming up. You can see it popping up. You can see the line. You can see it's all the same. I haven't done anything to it now. So you go on trainers now. Everything is lit up now. All of a sudden, you're capable of using this. Why is it not working during foot champs? Why would EA change that? I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I know what's going on there. But you can see they've all got the arrow that you can switch them all on and off. When you switch them that, they're like that. When you do that, you can switch them on and off. You can switch them on and off. You can switch them on and off. See, all of that now is able to do. Because I use them to prove what's going on. Not like I need them at this point, but there was a point when I did need them to understand what was going on with the game myself. Innit? Because I needed to understand what was going on with the game. Mhm. I needed to understand what was going on with the game. I needed to understand if this was my fault, if it was my skill that was inefficient, lacking, or whatever they want to call it. Innit? And after using this a few times, I realized that oh no, it's not my skill. Something's clearly wrong with the game. Look at where I put that fucking thing. Look where I pointed it, and look where it went. So you can see why they turned it off in the fucking competitive matches. So the British government is trying to scam me into go and taking our internet, believing that this is lag. That don't make sense that it's lag, bro. Because the controller pointed it at the goal and the game kicked it away. That has nothing to do with lag. Because the controller recognized where you were trying to put it. So I'm just gonna go for a power shot. Yep. Head it back to nope. I'll tell you, but that's crazy. This is professional. Bro. So I said they're trying to scam me out of money because they were exploiting me prior. So what they're trying to do is scam me out of money so they can say, oh, I am bad with money and I am this with money. No, you're just hitting the post, but that's what they're trying to do. Because they're trying to drain my finances to make out like, oh, I've got a history of spending all my money off. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to drain my money now. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to drain my money now to make it look like this is what happened in the past and that they've compensated me at some point and I spent all the money, I guess, on drugs. I mean, that fucking drug dealer would be rich, bro. I mean, that fucking drug dealer would be rich. I mean, that drug dealer would be fucking stinking rich, bro. He would never have to sell another fucking dust again, brother. Get me? You won't even need to sell a fucking drink, bro. So I don't know how much who could spend that level of money. I don't know who could spend that level of money and still walk around and hasn't dropped dead yet. But I mean, you certainly would overdose. I mean, certainly would overdose. Anybody who's ingesting that amount of fucking drugs. Anybody that taking that amount of drugs, that drug dealer would be rich and people would know right away. Every drug dealer in this country, across Europe and the world, would be trying to be friendly with me. I'd be holding some extravagant parties, you get me? So I'm saying that obviously what they're doing doesn't even make sense on paper. You'd be holding some extravagant parties, but like, trust me. Because who just takes that amount of drugs just for recreational purposes at home? Nobody does that. Nobody does that. So you can see why they can't come with their background story. Because their official story would fall apart at the seams, but like a poorly tailored pants. Mm. I mean, you buy a cheap pants set and all the threads will start breaking all over the place. When you buy cheap stuff, the threads will start popping off everywhere. Nobody has ever seen me in a Gucci shirt, a Gucci pants, nothing of them levels or magnitude. So what exactly am I doing with whatever money they're claiming to have given me? Because obviously that's what's being done and being said that they're trying to claim they gave me money. I mean, nobody's ever seen me with any expensive vehicle or any brand new vehicle. Nobody has ever seen me on holiday. Nobody has ever seen me even with a fucking bottle of perfume that's worth nothing. But I mean, nobody has ever seen me in an expensive trainer. Where is all the money? I mean, where would all that money be gone? It's gone too, innit? So if you're blowing all your money on drugs, yeah, where on God's earth would that come? Would that? Who is it that you're buying that amount of drugs for? You couldn't be a normal person to be doing that. You could never be human and ingest that amount of drugs. You'd be dead. Like I say, I figured out everything that they've got going on there until done. Yeah, trying to say. You know what I mean? I say them going out, them going outside the country and talking about a humongous problem. Because I can't be a threat to anybody outside of England. You know what I mean? Can't be a threat to anybody outside of England, so they have no justification. They have no justification on why. I ain't got no money to pay for a lawyer, man. You get me? Otherwise, I would have gone and paid for a lawyer a long time. So if they prosecute me, I'd have to get a public defender. So whatever their official story is, you know what I mean? They say only broke people think money don't matter. And I don't think it matters. I'm broke. I'm fucking broke, I can tell you that. I mean, the most valuable thing I've got in my house is probably a television like anybody else. Anybody else anywhere in this world, your most valuable possession just might be a TV. I don't even own a TV. TV's on finance. You know what I mean? If I don't pay for it, I get in debt for it. So I'm saying, what am I doing with this money? I live in a council property, but you know what I mean? So trust me, I can't let you get away with it. I just can't. I couldn't live with myself to let you get away with it. So it's just fucked up. I guess nobody wins at the end of it, but whatever. It has to be done. Innit? Like, nobody wins at the end of this, but it just has to be done. So you can see, I'm a professional now, yeah, and they can't score a goal. I'm kicking 7 goals in the back of the net. So what level are them players that I'm coming up against to be conceding that level? I mean, I beat legendary. Actually, I'm gonna go into a legendary game after this and play the legendary AI after this and show you what's going on in rivals and that don't make sense. But yeah, I mean, over the net for no reason. I'm literally gonna play a ultimate game. I'm literally going to do it. I'll show you. The ultimate AI won't spank me 8 and 9 nil. So who the fuck are them guys? Simple, you know, simple do that. Ultimate AI definitely won't spank me 8 9 nil. Mm. And if I'm lying, why isn't the government or Jewish men or blue-eyed people or anybody trying to put me through court for defamation? I mean, why? And why would they not turn up? And why would they not come online and show you the court documents and all the statements and transcripts? Why would they not be doing all of that? It's because nobody is doing it. They don't want to prosecute. They don't want to serve me any defamation papers, no summons. They just want to act like none of this has happened. Mm. They just want to act like none of this took place, which means they're guilty. It means they did something wrong or did something that can be classified as some sort of abuse. And I'm obviously saying it's torture. Because torture is not only physical, torture can be mental. Women claim that men torture them and physically abuse them all the time. I mean, women make some claims all the time and they get even now if you go online, no matter court, your more cases in court now pending in court where people are facing lawsuits against just accusations of sexual assault or rape or abuse. Just the accusation alone. And people are in court, so I can't understand why I'm still free. I obviously don't have a lawyer because why would I be sat here chatting? And I obviously can't obtain one. Mm. So I'm gonna check at the end after I play that ultimate game. I'm gonna check um, how the police protect their informants from harm, and yeah, I'm gonna try and find Xbox's number to report that my Xbox is hacked, so they can see look at that way. Right? Most people wouldn't notice that, yeah, but I definitely did. Most people wouldn't notice. Look at what's it called, Lasaro, yeah. I'm gonna check how they protect. Look at it, yeah. I'm gonna check how they protect informants. As you can see, look at his legs. How do you turn? Look at this now. I'm gonna check how do they protect informants. Yeah, it's simple as that. And I'm gonna check how do they protect informants and EA Sports number because right, okay, this is going on in my game. I want to complain to EA Sports and I want to complain to Xbox that my game's hacked to get me in it. So look at this shit, bro. You know what I mean? Look at his knee, bro. That's disgusting. Imagine your knee end up like that. Something would have to, some car or something would have to do that to you, or some bike accident. That's what people look like when they've been in some sort of bike accident. That's how their bodies are, bro. I mean, that's some sort of the man that got into a bike accident, bro, that broke into pieces, bro. Every bone in that body is broken, bro. Like I say, most people wouldn't notice it, innit, I simple as that, because this is what it just looks like. Most people would notice that. I spot it right away and realize. So they're saying, well, how did you notice? Just like I noticed that. So they're telling, let them say I'm the one who is trying to scam them. They say I'm the one that's trying to. Like I say, this is mainly professional. The AI can't score on me, so I'm clearly capable of defending. Yeah, I've scored 10, so I'm clearly capable of scoring. So how did I concede 37 goals in 5 fucking games in rivals? Why is my trainers not working in rivals? Why am God why is my trainer not working in foot champs? Why am Godzilla is Lautaro body breaking up into pieces like he's been hit by a truck or a train at its very least, innit? So there's somebody trying to subtly suggest that I should jump in front of a train and let them walk around free. They are clearly stupid men if they thought that was the outcome of this. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So 11 goals. This is professional. So I'm capable of playing the game. Certainly not capable of conceding on average 7 goals every game in foot champs. Because who the hell are them? Man? Why am I coming up against every pro in the world to get me in? I'd like to know. Why God am I coming up against every pro on the planet? And I don't think the pros are much better than me. I can tell you that. Certainly not at the pace that they're kicking them balls. You know what I mean? So it matters to you how many people agree. I mean, nothing to me here. But a whole military complex agreed that um, terrorists should be tortured, and that still didn't work out for them. So I don't think how many people agrees with you matters. Yeah, I don't think that matters. So you man, and you everybody. Well, we've seen correlations go over to the Middle East, where we're talking hundreds of thousands of people within the military, hundreds of thousands of people who agree, politicians, all sorts of people who all agree and all work together to ensure that correlation went through. And they know what goes on behind closed doors. And they all agree. But them man still face issues. Soldiers still find themselves behind prison. Soldiers still find themselves in trouble, man, lose their job, lose their pension. So it doesn't matter who agrees. You could have 10 million people agree. Because you could have 10 million people and them man were active shooters. They but literally fired shots at you, but you get it. And they still was accredited with being tortured by the states and the whole fucking Western country. So what I'm gonna do, just to take the absolute piss, I'm gonna go and play Ultimate on this 88 rated squad. So no, I don't wait. What is that? Yeah. So win 8, 10. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is this. Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do is this. Yeah. So what do you view squad? All right. So that's the best squad on there. Best squad on there. So I'm gonna go Ultimate. You won't see this ultimate AI beat me at 8 minutes. And if it does, why the fuck am I playing people at that caliber back to back, back to back? Because 7 divided, what's it now? 37 divided by 5 is what? 7 fives, what? 5 sevens, 35. Yeah. So 5 divided by 37 is 7. So I'm conceding 7 goals every game. So let's see if the AI beats me 7-0. You'd be quite curious. So this is how proof works. So let's see if the AI beats me at that same scoreline, which would explain why I'm being beat at that scoreline. I mean, maybe I need to do this every time I sit there, I'm bored. I say you have to let it go, and then when you're ready, you try and prove it. Because if every time they think you're gonna do something like that, then they're less likely to do it, and then you're less likely to have the proof. So what do you call it now? What do you call it now? Undeniable proof. Yeah. So 37 goals, 5 games in foot champs. Yeah, 37 goals, and I only scored 7 goals in 5 games. So I'm averaging 1.2 goals per game, while the opponent is averaging 7 goals per game. I mean, not being very good at maths, but trust me, that sort of thing, average is very simple. Anybody can do averages. It sounds smart, but it's really a simple mathematics situation. Very simple. Yeah. So when you look at it from that point, let's see how it plays out. If I don't concede 7 goals from this fucking ultimate AI, then them man shouldn't in rivals definitely shouldn't be doing that either. So I know you man are praying that I concede that 7. And if I do concede that 7, why the fuck am I playing people that is at the ultimate AI in the game? You know? So I'm gonna use my foot champs team, the same exact team I use in foot champs. I won't change nothing, no instructions, nothing, just like how it is. So what was it now? This one, that one, yeah. Yeah. So I won't change nothing, No settings, tactics, nothing. Exactly like how it is. Let's see how many goals I can see. So before I even get in the game, you can see the pictures all about the place. The game's already broken. We saw what happened with Lautaro. We saw the trainer not working in foot jumps, but working in squad battles. You can see 37 in 5. I'm being conned. Yeah. Manchester United. Perfect place. Here we go. So let's go back just to ensure that I'm an ultimate. Because if I don't concede 7 goals by this goddamn ultimate AI, then there's a problem, isn't there? So ultimate, yeah? If I don't concede 7 goals by the opponent, then there's an issue. Yep. You know what I mean? Then there's an issue, innit? So obviously in this state, lag don't come up on the screen. Nothing don't come up on the screen. So I'm gonna put the blue and white face on it. So little Jimmy's on the move. Mm. I'm quite curious. If I don't concede 7, I concede six, 8, and 9. Yeah, over the 5 game. 2 6s, 2 8s, and 1 9. Either way, this is a lose-lose for them because if I concede the same amount there, then questions have to be asked. Well, who the hell are these people I'm playing? You know what I mean? Questions have to be asked. So exactly who am I playing? Innit? Alright, so let's see if they just get away with the attack and do they just get through right away. Unstoppable situation. I mean, so he's doing that. He's doing that. Ball bounces off me. Ball bounces off me. So they didn't score in the first 7 minutes of the game like the opponents that I've played. They haven't scored in the first 7 minutes of the game. Alright, cool. Yeah. So let's stand up. Stand up. Alright. He scored. 8 minutes in the game, his first goal. Alright, cool. I'm not gonna try to put any more effort in than I would do there. I don't know where my player is running. Look at that. Look at this. 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 How strange is this? Yeah. So go on instant replay. Who was that? Look at what happened there. No way. Look at what just happened here. So I didn't pass the ball. I just saw somebody running there. Well, look at what this. Look what the AI does. So you can see. Look at my player just running forward. Yeah. So instead of allowing my player to run, look at what the AI does. This is fucking squad battle. As you can see, there's no number counting down on the screen, so it's not online. It's squad battles. Where is the centre back going? Who's controlling that centre back? At the map. That's how I realised it by looking at the map. And so he made the run and look where he goes. So he has all that space there. Yeah, he has all that space to the left. He's got all that space to the right. Yeah, so you have this here, the penalty spot, exactly where the keeper is, and look where he runs to. This is what's going on online. Look where he doing. Look where he goes. He goes and stands beside him. And what is he? He's not offside. So this is what happened. Yeah? Run. 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 Who is controlling that fucking bot blood? Because this is ultimate. Who's controlling that? Yeah? My player runs straight to him instead of running wide. So if I try to pass it to him, he's facing up, yeah? So if I try to give it to Jota, Cordoba would have just won the ball because he's facing the ball. Jota is running away. So look at where I am with the ball, instead of Jota running down the line there, into that open space, I could play it over the top, he runs straight to him. And then what he does? He runs down, he's offside. So I'm very glad. I'm very glad. So it says squad battles at the top. I'm fucking very glad that happened because it's a good thing I came on here. Because who or what just happened in the game? You get me? Yeah. I need to get that shit off the screen. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right. So this is ultimate, and I'm 1-1 with the ultimate because if this is ultimate. What the fuck am I playing online? Because not many people beat the ultimate AI. Bro. Trust me, no. It is less than 1% of the player base that beats the ultimate AI. Bro. I mean, because it's very difficult to stop it from scoring. So if I don't concede at least 7 in this game after the 90 minutes, then questions have to be asked: who am I playing? I mean, I'm playing something worse than the ultimate AI. There you go, the game's going crazy. So 20 minutes in the game, and I'm 1-1. What? Them last 5 games, I played 20 minutes in them games. I was already 3 down, and I haven't done anything different. Same exact team. No, no, what do you call it? Same exact team. No, nothing. It's just exactly how it is online. I mean, exactly how it is online. So you're not seeing the players break free. You're not just seeing 4 or 5 players running into these random spaces like every other game. You even seeing the ultimate AI fucking missing. Yeah, this is an 88 rated team, so they're not a bad team. Yeah, it won't allow me to pass it down. So the controller has just got extremely stiff at this point, where there is certain it feels that there's resistance on the controller. So the AI made a mistake. Ultimate AI made a mistake. Yeah. So again, the ultimate AI made a mistake. Yeah. Right. So you can see balls in the foot. Instead of just control it, balls in the foot. Goes through him, allows him to get it there. Balls back through my foot again. Yeah. So bang, ball through my foot, which allows him to get the ball. Ball bounces back through my foot again. My foot is inside of his foot. Yeah. Now they're like this. They're fighting each other. His foot through his foot again. Foot through his foot again. Yeah, they're doing weird stuff to each other. Yeah. Squad battles. And this is what it looks like from the naked eye. I'll just let it play. So this is how you play the game from this angle. And this is what it looks like. So if ultimate AI isn't 3, 4, 5 nil up at this point, why? What level? What are they doing? What am I playing against online? And this is the ultimate AI. What the fuck am I playing online? You know what I mean, because look, they're not running in the same way that the other ones online are doing. You know what I mean, they're not doing it in the same way. And I'm not 30 minutes in the game. I'm not 3, 4 nil down. You know what I mean? And you can see them cards are fairly good. It's an 88 rated squad. Look. Not many people have higher rated squads than 88 at this point in the game. You know what I mean? Through the foot again. Yeah. So through his foot again. Yeah. So if you look, nobody to the left. Yeah. If you look at the pie is offside. If you look, I've got only one player there. Where's my midfielder? There is De Bruyne, there is Axel Witsel, and De Jong. And all the play started from here. So like I said, this is what's wrong with my game. The only place I've got space is to do this down the line. It's set up. Yeah. Look, yeah. So look at them. They're all on the green patch. All on the green patch. None of my midfielders are coming forward with me. None of them are coming forward with me. None of them are, they're all walking. They're all walking. They're all walking. They're all walking. Now you watch Memphis Depay, so if I can bring it out there. So you can see everybody there, yeah? Now Depay runs off the side. Now none of my midfielders come to support. Because look at it, yeah? None of my midfielders come cross. But here's where it gets worse. Yeah, none of them there. None of them there. Midfielder still hasn't come forward yet. Alright, cool. De Bruyne has showed up. Simple pass to De Bruyne. Goes through his legs. I'm saying it. Goes through his legs. Both of it. So through the ball, through the legs. That's the game, yeah. So yeah, squad battles. He got the ball as a result of that. And let's go on. So what am I playing online then? You see every game I've played so far, 40 minutes into the game, I'm 3-4 nil down. So for some reason, the ultimate AI can't replicate what is being done online. Because it's deep thought, innit? Bobby Fischer, innit? It's been attacking, man. Really, really, like, I can't allow it. I won't accept it, and I won't take an apology. Because it would be surely insincere in every way, shape, or form. So I don't have to do. I don't have a choice in how it plays out. It just has to be done. It won't work out very well for me. It'll be quite a situation I wish I didn't have to get involved in, but at this point, it doesn't matter. Innit? It's just how it is. I have to do it. Innit? I don't have a choice. Yeah, exactly. I agree. And if you were doing something, y'all should have just done it all the way. Innit? Well, I guess y'all said too much to the public, so you couldn't do it all the way. Because people would suspect you people of it, innit? And then police would be forced to look into it. So 45 minutes in the game and I'm only 2-1 down. Mhm. So 45 minutes, yeah. Every other game you'd have watched, I'd have been 3-4 down. 45 minutes in the game. I'm probably not even scored a goal. And I'm only 2-1 down against the ultimate AI. The ultimate AI is the hardest thing in the game, but it's harder than any player you're coming up against, whether pro or not. Even pros, some pros can't even beat ultimate. So who the fuck am I playing, and what am I exactly playing on these accounts online? So you can see these people have purposely gone out of their way to make my life a misery, destroy my life. Like I say, the fucking intent is to force me to stop playing the game, because if I don't stop playing the game, I gather evidence, and then the lawsuit only is getting bigger and bigger. Because every day I play, more money is added onto the lawsuit. Plain and simple. Why? Because you have pro tournaments. Every time EA Sports or whoever holds an official pro tournament, more money get added onto my compensation every single time. Because they can't justify them sanctioning you or whatever the fuck they're doing, because you'd have to be notified. You just simply have to do it. I clearly don't sound like somebody that is aware of a sanction, but you can guess. Because what reason would somebody have to do all this? Mm. Well, yeah, let's see. Let's see what the scoreline ends at. So you can see, the AI is very hard to deal with, very, very difficult. I haven't changed any settings. I haven't done nothing. I'm playing it just as is our play online. Yeah, he was offside. Yeah, he was offside. So you can see, even the fucking AI, the ultimate AI gets offside. But you know, it's in them 5 games. So I'll go back into one more foot champs game after this, just for the mere fun of it. Because what I don't want is for them to change it, yeah. Because when I go offline, they're gonna change it to something different. Yeah, I don't want them to change it, so I'm gonna play one more game after. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I'm just gonna play one more game of foot champs after. You're gonna see that the trainer doesn't work anyway online, and you're gonna see well like these men are just running past me like it's a joke. Look. So you can see I'm just there, bam, 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 all over the place against the ultimate. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you have some man that can't even be fucking world class. Look. I see man struggling against professional magic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, bam, through his legs. Yeah. So instead of bouncing off, instead of deflecting, what does he do? Go through his legs. Yeah. Instead of bouncing off, there you go through his legs again. Yeah. So you can see the situation. So I'm definitely gonna go and play another game in foot champs. I'm just saying what's going on in foot champs then? Who are these guys? Yeah, I mean, it's hard. So this don't seem that hard to me, to be honest. If I had a better midfield, if I had a better midfield, I'd do better. Yeah, I mean, because you need a good midfield against Ultimate. Yeah, definitely do. But with what I've got, what I'm playing with online, these man shouldn't be causing me any issues online. But like, no shit. So even pros don't play the Ultimate. Yeah, they try and claim that it's boring. Well, it's really because they can't beat it. That's why they don't play it because they fucking can't. Mhm. So 63 minutes and I'm only 3-1 down. I'm able to score against the Ultimate AI. So who the hell am I playing online, bro? I mean, 4-1 down, 65 minutes. I haven't scored. I haven't conceded 7 or 8 or 9 yet. Bro. I mean, so you can see the midfielders. Look, they just won't come forward. That's a massive issue in the game as well. There's no support through the middle. Yeah, through the middle. Dijon. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can see the situation now. So all the way from the start, so my controller just get extremely stiff because this is what I'm saying. They're controlling the game outside of the game. You get me? Yeah? So look at where the pie is. Yeah. So look at where the pie is there. Yeah. So you can see the pie right in front of him. As soon as I pass it, he's in front of him. So he was there. He was there. One time pass. We should go to. He's in front of him now for some odd reason. Cool. Yeah. Right. Okay. Look at the position of them. Look at De Bruyne right in the center there. You're gonna notice the same pattern inside the rivals game. So De Bruyne is just there by himself. Yeah. Look to the left. He's got three players in free space. Yeah. Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. And you can see. Look at my defenders. Look at where all my fucking defenders are. All my defenders are in the fucking half. All my defenders are further than the fucking center circle, so far deep in their half. And I'm not changing anything. I haven't got it on get forward, nothing. It's all on basic. Yeah. If I go onto my if I wait, let me finish looking now. Yeah. If I go onto my settings, you realize I don't have it that high. Why? Look at where they are. So from this point, yeah, this point all the way back to them there. This point. Yeah. Right, so look at where they are. So I'm playing the ball around. This is how high up the pitch they are for some odd reason. And look at where De Bruyne is. De Bruyne just stood there the whole fucking time. Bro. So the moment I'm passing it around, look at the three of them passing it around. This is what I'm facing online. Look at where they are. What is my defense doing? Why is my defense there? Because they don't serve a purpose being there. So why are they actually there? Yeah, and obviously Where is his skill? Because De Bruyne was stood in space. Yeah? The AI did nothing. This is just proof to show you that it's my game that they've done something. De Bruyne did nothing there. Yeah. There's no way I'm gonna catch Rodrigo at that point. Bam. Look at where De Jong is. One simple pass to De Jong. There's no way I'm catching De Bruyne or Alvarez there. They're all in the 90 or 90 pace players. And look how far it is. So they can't be offside because I'm inside my own half. Yeah? Nowhere close. Nowhere close. Nowhere close. All you've done is embarrass the community and expose them. That's all you men have achieved there. So now, did that. Yeah? Alright, cool. Yeah? Now, yeah? So at this point, okay, from this bit, De Bruyne is just there by himself. Thiago Silva. Look at the distance between them. Look at the distance there. Look at where De Bruyne is. So he's got three players. Now you ain't never getting to them players. No, there's nothing you can do to get to them players there. Yeah, cool. Bang. Look at it, yeah. So who do I tackle? Do I run with Rodrigo? Do I run with De Bruyne? This is what is going on online. This is the reason why they keep scoring. Because obviously you ain't gonna be able to do all this in 30 seconds. Well, at least this is the good thing about squad battles. This is I haven't changed any tactics, any formation, nothing. Basic formation that I use, tactics that I use. Yeah, cool. It can't be the tactics that's doing this because look where he is. Look at where he is. Look at where he is. Look, yeah. De Bruyne got the ball now. Who do I tackle? Because I can't tackle De Bruyne. I can't tackle. I definitely can't tackle that Rodrigo, and it's pointless running back because Rodrigo is faster, and De Bruyne has one of the highest passing rates in the game. So you can see I stood no chance in that situation. So you can see what they purposely done. Like I say, online you won't have 30 seconds is not enough to take notice of all of that. But this is the situation. So now anyway, got there. Keeper saved it. Yeah, keeper saves it. He gets the ball before me. Right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright. Instead of the ball bouncing away from me, what do they do? My foot goes straight. It won't touch the ball. It won't touch the ball. If you notice that all of that there, yeah? All of that, yeah? Instead of ball rolling, he does something weird. His legs go through the ball instead of moving the ball. So this is what is going on online. Like I say, you'd never be able to see that in the 30 seconds you get. You'd waste 90 seconds and still not find nothing. I mean, bang, look at Thiago Silva now. I obviously have no control over that. You can clearly see that that is impossible to control. That's a cut screen. Yeah, that's otherwise called a fucking animation. Because why would I not go for the ball? Why would I not go for the ball? And then you can see Acuna in the background. Acuna just stood looking. Acuna just stood looking. What's his players doing? They're moving. Everybody else is moving. I mean, look at them. They're all moving. Van Dijk is stood looking. Acuna is stood looking. All of them are stood looking. All of them are stood looking. His De Bruyne is moving. Blah blah blah. As you can really see what's going on there. So obviously there's nothing I could have done about that goal. So I'm only 5-1 at 72 minutes. We see a guy 8-0 up at 66 minutes in the game. So no sort of NDAs is going to be signed here. No formal quiet in me is going to be done. You man went out and called my name and publicly tried to humiliate me and entrap me and destroy me in front of the whole country and everybody and the community. And fine, I'm gonna do the same thing to you. There's no way you're going to have anything else done but that. I mean, there's simply no other way you're gonna have anything else done but that. And so if you look to the left, yeah, I mean, Yeah, 80 minutes, and they ain't scored 7 goals yet, my friend. I mean, they ain't scored 7 yet. I mean, they still ain't scored 7 yet. You can see the situation with that De Bruyne. You can see that these things happen to me way too often, where these men are just stood up in these crazy spaces. But yeah, why? Let's see how many of my players move. So I'm using Cancelo. Somebody has gone and changed the animation there because as a shot blocking animation, it slows down the player. It makes him can't run fast. Cool. Alright, so you can see that this is clearly a planned thing. Look at De Bruyne and that guy there. Yeah. Look at De Bruyne and that guy there. Look at Thiago Silva. Both of them are running to him. Yeah. Look where Thiago Silva goes. De Bruyne comes, stood there in that space. Yeah. Where is Van Dijk going? So look, he passed the ball. Look at Van Dijk. Where is he heading? I mean, because the keeper is blocking the line. So where is he going? Where is he going? You can see it has nothing to do with my defense issue. You can see it has nothing to do with my skill. The game's just doing this regardless, innit? Because I can only control one person. Van Dijk ran away from the situation, so it's not like I could select Van Dijk and turn back and try and chase him. Thiago Silva also ran over there, so it's not like I could use any of them players to chase them. So you can really see that these things are purposely done. So who's and exactly from what? What did that community do? Why they think I will take revenge against them? And it's quite simple, you know. That's the logic behind what my game is. What did that community do to believe that somebody will just attack them? You know what I mean, you don't just believe you're gonna be attacked like that. Nobody believes that. Anybody that walks around believing they're just going to be attacked for no reason is paranoid by its very definition. And knowing how what was done to me, I'd assume that they'd be put in hospital because they're worried about being attacked, and there's no real reason to believe that. You know what I mean? There is no real reason to believe that. So I ain't conceded. I ain't conceded 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10, innit? 37 goals in 5 games. And this is against the ultimate AI. You know what I mean? 37 goals. So there is the 6 again. So if you look, there is 6. Like I said, there's a pattern of 6 in this game. You look at that 6. Look at that, yeah? 6 is there. 6 plus 6 minus 1. But if you turn that minus into a plus sign, if you add them up, you get 7. The pattern of 6 and 7. If you look in how many goals I've conceded in 5 games, yeah, each game I've conceded 6, 8, and 9, yeah. If you look at the pattern there, I'm constantly conceding 6 or more, or 7 or more. There's a constant pattern of 6 or 7 on this fucking screen in the game and everything. Who represents themselves by the number 6? That's what I need to find out. So what community is it that is seeking protection, and what exactly for? You know what I mean? What community? So that's ultimate. That's the ultimate AI. Yeah, that's the ultimate AI. So I'm gonna go and play one more chance game just to seal the deal and see. Let's see how many goals they score before half time. So I'd like to know who's out there protecting the community and who is protecting their family, and exactly from what. Because nobody is just going to go out and feel like, oh, you need to protect yourself from what? Where is the threat coming from? You know what I mean? Where is the threat actually coming from? Where did you notice this threat from? Where is this threat presenting itself from? So you saw the trainer working anyway. Where is this threat presented from? And where is it actually coming from? You know what I mean? I'd like to know where exactly is the threat supposed to be coming from. Because you don't just think you need to protect yourself or the community or even your family if you didn't do anything. So I think that's a guilty conscience. And the psychology behind that would be a guilty conscience. To know that you did something to somebody, knowing that the government and the police would not protect them, take their side, and now you need to try and protect your family, friends, and community from that person retaliating against the government and yourself. Because there's no other reason to think that. Imagine me just get up one day and say, "Oh, I need to protect myself from an invisible attack." Like you'd be paranoid. Everybody will tell you you're paranoid. Everybody will say that. Everybody would fucking say that. So exactly where is the threat that you man are proposing coming from? Because if this is a community thing, exactly what are you protecting yourself from? I'd like to know where the threat actually comes from. Yeah, I'd like to know exactly where the threat is coming from. So this con quits for some reason. I don't understand why. Akira Shurukura. I'd like to know where the threat is coming from. Anybody is one here with me. So I beat the professional AI 11 to nil, and I lost 6-1 to the ultimate. Because why? I didn't put any tactics in. I could have done tactics, but I decided to do it just like that to show you that something's not quite right. I decided to do it just like how I played them games. When I come into games, I start it off basic, the formation on basic, the tactics on basic, and change my tactics during the game according to where I think I have an advantage or a disadvantage. Well, once they start scoring pure goals, I just leave it because what's the point? But nobody's gonna say it's because you didn't do anything to his tactics. Why? Because there you go, the AI, the ultimate AI didn't beat me 7, 8, or 9 either. And it's the trainer, how it's working now as well. So he ain't giving no NDA is gonna help you, man. Bro. And sure, LLC or by the Home Secretary is going to help you fuckers either. I still attack you if they try and do that. Attack. The security system is racist and biased. hmm The security system of Britain is clearly racially biased or racially motivated or biased for any reason at all. You don't have to be racist. But there's some sort of bias within them. And they're malicious. And even when they get caught in their malicious activity, they try to make you out to be the threat. Because like I said, for the security to be involved in your life to this detrimental level, they have to have some evidence of threat on a basis of what they're saying is a threat. What's the official story? Mm. What is the official story? So the plan is to go and request a gun from Britain because clearly I've got dangerous people who are going out of their way to end my life. I mean, clearly going again. 1 minute 52. I'm already down a goal. But the AI didn't score. The ultimate AI didn't score on me until 7 minutes 12. I remember it directly. 7 minutes 12 was his first goal, and now 1 minute 2. Some goal Griezmann is out jumping fucking Thiago Silva and Van Dijk. So I'd like to know what exactly and where did the security of Britain says the threat is coming from. Me busting blanks inside of my house. You were in my house, you would have never saw that. Well, you had to have a problem before you got in the house to see that. So you don't them things would certainly don't play a part here. Just in case I need to enlighten you, man, on that. The blanks that I fire in the house and the pretending to shoot in the house. Don't mean nothing because you had to have a reason to get in that house to see that in the first place. And me not believing that this is going on. Why would I be worried about going around firing shots in my house? Any justification you man have is falling short there, but look, post again. Alright, post again. So who did I come up against prior to this game? Who were them 5 players back to back players? I mean, who were them 5? I ain't taking no cash because nobody's going to give me any cash. Then the police come and say, well, where did you get this cash from? And I say, oh, I was paid by the British government. I said, well, they don't record of such payment for what? Yo, fuck. It's because I don't like you, man. That's the truth. I can't even hide it. I genuinely don't. Look at the game, bro. I mean, yeah, you can see this is worse than the ultimate AI. Whatever this is I'm playing, the ultimate AI is not as good as this. Whatever this is. Yeah, I mean, the ultimate AI. Who is it that who says I'm playing? So some guy that is wearing an anonymous mask. Yeah, I mean, and they can't be that anonymous because the British Greater Manchester Police hasn't said shit, and they've had numerous reports. I will go out of my way to get all police calls, all phone calls recorded and made to the police. Yeah. So bang. Yeah, so watch this. Yeah. No, before all the way, but all the way, but all the way, but all the way, but yeah. So bang, turn. Yeah, turn. Yeah, turn. Try to swing it across. There's no. He's on his right foot. No reason at all for it. So this is worse than this is a level above the ultimate AI. And I don't know how you unlock that. I mean, I don't know what kind of secret buttons is in this game where you can unlock that, but I mean. So bang, try to on Dipper's right foot. Just try to swing it out there. It somehow hit Griezmann. I mean, somehow hits Griezmann. Perfectly goes to Salah. You know say it's a bot. You can clearly tell, innit? Like you can clearly tell it's a bot. Look at the tree. Yeah, I won the ball there. I won the ball there. The ball somehow goes back through. Salah is on the floor. Yeah, he somehow tackles me through the foot. And guess what? It's a bot. It's not a play. But we just played the ultimate AI, and we did not have them issues. But look at the issue now. Look at the issue now. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know who is that much better than the ultimate AI. I mean, who is this much better than the AI and who approved it? I mean, so any secret fucking plans or program this British government has, who approve it? And some questions, questions have to be asked. I mean, who in British national security approved such a thing? Because what was the basis? If it can't be divulged because it's a secret, then what exactly is the basis and what is the proof needed to initiate such a hostile program against somebody? Look, 3-0 up in 21 minutes. That AI weren't doing that. You know what I mean? 3-0 up in 21 minutes. That AI certainly weren't doing that. So who initiated this program and why? What is the basis? So you can see why they can't prosecute me no matter what I say, no matter what kind of threat I say, no matter how I said I'm gonna stab British people in the face. Because guess what? I actually go through with such an act. They can't even use the evidence because people will say, well, you people were aware of it. YouTube obviously was aware of it. Why was nothing done about it? What are they going to say? Oh, well, we had a secret program that, guess what, we couldn't put at risk by letting the public be aware or letting him be aware of what was going on. So we decided to do nothing. Allow him to carry out his act in frustration. And then now we can put him in prison. Because who authorized it? Yeah, I mean, look, hit the post again. Who authorized it? I mean, through his legs again. Who exactly authorized this? Because if it's a secret program in Britain, who is authorizing such program? And what's the grounds of authorizing such a detrimental program? Because it's clearly designed and purpose built to harm. Clear as day. So exactly who authorized it? Because if you can't question who authorized it, if you can't question who authorized it and what was or what is it based off or what is the purpose of it, then they can do anything to anybody they want. That's it. It's as simple as that. They can do anything to anybody they want. They can design tactics to kill people that makes it look like an accident, and nobody says anything. I don't think the British secrecy works like that. I don't. This is not 1942. We are certainly not living in Cold War time, and Britain certainly isn't at war with some unknown enemy. Because I don't know where I'd fit in that bit. Because I'm a 6 foot tall, light skinned Jamaican who is a goddamn womanizer, so I don't really see how unknown I could be. Yeah. Uh, you can see who is creating such a program, but who created this program, but because this is worse than all the ultimate AI, as you can see. I ain't getting nowhere near that program. And this guy just running away, running away, running away. I mean, Holland's just heading every ball like comes there, like you get me. It's blatantly more difficult than the AI. And who authorized this? Because you have a does the police have a duty of care towards anybody who investigates? Yes, they do. So you're clearly violating the law in every way, shape, or form. I certainly ain't signing any NDA, but you can think again. And maybe that's at my own detriment, but it was already at my detriment prior anyway. You know what I mean? Whatever company this is, whoever the fuck you man are, I will attack you if I see you. So you have a reason to defend yourself, but you would not have been attacked. So when somebody goes out and their business is being firebombed, harassed, damaged, vandalized, they're going to complain to the police. hmm And then the police ask them for evidence of where they think the threat is. The police then says, well, okay, cool. Do you know who it could be? Have you got any problems with anybody that's levying these threats against you? Then obviously, if you know, you know. All right, cool. So whoever you are, if you are not the government, you're obviously saying something to the police, but you obviously have to because your family would be in problems as a result of your action. You definitely would run to the police about what is going on here. And then what was the police going to say? Well, what is the problem? The police just want to know the details of exactly what happened and why this is going on and how did it get to this level. I mean, they would have to. I mean, they simply would have to. And then what are you gonna say? How would you get out of that? What are you gonna tell them? That he's just imagining that human are doing something's being done and he's blaming you. You'd first have to have the evidence to back that thing. So whatever human was trying to steal and rob here, like trust me, I fucked it. Human fucked it. What kind of secret government program is this? Because the government can't come out if it was legitimate, then it would have been shown that human were well in your right to do so, and anything as a result would be a problem on my part. But like Mr. Reeves constantly said out of his stinking mouth, that he is, what do you call it? He's got a duty of care. All right, cool. So who is the duty of care designed and determined to be in favor of? Now, there's quite a lot of things going on there where humans find too many issues. Who exactly is the duty of care designed to protect? And who designed this program? Because I have already accredited it to the chess game, the a chess match, me versus whatever the fuck this is. And I don't think the chess computer can play like this. It's not even the same. It's not even the same realm, the chess game, because the chess players can only move in certain patterns. So it can't even make sense. There's not even no sense that it even should be done because the chess game works in a specific pattern. The rook only moves left and right. Yeah, and the rook only moves diagonally. The queen moves any direction. See? The king can move any direction one space. The bishop moves straight up or straight to the left. You know what I mean? The horse moves in an L pattern. So fucking, you can see there is constraints on the AI and what it can do. Yeah. So Bobby Fischer and any chess player out there that plays these sort of things are even as good as me, dude. Like, just, yeah, locked again. Like I said, this is not a fucking playable. It isn't. Because playing against the ultimate AI, all of a sudden, so the first five players that came up, are they all pros? Like, because it has to be. That's the only logical explanation that they were all pros. All these pros will have to be drawn into court to say, well, it was us, and then we'll have a rematch in front of everybody. The same exact 11. Every player they have in their 11, I have in mine. Every player they have on the every tactics they use, I have on mine. So that way, none of us have an advantage. So that way, we can play the game and see what is what. But yeah, I don't really need a lawyer. I genuinely don't. But because I don't want people to see me as an arrogant cunt who thinks he will prevail, so I'm going to take the ball out there. I don't really care about the game. Look at Van Dijk. So yeah, Van Dijk just glitched out for some odd reason. So at any point they can make them glitch. Any point. Yeah. So Thiago Silva again. Look at where the ball is. Look where the ball is. Thiago Silva's got the ball. Why not touch the ball? What is that about? Salah overrides him. You know what I mean? Salah overrides him. Van Dijk wins it. Alright, cool. Right, look at this there. Yeah? Look at what that. Look at it. Look at this. Oh, look. So I certainly ain't taking no backhanded deal for the government to come 10 years on. I said, oh, we investigated him and found him a bunch of unexplained cash. That ain't never happening, man. So by default, yeah, I will not accept. By default, I cannot accept because I'm their food. But fool me once and all that, innit? You know what I mean? By default, I cannot accept any unofficial, what do you call it? Any unofficial restitution. It all has to be official because you can't go and invest it because they ask questions of where it came from. I mean, you can't go and invest it because they ask where you got it from. You can't go out and buy vehicles from legitimate places because you don't want to know where the cash come from. Because they would anybody see you spending any unknown cash, especially in a cashless society. I mean, you can see that won't work out well. That's what funny. In a society that is driven for finance and banking cards and stuff. Yeah, I mean, in a society where that is the case, it simply does. It can't work. So I certainly ain't taking no cash on their food. Because the government would only come back and say, well, we've had reports and that's what our investigation is based on. So like I say, human think human are so clever. One bunch of unexplained cash flow. Yeah, yeah. I mean, houses, you can't buy houses with it no more. You can't buy houses with cash anymore because you're gonna have to buy it privately. I mean, with no fucking what you call it, no trace of your cash, no nothing. So you're gonna just acquire these unexplained assets. Nah, that ain't happening to me. You might have to be embarrassed with it. Nah, it's simple. Mm. Exactly. Everyone will see you out here driving big nice car and big this and big that. Thinking like, where's he got all that money from? Where what are you going to do with the money? You know what I mean? You can't go out there and buy legitimate vehicles. You'd have to buy second-hand vehicles from people all the time. Cool. What value of the vehicle are you going to drive? So you're going to be compensated £5. All right, cool. And can't buy a vehicle for £5, you have to buy a vehicle for 50p. Because if you buy a vehicle for more than £5, people are gonna ask where did that cash come from. Cool. So you can't go and buy a £5 vehicle. You got £10 now. You can't go and buy a £5 house and a £3 vehicle because people are gonna say where is that money coming from? Cool. You get £20 now. You can't go out and buy a £8 house, a £4 car, and spend 50p on a holiday 2 times a year. People gonna say where all that money come from, and then you're gonna end up back in the very same problem you were in the first place. And what will the government do? The government will fucking deny it. I said we ain't paid you shit because guess what? They had to pay you cash before because they were denying anything publicly on paper. So they were denying you by farming you cash. They're gonna have to deny you again. So which means you're constantly going to spend your fucking life under the government's thumb. Somehow, 5 games, yeah, 5 games, 37 goals, an average of 7 goals, 7 5 35, yeah. So I'm actually conceding 7.2, maybe about 7.25, yeah. Maybe about 7.25 goals per game. Because I actually conceded 37 goals in 5, yeah. That guy just scored what, 2 or 3? That don't really matter. I went into to think I showed that the trainer weren't working before. I went into squad battles, the trainer seemed to work. I only lost the game 6-1 because no tactics was done, blah blah blah. No tactics was done there. But all of a sudden, I exposed that well, who were the 5 players first because they were certainly better than the ultimate AI. And you don't find much people who are better than the ultimate AI. You certainly don't. It's a very low number of people. Yeah, it's maybe 1% of the game database of players that possibly plays the ultimate AI. Trust me on that. 1% at max you're going to find. All of a sudden I come back to foot champs to prove that wait, watch them score 8 goals again. It just somehow I ended up winning that game. You can see that they don't really like when things like that is done because it exposes them. It's not like they could have changed what happened before. It already happened. I'm just saying, no NDAs. If you try to get an LLC from if you try to get an LLC from the Home Secretary, I'll just attack any police you see. And then it goes to the court anyway. And then what that has to be unheard because it becomes evidence, blah, blah, blah. The Home Secretary would then have to say, well, why did he agree to seal this off? And then what did you man do? Oh, so the military gets called out for abusing people and torturing them. But the security don't want to get called out, and then the Home Secretary would have agreed to not have that done because oh, he has no family, nobody cares about him. Easily done. Trust me, I'll attack you. So we're gonna see what was it now? How police protect informants, or how informants are protected, how their names protected, how their identities are protected. Guess what? I already found out they were informants and they didn't even go to court. So they obviously can't protect them in the way that they usually do. So exactly how are they trying to do it? No. So if you know anything about chess, they've got chess programs that's designed to play the best players in the game. You can see that was worse than Ultimate. And the best players in FIFA would play the Ultimate. Half of the pro database don't fuck with the squad battles on the Ultimate. Why? Because they cannot beat it. So you can see the best players in the game who smashes the Ultimate AI. You can see that well they're extremely good. Why would I come up against them five back to back on a Sunday? Them man will play the games on Friday and finish the game up by 2 o'clock on a Friday. This is Sunday. So there's too much questions to ask and answer. Who authorized the program and what is the criteria for such a program to be authorized? Quite simple, isn't it? Yeah. How yeah. It was simply how police protect protect how police protect informants, eh? So whoever authorized this program, questions have to be asked. Well, what is the criteria? You know what I mean? What is the criteria of this program being initiated? And as a group of government officials, you fucking have a duty of care. That guy did not know he was playing these stuff. That guy had no idea this was going on. So how do you protect his rights and duty of fucking care while doing what you're doing and initiating the program? Because what is the purpose of the program? It's as simple as that. What is the purpose of the program and how do you protect his rights and the duty of care that you people have? Because how he doesn't know that this is going on. This is being done in secret. Problem. So confidential information protect their identity by being assigned a number and an alias that is used on all records in place of their actual affidavits for a search warrant. So guess what? A snitch goes. Guess what? His name. He doesn't have the same name. They give him a fake name. They give him a fake number. Cool. Bam. Yeah. Okay. What's he called? Probable cause. The informant goes and say, "Oh, they've seen weapons of WMDs. All right, cool. They use that informant's signed statement to go and initiate investigation, if not get a warrant. All right, cool. So anybody can be an informant. Anybody, even somebody that the police know maliciously dislikes you, even the police's wife, partner, sister, and brother who actively is a detective, can fucking go and be an informant. And what they're gonna do? They're gonna hide their identity. So they can just keep on investigating you. Every time you do something, another random informer, because does the informer have to exist? Based on what they're saying, how it works, do they have to exist? You can write down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on a paper, and then write Colin Clark on a paper. That informer don't exist. But according to the paper, don't be according to the paper, there is an informer. That informer does not exist. And if they somehow catch you on something that has nothing to do with what the informant said, they don't have to even bring the informant in the picture. And the informer didn't even exist. And I just thought that. I didn't realize that before. Yeah? You man just have to face the music, blood. Yeah. The problem what these man have, I know exactly who the fuck they are based on what they have said and what kind of information they hold. Plain and simple. So itemized records are kept all for an expenditures such as buy money and payments made to CIs. The true identity of confidential informant should be strictly limited to an identification number of people stored in a system with the highest level of security role-based access control. That won't work out for them because I didn't have that much friends in this country. I don't really speak to that much. I don't really speak to strangers in that sort of way. You get me? Innit? So the informant would obviously be self-identified right off the bat, no matter what. I'd be able to identify who that was based on what they said and the context. Because I would know what I have done and not done, and I definitely would know who and what I'm saying to who and what. And because you have levels of trust, just like how you have what you call here security clearance and all that, you have levels of trust with different people. So you would share different things with different people unless you're all in something together. You ain't gonna share nothing that an informant can fucking use unless you're all doing it together. Simple as that. There's no other way to do it. So I'd be able to identify the informants. It's not like I don't know who they are already. I already know who they are. So right off the bat, they're in a situation. So them coming and say they've got a duty, okay? This program being initiated is all because they already know who the liars are and who made these false reports and who they intended on using as a foundation and basis. Like I said, the art war book and that fucking balaclava that was given to me was for that purpose. Because either Paige, Steele, or Sylvie, one of them would have said, "Oh, we seen him with that book and a balaclava." But the problem is, how did they see that? Because that was in a suitcase inside of a gift bag given to me by that girl. How did they see it? So you can see there will be too much issues because guess what? You have a what do you call it, a duty solicitor. The duty solicitor or who? And the security service, the intelligence services after you. Alright, cool. Okay, they come with a pile of papers. Oh, 10 blank sheets. Oh, well, there's too much evidence against you. You take the plea deal, go do 10, 15 years. Because if you take it to court and risk it, you're going to do 900. Yeah, fuck off. So it's a should inform, blah, 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 blah. So they said they don't have too much problem in it, way too much issues. What is the public interest in protecting it? Generally, there is public interest in protecting the identity of those who provide important information to the police. So go see what public interest means. So public interest. I don't understand how this game would even how is this game a risk to the public? How me losing every game is a risk to the public. It's a risk to the state and what it does. So public interest. What does it mean? Public interest. Yeah. I see. I don't know what that means, but I can speculate. Prosecutor must only start or continue prosecuting when the case has passed both stages of full court test. The exception is when the threshold test may be applied. The full court test has to the evidential stage followed by public interest stage. So I thought it was the community. So apparently you have evidence because you wouldn't be investigating without that evidence or at the very least witness, claiming that it's everybody and the community is in the public interest. The Common Protocol Code is issued by the Director of Public Prosecution (DPP) under Section 10 of the Prosecution of Offences Act 1985. So no doubt the prosecution of I guess the Northwest, Greater Manchester, England, whoever, they would have tried to bring my name to them. They would have looked through it and they would have, alright, well, get as much as you can get and then we prosecute this fund. Alright, cool. They then realize now, oh shit, he's saying this, he knows certain things, blah blah blah. He's not as stupid as we think. Well, you can't prosecute him because he's just going to embarrass all of us, and then it's going to look very bad, malicious, and then other things are going to be brought into contention. After the prosecutor decides not to prosecute, what should then happen? Right? Yeah. So okay, cool. So after the prosecutor prosecutor decides decides not to prosecute. What does the investigators do. If the prosecutor decides that the decision not to prosecute was inappropriate, you'll be advised whether the case will now be prosecuted or divisionary decisions issued. The prosecutor can still and often restart court proceedings as soon as possible. So I don't really understand what that's saying. I won't even pretend. But you would assume if the prosecutor is approached, the prosecutor decides there's not enough, though they still continue to watch you for your whole life until you enter your casket and your grave, to just keep watching you. So at one point does it at what point do they establish that you are not committing any sort of crime? Mm. So I need to look into that myself and say at what point does an investigative team have to call a day on the investigation and say, well, guess what? This guy's doing nothing. Fuck it. Well, it don't matter if tomorrow, as soon as we turn this fucking shit off, he goes out there and shoots up the place. You know, it shouldn't work like that because that what are they watching for? So it obviously can't work like that. That you can indefinitely investigate someone. So I suspect you'd have to stop at some point, start it again. How you gonna start it again? For as information. So because it only makes sense. Because what would the government be doing with all that fucking bulk information they're just collecting on somebody, whether they're guilty or not? Because if they can't prosecute them, they're obviously not doing anything. Plain and simple. Because prosecuting does not mean you are guilty. It just means they think they have enough. So if they can't prosecute, then you obviously ain't doing nothing or they haven't caught you doing anything. Game there, yeah? Don't I suspect that they have to stop. I think it's called a statute of limitation. I would think they have to fucking stop doing it at that point. Yeah, cool. Alright. After they stop doing it at that stage, how does any is that person, that victim, that target person of interest, is that person now made aware that guess what? Police have been looking at you for 10 years. We've seen you with your jerkins, we've seen you do quite a lot of things. We know every partner you've had. We've spoken to everybody you've ever met in your life. We know your teachers, your friends. Listen, we know even what your fucking bowel movements like. We know what time you go to sleep. Do they come and tell you that? Is that not a violation of somebody's fundamental rights to freedom? Because now, a whole fucking agency and every other police agent in the fucking country, every informant they have, now know certain things about you. And you're going to have to walk around town and all these people are going to know something about you. And you just don't know that they know these things about you. What can they do with that potential information? Because you now suspect that, well, somebody is not happy that you did not get caught, they did not find nothing. What did they do with all that personal information? Because technically it is. So the warrant only gives you access to certain information, plain and simple. When the warrant has expired, what do they do with that information? Because many people know. Because guess what? Depending on the case, context, depending on how many people know. What do they do with all that information? Because what if you're somebody who likes to make up shit like, oh, you like to make up your own sources, you know? Because if you're being investigated by the government, can you get loans while being investigated? I would think no. If you're being investigated by the government, you won't be allowed to get loans unless they clock on that you're fraudulently trying to obtain that loan. So if you're fraudulently trying to obtain that loan, then they'll allow it. But if you ain't fucking fraudulently doing it, they ain't gonna fucking allow that. So you would have to suspect that you can't get a loan. Alright, cool. You like to make sauces, so you made a bad jerk sauce. You know what I mean? Nice jerk sauce. You obviously you leave They come and check if you taking any knives with you, if everything that they saw there, the inventory they took, they come in your house and do a welfare check to make sure everything is like how it be. You ain't walking with any guns, any knives, any double MDs, anything like that. So cool. They now see that sauce and they go, They taste that sauce and they go, oh, bro. And then what do they do? Because it's a possibility, it's a hypothetical possibility, but it is a possibility. They now taste that sauce and they go back through their archives and now say, well, that sauce nice, bro. We can make pure money off that sauce, you know. They then fucking go and go back through their little surveillance video and watch everything you put in that sauce. And no go on what's it called? Shark Tank? Is that what it's called? Yeah? They send one of their cousin, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties who have nothing to do with jerk or anything, you know what I mean? And create a they go and create a company and make your sauce with the exact ingredients but overinflate the ingredients. So your sauce has 5 specific things that you use. Guess what? That's the exact sauce that you made, but on the ingredients you're going to see niacin, mycin, ricin, and dicin. Just for it not to be labeled with the exact ingredients you have. So you see how they get around scamming people. You see how they get around cheating people. Because all they have to do is add more ingredients that's fucking necessarily in that bitch. And guess what? It's not the same. Yeah. Remove that sauce, please. Quite simple, innit? Because that's how it works. That's all they do. The investigators, especially the intelligence community, they can steal anything from anybody. And like I say, your sauce has 5 ingredients that you use. They are just cunts, they are scammers, cheaters, because scammers and cheaters are everywhere, even within the police. They think, yo, let's taste that. Let's see what it tastes like. They like it. Other white people would like it. Other white people would like it. Guess what? They go to one of their cousins, brothers, uncles, sister. Because guess what? They know quite a lot of people. They got a lot of family here. And they go and say, yo, rah, 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 we have these ingredients for this sauce. They make the sauce, give that person taste, and that person is like, That person goes and gives the sauce to one of their cultural testers. They like the sauce and they think, bad sauce, bad sauce. All they have to do now is use the exact ingredient you use in that sauce. And instead of putting them 5 ingredients on the label, they put 10 and say, oh, we had the niacin, ricin, and lysine and bicine. How do you legally connect that to them? Y'all thought I wouldn't be able to prove such an accusation, innit? Yeah. Y'all thought I wouldn't be able to prove that situation and how that exactly was done. You know what I mean? You thought, because I know you man would have saw, and you man would have thought, there's no way he's going to be able to prove that. He was just sound paranoid. But I guess just adding the label, because nobody's going to be able to prove exactly what's in that. Nobody's going. All you have to do is add 1 more or 2 more ingredients. That's not even in the sauce. Just put it on the label, and then legally it becomes something different. And then legally, you man are in a problem that you have never seen in your life. There's ways to investigate everything. And sad for you, it turns out I'm a better investigator than any one of you. A better investigator than any one of you. And the most, because that would be the most complicated fraud case you could prove. It's as simple as that. So it's not like governments don't have ideas of, I guess, or have a history of taking people's inventions. I mean, it's not like human don't have a history of it. But I guess it would be very difficult to prove based on just adding 5 more ingredients to the actual thing. And all you have to do is just add it on the label. You don't have to add it to the thing because it will change the taste. So just add it to the fucking label. And then legally, it's different. But then your fucking team, I guess if you trace back through enough and enough and enough people that you man know of who knows who, you would eventually find how the pipeline running. I guess your man didn't think it would be impossible to trace that. I guess that was meant to just lick my chip and realize what you man are doing. I'm supposed to just go and cry about it because, oh, you won't be able to prove it anyway. So I tell them people, remove that sauce, but you know what I mean? Try again, anyway, make your own. Because I intend to. There's no way you're going to be allowed to take out loans. The only way you're going to be allowed is unless they determine that you're going to use fraudulent information to obtain it. So obviously you're obtaining fraudulently. If you're legitimately trying to do that, they won't allow it. Because especially the intelligence, if you are trying to create a job, create a life, create a business, they ain't gonna allow that. Because it would go against the narrative. It would questions would be also, why are you man looking at that person who's clearly trying to make something of themselves? So you can see why they would stop that. And the bank won't tell you that that is the case. But we'll just say, oh, well, you failed the credit test. So person of interest. So I remember there's an actual film about this. It was pretty good. I did like the series. Probably should start watching it again. Person of interest. Person of interest is an American science fiction crime drama. Yeah, we're pretty good. But we all know what a person of interest is. Person of interest. So I need to look for meaning. So this is the reality of them try of what they try, what was going on. But they don't seem to want to let me know the official reason why I'm a person of interest. Well, I guess they got a duty of care to protect their informants. But the informants could have lied. And how do they determine if that informant lied or not? How does it affect what they have done in their pursuit of gaining evidence? Personal interest is usually used as a euphemism for a suspect, and its careless use may encourage trials by media. You know what a trial by media is? And everybody knows. Person of interest is a term widely used by the police, which is relatively new, having emerged in the mid-90s. In most cases, it appears to a euphemism of substance with a vagueness through its terms. Yeah. Person of interest, a person who the police think might have been involved in a crime, but who has not been proven. I can guess what it's going to say there. The government then takes the data and creates a database about persons of interest. The 8 persons of interest arrive are photographed together. So, i.e., you enter a country and they find you suspicious, you become a person of interest. So the people who came on football and said that they wanted to take photographs for some sports company called Berda, you can see they were tricking me into getting I guess relevant pictures, as in updated pictures of the post office, my medical records, and my passport pictures that I took were missing at the post office. You can clearly see why it went missing. So I should put a big sign of personal interest across my fucking chest. Yeah. And if you're a person of interest, are they just going to come and tell you that? Because they're going to say, oh, well, how did you know you're a person of interest? Oh, because I got somebody that fucking works beside the bitch. Now you the person of interest. But yeah. Let's go watch one of the informants, you know. So let's go on. So if you're a person of interest, what would the government do to stop you from getting your side of the story out? Because usually when you're a person of interest, Trust me, the community knows stuff I've said. Yeah, yeah. So these man, you're a person of interest. What would they do to stop you from having public notoriety? Because you being known by the public in a, I guess, infamous way would be better for them because um trial by media. You know what I mean? So if you're an infamous person, trial by media would work out for them. It would be better for them. Nobody wants to help you. People are scared of you. Blah 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 blah. All that, all that. So you can see it wouldn't be in their interest to let you have any sort of a platform. Unless if you had already had a platform, whatever. But prior to that platform, you ain't allowing that in. They're gonna make up every reason and call label you as a misinformation, a liar, or a cheater, every fucking thing in the world, bro. So you can quite see how that works out. They definitely ain't gonna want you to have any money because if you get money now, you might change what you were up to in the first place. So, i.e., you wanted to come and bomb down this place. Oh, now, guess what? You took out a loan, you got 50 grand loan. You might decide, I don't bother want to bomb the place. I want to go out there and go on holiday, try and build a business. Waste their time, innit? And they were going to be happy about that. But they look like fools. And it's always down to them looking like fools. It's always down to that. Because we all know they don't like to be embarrassed. Yeah, so person of interest. Yeah, so then these man are the head of the snake. And the military is gathering I guess the information. So one intrusively, yeah, one intrusively digs around your life, and the other gets all the research and information and better their country, better their people, better their community, better themselves, and you get tossed into some fucking cage for the rest of your life, and they just move on. You see, I'm not under no delusions that you people are nice people. Trust me. If anybody knows what you man are like, trust me, my nigga, I know. So, bulk data, as in bulk gathering, equipment interference, yeah, yeah, equipment interference. So equipment interference, yeah. Me conceding 37 goals in 5 games. You can see where interference applies itself. So where is he now? This guy. Let's go through the list of them. So duty of care, a moral legal obligation to ensure the safety or well-being of others. So they have a duty of care to me. They have a duty of care to the informants because an investigation does not mean you're guilty. It means you're suspected. So they still have a duty of care to me. They have a duty of care to themselves and the informers. Who are they prioritizing in this situation? Because that would mean bias. And in investigations, legally there should not be no privilege. But we all know people do shit. But if it's proven that there is prejudice, otherwise called bias for the peasants like myself, then questions and problems arise. You know what I mean? So here is another set of issues. So a security. Alright, cool. We couldn't ask for a better content. Yeah. Some unknown cunt from Manchester signed into my account. I don't know if he did it through my own Xbox when I've left the Xbox and gone out. I don't know how it worked, but it says unknown. Solly Hill. I've never been to Solly Hill. I've certainly never taken my Xbox to Solly Hill. But that's EA's thing. That basically means somebody signed into your fucking account in 2019, September the 24th. I was in hospital in Willenhall at the time. They didn't have internet there, so it certainly couldn't have been me. And I don't know where Solly Hill exists. But I was in Willenhall in the Priory Hospital, and I went to South London and Mosley. So that could not have been me. Somebody signed into my account there. Me, I've never been inside a house in Leeds. I don't know anybody in Leeds. So April, the 5th of April this year, somebody in Leeds signed into my account. 17th of July this year, somebody in Croydon signed into my account. There's only one person I know that fucking lives in Croydon. And I don't know of them having an Xbox. Because neither the man, woman, or child there plays games, yeah? Not that I know. And so it could not have been them. So who is trying to make it look like I've left Manchester and gone to Croydon? Because I'm saying that's what they're trying to paint there, that I've been to London to see Delta, supposedly my mother, at some point. But who is that? Because that wasn't me. I ain't never left this city. And was it July 17th? Yeah. It would show on my it would show on my bank statement that I ain't booked no ticket to go to London. So how did I get to London? Because if I didn't go by train, I didn't go by bus. The only way it wouldn't show up on your bank statement if you use cash. That would be extremely expensive to use cash to buy a ticket. So who am I hiding from and trying to outsmart? And what kind of countermeasures do I have where I'm sneaking off to these places and be stupid enough to sign into my account? I'd be stupid. So, equipment interference, law and governance, evidence and disclosure, blah blah blah. Yeah. So this, what is this? Contact us. So Monday to Friday, so 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So contact times, Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah, so I've been trying to get onto these people, but somehow I can't find their name, I can't find a number, I can't find anything. I also tried Xbox as well, and it should be relatively easy to speak to Microsoft. Stress test, so how to test the dexterity of metals, i.e., they use compressors and they press as hard as they can to see at what point that metal breaks. Then they can use decide what part design, whether building architecture, so that metal or thing would be best used. On another version of stress test, a fucking crash test dummy. You slam that vehicle in that wall at different speeds to see how much, what the safety rate is. Stress test. So you can see over here you have what risk assessment. A risk assessment, it would seem you are a crash dummy because I don't see any other way because a safety assessment on them vehicles, yeah, safety assessment, risk assessment. You know what I mean? Because in order to be a risk, you'd have to be unsafe. So you can see all they did was instead of safety assessment, risk assessment. And then they try and crash you into walls at different speed to see at what point you break. Yeah, whatever that was. You can see why there's constant lag, malicious communication, malicious intention, isolating their victims. Like I said, the isolation of people is not about control or dominance over their victim or target. What it is actually based on is not having anybody sympathize with you. Because guess what? Like I say, they will not allow you to have a public online presence. They will try to kick you off any platform because guess what? You have a following, your following is going to go, free my guy, your following is going to say, we don't believe, and that's going to put pressure on the system, the state, and the fuckers who are working for it, and they have to make different decisions, and certainly can't be caught fucked. Restricted information. Me can't find a number to contact Xbox. Me can't find a number to contact them. Blah blah blah. Punishing you. Guess what? Being scored on 8, 9 times 10. I'm being punished for saying these things online. Is it stopping me? No. So because it's not stopping me, they're doing it more and more and more and more and more. So tonight I'm gonna end up only winning maybe about 6 games, conceding about 95 goals in 50. blocking people from speaking to you, blocking partners from making decisions. So blocking your friends and family from aiding you, and the way they do that, helping an offender, they're threatening you and intimidate you and saying, oh, if you try to help him, you can be charged. Intimidation. Keeping partners sleepy and even malnourished. Guess what? Fixated threat assessment. They just write some bullshit on their report, covertly medicate and put shit in your juice, drinks. Because you can find plenty of people who say that they feel that they're being poisoned. They obviously don't know what they're saying, and they're obviously not saying it in the right way. But mental health medication is a form of poisoning because it fucks with you. They just don't know that that's what's going on. Cool. Drugging their partners without their knowledge. Covert medication. You are being drugged because antipsychotic is a pharmaceutical drug, drugging you without your knowledge. So you can see why they can't come to this courtroom because this is all abuse. Covert medication is an abuse that they determine that you need without telling you why you need that. Because how are they going to, right? How are they going to find you? Yeah, what situation? hmm, what situation could arise that you need to be covertly medicated without knowing that people are medicating you? So if you're inside a hospital, you're going to be aware that you're inside a hospital. There won't be no need to covertly medicate you inside the hospital because somehow they determine that you need medication. Somehow you're presented as a risk and a threat. They restrain your clot and inject you without you knowing or having nothing to say. So you can't be covertly medicated in the hospital. You can only be covertly medicated at home. If you live with your parents, there's no reason to covertly medicate you because guess what? Your parents call and get them to come and put an involuntary psychiatric hold against you. There is no need to covertly medicate you again because the doctors will determine that you're either okay or not okay. So they medicate your clot against your will in front of you. So you can't be covertly medicating because covert means you don't know. Alright, cool. There's only one situation where you can be covertly medicated against your will. You live alone. You ain't got no friends in your house. You ain't got no family. You ain't got nobody looking out for you. None of the neighbors give a fuck about you. They get to come in your house and put shit in your drink, in your water. Because food, they wouldn't really do it. But your water, any sort of liquefied substance, would be perfect for such. So they're going to covertly medicate you that way. Again, they've lost because there's only one way you can covertly medicate somebody because the word is covert. It means you're not aware. Just like surveillance is covert, you don't know that you're fucking being watched. So there's only one way you can covertly medicate somebody. A person would have to live on their own because they can't live with somebody to do so. And if you live with your partner can't legally covertly medicate you. They can pass that to your partner and say, right, put this in his food. That's poisoning, that's drugging the person. So, by its very definition, they can't use your partner or any family member to do so because it would be illegal. All right, cool. So that you'd have to be on some sort of surveillance. You'd have to be deemed some sort of risk. Well, if you're deemed a risk, you're under surveillance. Why can't they go and put you in hospital? Why do they have to turn to covert medication? Because if you beat the hospital and you're not, they can't keep you and legally medicate you, then nothing can be wrong with you to the degree where you need such medication. So, what grounds do they have to covert medicate anybody? So you can see the nature of what this is. You can see the nature of why that shit even exists. You can see the nature of the people doing it because there can't be any legal justification for it. It is impossible to legally justify fucking medicating somebody unless the government has you under surveillance and they've tried to put you in hospital. But guess what? Because they can't tell you why you're there and they have to hide certain things, you somehow find They have to legally let you go, but then they come back and covertly medicate because it's impossible. There's no grounds where you can legally medicate somebody without them knowing because it's drugging. If that person drives a vehicle, if that person works, you medicating them, it will affect their driving. They meet in an accident as a result of being covertly medicated. What's the police going to say? Are they going to say, oh, well, we found nothing in your system or we found medication in your system? That will fuck up your insurance. So you can see certain things has to be, certain rights has to be stripped away from you for it to make for it to make sense. I.e., your license has to be stripped off you. How are they going to strip your license off you for no reason at all? So they have to set you up to have your license stripped off you. You might know you're fucked up. They have to set you up to get your license revoked because they can't just come and say, well, we're taking your license. You'd appeal it, you'd figure out why. You work in a warehouse, you work in any physical situation, you being on medication and not knowing that you're on medication, on strong medication, you are a danger to yourself and others. You fall off, you crash that forklift, you break your back, it falls on them, and that's a lawsuit. What do they have to do? They have to get you fired. They have to force you to stop working, but they have to do it in a way to ensure you are the reason behind that. Because they need to be sat at home because they can't medicate you. Because mental health drugs are powerful stuff. A lot of pharmaceutical medication says ensure not to operate heavy machinery that falls under antipsychotics, just to say. So they can't tell you that they're covertly medicating you. So if they can't tell you that you're covertly medicating you, you go to the DVLA, you have to disclose to the DVLA that you are on some sort of medication. So guess what? You ain't on that medication. You don't have to. You don't divulge that. And somehow the DVLA find out, well, you did not tell them that you were medicated. You're gonna be like, I didn't even know I was medicated, you know. So you can see the massive problem that would arise from the situation. So they have to get you to stop driving. They have to get you to stop working. They have to get you to basically being in a vulnerable state. When they start doing all that to stop you from doing these things, how does it affect you mentally? Are you not going to feel there's some conspiracy against you and that somebody is trying to attack you? Somebody is trying to kill you? When they write them reports, what are they going to say on them reports? Are they going to say, well, technically, we had to do certain things because we see him as a risk. We think we need to covertly medicate him. We can't have him driving because if he gets in an accident, that's going to be a problem for whoever did that. Duty of care and all that. He gets injured as work. That comes out, it's a problem. He doesn't know that he's been medicating. He's not been informed. Blah blah blah. So they have to stop you from working. They have to stop you from driving. Cool. Because that medication can affect your decision making process. So it don't matter what job you're doing. You could be an IT technician, an electrical engineer, a warehouse worker. Any of these things are life threatening stuff, yeah? Electrical engineering stuff like that. IT technician, guess what? If you're not thinking straight, you won't know why you're not thinking straight. You're possibly gonna fuck up other people's things that will cause problems for your company and employees. They have to get you out of work. They have to get you out of work and they have to get you out of driving. How are they going to do that without telling you? How are they going to do it without telling you? They're going to fucking set you up, innit? Because can it be classed as anything else but a setup? Yeah. So how is it not intentional? Yeah. Because on paper they can't let it be an issue to other people. Yeah. They can't let it be an issue to other people. That's one. So if it's not an issue to other people, you have to be at fault. So they're gonna continuously set you up to be at fault. Cool. You're gonna realize, wait, all these weird stuff are happening to you. You're gonna go report it to the police. They're gonna say, well, guess what? You're reporting them stuff. Is the police going to investigate? Basically, they're not going to go and tell everybody at the police like that. It's very, very extreme. So they're going to go to relevant people and say, well, this is what's going on. Obviously, this, and that. And then they're going to fucking say, well, you can't allow an investigation. That boss is going to say, well, nobody says anything about that. Blah, blah, blah. Now the police isn't helping you. So now you feel like the government's against you because you lost your car, lost your job. Now you feel sick. Now, or you feel like you're being poisoned. You go to the doctors now. Oh, I feel sick. My stomach, my head, it's fuzzy. I can't think straight. What's the doctor gonna say? They're not gonna tell you either. Because guess what? You're being covertly medicated. And it would be pointless to covertly fucking medicate you only for when you ask for them to just say yes. Pointless. So you can see the revolving door. So you can see it's really a death trap that the British government designed to kill their targets. And it's a legitimate kill because you're obviously going to die because all of this is going on. The police won't help you, the doctor won't help you. They are obviously continuously medicating you because if they deemed you a risk, if they deem you a risk in the first fucking place to medicate you, now you're going to be even showing more signs of instability, erratic, aggression, agitation, confusion, paranoia. Because it's not really paranoia, but it's going to be made to look like that. Because they can't come and tell you, well, basically, we fucked your life up because we're going to medicate you. And guess what? We couldn't allow you to drive, we couldn't allow you to work. Technically, we can't allow you to just be around anybody because you're a danger. Yeah? They can't come and they can never come and say it. So how many people have they done that to? And then people have taken their lives. And what does the government say? I guess they go to the Home Office and say, oh, well, you got to hide that and say national security. So if every time they do it, the person dies, why do they continue to do it? It shows that their intention is to kill that person and face any punishment for it. Because apparently it's legal. So you can see it's maliciously intended. So you can see that it's a malicious intent. Because there's no fucking way of doing it. Absolutely no way of doing it with that person knowing. Because guess what? You have involuntary psychiatric hold section 1, 2, 3, 10, 19, 99, 666, and 77, and all these things. Yeah, various forms. They wouldn't need to hide it. You just know they'll just restrain you if you refuse, and then they fucking be injected. So there's no real reason and no way of doing that where it actually makes sense for it to be done. It is a punishment because, like I say, they deem you a risk. What are they going to do? They're going to try and get you in hospital. How are they going to try and get you in hospital? By playing psychological mind games, try to trick you, try to insinuate something that now you are presenting unstable. You somehow make it out of that situation. They were trying to put you in hospital and keep you there anyway because they deemed you a threat or some sort of a risk. Cool. You somehow, by some miracle, legitimize it, find your way out of the clutches of institutionalization. Are the man going to stop because they tried to put you in the hospital because you weren't in the hospital prior, but you were deemed a risk. So you now beat the system. You now beat the system and you're not institutionalized for an extended or indefinite period. You're now roaming the community again. They have to come back and do it covertly now. They have to fuck up your life, take your car, take your family, take everybody because guess what? They leave you around you're married and have a child. They leave you around your child and partner who are you going to be blaming when you start thinking you're being poisoned? The first fucking person you're looking at is your partner, isn't it? Obviously. They have to now get you from around your partner. They have to tell your partner that this is what is going on. And do they tell them why? I don't really care to figure out that part. I choose not to figure out that part because it doesn't suit, I guess, my prejudice. So your partner is going to walk away from you because does she really want to get in that situation? Because guess what? It was malicious from the start, and they would have known that she ain't gonna be on your side anyway. Because if she was on your side anyway, she would have just told you from the very get go that listen, people are trying to fuck you up or people are trying to help you. Yeah, she would have said it. She ain't saying it. What is she going to do? She's going to make your life a misery and either force you to be violent and abusive to her, or she's gonna force you to walk away. Cool. She was warned that you're dangerous, you're a risk. She needed to get you from out from near her. You have a child with her. Is she not going to let you see that child? Because no, they ain't gonna let you see that child because you're a risk. And if you're a risk to her, they're gonna say you're a risk to the child. She's going to also think I've got to protect the child. She's not gonna let you go see that child. They're gonna not let you see that child. You go and try to go to court now. You go and try to go to the courtroom now and say, oh, you want to see your child. What are they gonna do? They are already setting you up because it cannot be classified as nothing else. They've already set you up to lose your job, set you up to lose your car, set you up for your baby mother or wife or partner, male or female, to force you out of the family home. Because obviously, if she has an interest in you, she would have been the one. If she cared, she would have been be the one to try and get you help her fucking self. Plain and simple. But if she never the one to do that, and they came to her with the situation, guess what? You're in a situation where she's out. Guess what? What are they going to say about you when you go to that courtroom and try to get either custody, full or half, or have time to spend with your child? What are they going to say? Because you were a risk. They deemed you as a risk. Are them man going to go to the fucking judge in that child court and say to that child court judge and say, look, this is going on. We have done this. This. Is that judge going to come and say to you, oh, well, technically, some blue-eyed pussy came and said certain things about you, and guess what? The government has deemed you as a risk to others or maybe yourself. They ain't gonna say that. They're just gonna fuck you over because it can't be anything else. They will then 50-50 that they go to your own solicitor. 50-50. Because they might not bring a solicitor, it depends on the nature of the solicitor. Maybe if they can push you to prove it to the solicitor, they fucking will. You get into what the fuck is going on? And the more you don't know what's going on, the more panic you are, more agitated, more angry, blah blah blah. The more potential you have to become enraged and violent. You now become violent and try to stab a few people. Are they going to put that in your file? Is the prosecutor going to bring that up? Because if the prosecutor don't hand that over, if the prosecutor weren't told, they don't hand that over, then that never becomes an issue. It's just your actions that's at fault. Alright, cool. You can't bring it up because you don't know what's going on either. You're like, oh, you'll start telling all these stories. Oh, this happened, that happened. But it's all made to look like it was your fault or choice. Then you look discredited, unstable, now violent. Now the judge is going to be like, not life in prison for you. Fucking down to the mental ward for ever and ever and ever, like a stable or a store. So you can see the intention behind it is the complete destruction, legitimatize, and they would obviously come and say you are some sort of a spy as a result of it, because they don't expect nobody to figure that out. Because unless they told you, how the fuck did you know that? Because they cannot leave any physical evidence that they were trying to get you out of jobs, vehicles, rah rah rah, partners' life, children's life, rah rah, because you're a potential risk to them mainly. Alright, cool. There's no way of doing that. Because plenty of men beat their partners and still drive around and have jobs, no problems. So you can see the extreme that they'd have to go to, but they obviously cannot fucking let there be any evidence to say this was directly as a result of their decision in their risk assessment. They cannot let it look like that. They certainly can't let you recognize that this is going on, because you just try to sue them. And then complications become in that case. They have to hide things. If you're inquisitive, even if you might just ask the wrong or right question, that causes them to stutter a bit too long, which causes an issue. You can see where that will go. It was quite complicated, yeah. So they have to let it look like it's your fault. There's no other way. So anybody you had as a loved one is possibly going to be informed, because anybody who's your next of kin has to say fucking yes to having it done. How did they convince them? Nobody really knows. How did that person become your next of kin? Nobody really knows. That malicious intent from your next of kin? Nobody really knows. But it would suit them to have that person dislike you and want to go. It's legal murder. It's the hangman. So Britain's covert medication, like anybody else that does this in Europe, it's the hangman. It's public execution. It's murder in front of everybody. The big man, trust me when I say to you and your of displaying or any other way than me protecting myself against you, man. We're down to the very last drop of blood. It's just that way, and there's no amicable solution here. I'm quite aware that I was not meant to know, because it's meant to be covert medication. So guess what? Drugging the person against their will, the victim just does not feel right. Guess what? You're covertly being medicated. You don't feel right because side effects happen from medication. You don't feel right. Guess what? You start complaining that you don't feel right. Who knows that they're going to change the medication for you? Because you go to the doctor, oh, this medication makes me feel nauseous. They say, all right, change it. Yeah? Who knows that they're actually going to change it, or they're going to keep you not feeling right? Because you have, excuse me, you have malicious people everywhere. Cool. Most medication makes you feel tired, makes you feel sleepy. Do not operate heavy machinery, blah blah blah. Guess what? You're being medicated, because the only place covert medication happens is in the mental health field. It doesn't happen in general. Only mental health field. Yeah, it doesn't happen in the medical world, or i.e., you have jaundice, epilepsy, fits. Guess what? You just take the medication for whatever. So the only place it really does happen is in the medical field, in the psychiatric field. All right, cool. Yesterday, day before, yeah, I mean, you're 6 hours in your partner's stomach. She's screaming bloody murder. The neighbors are fucking sick of hearing her whooping and hollering over there. Yeah, I mean, you have to change your sheets constantly. Yeah, I mean, tomorrow you get up and get a big breakfast. She was willing to do anything for you. All of that. All of that. She's like, yes, sir, no, sir, aye, papi. The whole fucking word, you get me? She's like, spank me, nigga, you get me? All sort of nasty shit. Now you're deemed the risk. Now you're suffering from erectile dysfunction. You're not the same person you was before, the person that you love. Now you're not performing sexually. Where's that relationship going? Down the shitter. Based on them two things. You're not the same person because you don't feel right. You're obviously acting paranoid. You're not feeling like this girl is trying to be poisoning you. Guess what? Your dick ain't working as well. Humiliated. Humiliated, paranoid, and you just don't feel right. A concoction of what you'd say, the perfect storm. Trust me, or do something very bad to you yourself or others. They ain't gonna come out and put that in the fucking paperwork and say, well, we did that to him. They ain't gonna say that. Yeah, so obviously you're gonna be humiliated because antipsychotics does affect your blood pressure levels. It changes your brain chemistry. It affects your psychology. It affects your nervous system. Low blood pressure, your nervous system, and your brain not being able to focus. You ain't gonna maintain a hard on. So you're gonna get quite a lot of floppy disk. Your girlfriend's gonna feel like it's not her, like it's her. You're not attracted to her anymore. If she managed to stay, is because she loves you so much. She puts somebody for 4, 5, 6 months. She's gonna be out there sucking some neck dick real soon, mate. And now you have another reason to go off. Yeah, now you have a fucking another reason to blow the whole world up in because you're gonna feel like she didn't stick by you. She abandoned you in your time of need. You're suspecting her of, I guess, trying to poison you because you obviously will. You don't feel right. You don't know why. Bang, cool. You are now a threat. She's gonna realize the changes in you over time. Because guess what? If you don't live with her, she might not necessarily know, but she gonna notice a change in over your time. A humiliated man, they call it the dark triad. They are usually dangerous men. They're usually very violent men as a result of the humiliation. Blah blah blah. These cunts know it. So people who do covert medications and the team that does it, they are hangmen. They are executioners by, I guess, by default. Because you either gonna get mad and fuck up the place or kill your partner, or then police come and tell you to drop the knife and you're wound up anyway. Your medication is flying all over your head, so you're not thinking straight anyway, and they're gonna blow you away on top of it, and nobody ever knows that that was going on. And who knows says nothing because guess what? They were all involved and they all knew, and nobody did nothing to stop it until it got to that point. Obviously, they get you around from away from that partner. They get you away from that partner. People are going to be worried and scared to be around you because guess what? All this is going on. They know that you think something's going on. People are going to be worried because people can see as erratic, irrational, aggressive. They would have seen things like this play out before and know that it wouldn't be well. You'd end up isolated by default. Now, there's nobody to stop them from doing it to you. Nobody, you're all by yourself. You get mad and go out there, you don't jump off a bridge or attack people. Now you're swinging a blade in the middle of Greater Manchester at any random person. A team of police officers just happen to be around the corner exactly where you are. I mean, 1 minute you're here, the next minute you're spread out on the floor. Are they going to put in that inquiry that, oh, well, they're medicated. I never seen them medicated. Him. He's fucked up in it. They ain't going to say that because that means they'll be blamed. And that means they'll have to stop doing it. So you can see that hiding. You jump off of a bridge. They say you had issues and, rah, 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 you lost your job, lost your vehicle, lost your wife, lost your partner. You just couldn't handle it. No case. I mean, bam, closed case. They ain't gonna say that. So you can see it is a death sentence by its very definition. It's only implemented on targets, nobody else. It's target acquisition, and target elimination by a non-lethal means, i.e., they don't come and shoot you in your fucking face. They don't lie in the bushes and ambush you. They don't. It's all made to look like it was your fault, and the public won't be any fucking aware to that because it is going to look like your fault because that's the design, and that team feels like they're the top dog. But I'm just merely a chihuahua just nipping at your heels. You get me? Innit? Mm, mm. But you can see the nature of how modern hangmen in this country because they love culture over here and culture and tradition. They love that shit here, man. You know what I mean? They'll tell you that, oh, this is England because that's what they've always done. No, they just don't put you under the guillotine in front of a public on a podium. They do it in a different way. Innit? They hide the guillotine is hidden, and you walk off into that guillotine yourself. You know what I mean? So manipulating them through lies, the silent treatment. Okay, so they're setting you up. You are asking questions. You feel this, feel that. Everyone's lying to you. The fucking doctor's lying to you. Why you're ill? Why you feel sick? Why you this? Why that? They have to lie to you because if they don't lie to you, then they're gonna say, oh, you've been covertly medicated. It's a grounds for a lawsuit. Questions have to be asked. Blah blah blah. Boom boom boom. You get the whole picture. Everybody has to lie to you. Your partner has to lie to you. Your family has to lie to you. Everybody has to lie to you. Now you don't trust anybody. Now you know you're being lied to. Now you mistrust people. You're either gonna swing from that tree or you're gonna go out swinging in it. Silent treatment. Nobody wants to answer. Nobody wants to tell you what's going on. Oh, you're mental. You're delusional. You need help. You need help. You need help. Or they just sit there and watch you rant. Oh, you should go see a doctor. Oh, this, we're just trying to help you. Gaslight your client. Making their partners crap mentally by torturing. By its very definition, the whole system to covertly medicate somebody cannot be classified as anything but torture. And who would classify that? Another word for classify is conceal. Another word for conceal is hide, covert. For example, by denying them the needed medication. Cool. How you gonna give somebody the antidote, yeah, to something? How you gonna fix somebody? Because the doctor is either gonna lie to you and say, oh, well, we can't find anything wrong with you, we don't know. We're gonna send you off for more tests, wasting taxpayers' money on top of it, sending you off for a bag of tests. I didn't know what is wrong with you. Cool. The more it goes on, it's the more frustrated you get. At some point, you're gonna blow. Cool. Yeah? You're being tortured. You're being denied the truth. Cool. Forcing them to listen to two talk radio stations at once, denying them access to showers. Well, technically, at this point, you're going mad because technically you will start going mad because you weren't mad before, but you're definitely gonna go mad now or present as such. Bam. You're gonna take less care of yourself. You're gonna take less care of your image, less showers. You possibly start drinking or taking drugs now, yeah. So now you're being covertly medicated. Now you're drinking heavily. Antipsychotics and medication. That shit don't work together, man. You got trust me, it gonna work. It's gonna implode. Or forcing them to harm their own child or pet. So you see, if you're being covertly medicated, why they have to get you from around that child, why they have to get you around from anybody, because guess what? You might harm other people. You are deemed a risk in the first place. So anyway, so what we don't know. So these are the list of things that antipsychotics does. So imagine you're being covertly medicated now. You're feeling nauseous, you're randomly vomiting, your head's hurting, you're not sleeping properly because your blood pressure level is erratic, it's low, it's high, blah blah blah. You can't shit properly, you're just shaking for no reason, your eyesight's going bad, you're just feeling tired all the time. But then when you feel tired, you can't, you're having insomnia, you try to sleep, you feel restless, then you're putting on weight. So all these things will paint an image of a seriously sick in or unwell individual. Your metabolic issues, like I say, high blood pressure, increased blood glucose level, high blood pressure, and high blood pressure will cause insomnia and will cause it to be restless. And overall, after a period of having a very high blood pressure, you're gonna feel exhausted and fatigue quite a lot. Yeah, low blood pressure. So high blood pressure, low blood pressure. Low blood pressure, you're gonna fuck with your sex drive, i.e., instead of saying erectile dysfunction, these cunts try to be smart. Oh, low sex drive. Like I said, before you were in your partner belly 2.5 hours at its very least. Sometimes she's begging you to have it over with. She can't take it no more. She can't come anymore. She's yeah, get me. All of a sudden you can't even maintain an erection. She's like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. Now your hands are in your face, you're curled up, and she starts feeling sorry for you. Oh, she's still in love with you. Cool. She loved you. There, she gonna love you and get that put on your way to somebody else, man. I don't know what antilogical, anticollagenic, anti. I think that's something like skin problems. Yeah. About that. But I'm gonna Google it in a minute. I think that's what it's referring to. Some sort of skin issue as a result. Guess what? The whole fucking time you're being covertly medicated, you feel you're feeling all of this or some of this. They can't say which randomized order it's going to play out in if none are all. They won't be able to tell. They're just fucking experimenting on you. Because trust me, antipsychotic psychiatry is nothing but such. So clonergics are drugs that block action of a neurotransmitter called acetylcholine, which is involved in various bodily functions. So, i.e., you're incapable of controlling your bladder, incapable of controlling your, I guess, stool. You're fucking up. Dry mouth all the time. Guess what? Your mouth dry. You start getting the little white patches at the fucking corner of your mouth. Now you look like a crack addict walking through the street. Constant sore throat, constant blocked nose, constipation and heartburn, increased body temperature and full skin. Now you're fucking overheating. Now you look pale as shit. Pupil dilation and sensitivity to light. Now, guess what? Dry mouth, all that shit going on there. You constantly spitting. Guess what? Your nose is blocked. You look like an addict. Alright, cool. You're always sweating, cold sweat. So that's what I know it as. I think it's called increased body temperature. Well, what I was told in Jamaica, these things are called cold sweat. You're just sweating for no fucking reason. So, yeah. Now your pupils are dilated. What do they say? Oh, when you're on drugs, what happens? Your fucking pupils dilated. So you're now sensitive to light. Ah, you can't take the light. You know what I mean? Every bit of sunlight, white light, bright light. Yeah, I mean you're having problems. Poor condition, poor conditions, and confusion. So they have a duty of care. How does the duty of care apply there? So all of this, if you go out and look at somebody they say is on drugs, you'll find every fucking one of them. That person will be slurring. That person mouth corner. You ever seen the movie about crackers? Remember that movie? No, what was it called? Not Eddie Griffin. What's the other one called? Dave Chappelle. When he was playing that crackhead guy, and he had all that white shit at his mouth, dry mouth. So the very medication that you're saying that you're at risk and need help for is going to make you look more like you're unwell. So what they're doing, whose risk they're minimizing the risk to whom? Because if they minimize it to others, then they put you at risk, which then makes you look more unwell. And then guess what? You won't take care of yourself. You're doing less this. You can't feed yourself. Erectile dysfunction, all these various forms of problems. And then on top of that, you're confused. So your decision making process is out the window. Then when you go and attack somebody, then what happens? So drowsiness, hallucinations, and delirium. Hallucinations and deliriums are the basics, basically the same thing. Yeah. So and all of this is as a result of them medicating you. And what do you get medication for? What do you get mental health medication for? If the very medication is going to cause that issue, it's a punishment. It's nothing to do with your health or safety. It's who the government like and white people's country. Who they don't like, they fuck up. So I didn't notice that before, but trust me, I noticed it now. Yeah, fuck up in a Babylon, innit? So you're experiencing all these different things. Nobody's telling you nothing. You lost your job, lost your vehicle, lost the rights to see your child. If you care about a partner, now lost your partner. hmm If you care about your partner, you now lost your partner. You now lost access to your child, lost access to your vehicle, lost access to your job. Now you have all that psychological pressure, wondering what the fuck is going on. People are misleading you. People are having to lie to you based on the situation. You're now feeling like you're being poisoned. You now look like a crackhead. Everywhere you go, people say, "Oh, you look unwell, man." Whether they are innocent, they're saying it and they're just concerned, or they are part of the team that's doing it. It's a bridge real soon, isn't it? I mean, you see London Bridge real soon because you don't know. If you know that this is happening, then your mindset will be different. You don't see you as somebody's mad, innit? It's not like the police know this themselves. No, I'm telling them they know how it works themselves. They grew up being told people are mad and sometimes people commit self-harm as a result of mental illness. Nobody is saying, but when you look at the list of problems that them fucking medication gives you, how do you know what is the medication and what is the person? Because the appearance, I can see the appearance that it gives you, is a stereotypical addict. So not only are mentally ill, they're gonna associate it to some sort of drug problem. Because guess what? You have all these psychological pressure. People want an outlet. If you ain't got money like that, you're gonna turn to the alcohol, man, again, and you're gonna drink heavy or drug up heavy. So you then now aid that team in covering up what the fuck they did to you by simply go and put that bottle at your head more often than you should. The drug's the same. You end up being farmed into, I guess, an addict, and that works out for them because now they cover up what they have done to you. hmm Covert medication. People who say, oh, they feel like they've been poisoned, blah blah blah. And sometimes when people say that they feel like they've been poisoned, the police in quite a lot of countries I've noticed, based on what I've seen and research, usually don't believe that person. Is the reason why they don't believe that person because they're used to doctors and psychiatrists ringing the police and say, right, basically, this is the situation. Is it that they're desensitized to the situation and assume that's just what's going on? So until you're fucking half dead or in some coma, and the doctors are saying, well, we don't know why, and then they say, well, are you sure? They're like, genuinely, we don't know why. Then they start looking at your case as potential murder or the attempt, because if they can't prove that you did it to yourself, then it's not suicide. So they have to look into it. So I can't let you man get away with it, but I can't. I will not. I refuse to. I probably could, but I refuse to. Because sit there looking at all this now. sit there thinking about it the way I am as a person, it's a death sentence, man. That's death row, innit? Like, you get me? I sat in prison waiting for your number to be called for the state to electrocute your flat. And it's not like countries like these didn't have history doing this. So in other countries, they shock you. They use lethal injection. What the fuck is lethal injection? The same goddamn fucking thing what they're doing here. Injecting your clot with some biological and engineered agent. So they are not opposed to putting fucking foreign entities within your body to kill your clot. Over here, they just do it a different way because the European Courts of Human Rights. That they fund. That they fund. I mean, so me going to in 2021, me turning up to Oldham Hospital 4 or 5 times, going to lie down on the GP's floor in Failsworth. The GP telling me to fuck off and calling the police on me. This police bitch grabbing up my arm, telling me, "Oh, I can't stay in there." Blah blah blah. They all knew. They all fucking knew. And technically, now I can go and pick up my knife and kill anybody I feel because good luck in that courtroom. Innit? It would be quite difficult and it wouldn't work out well for me, but it would fuck up the system. So I have to make a decision. Do I fuck up the system at my own expense? Problem is, if I caught you, man, I would. But since I can't catch you, man, I don't think innocent people or manipulated people should pay the price for your actions. I don't think so. So I'm just waiting to catch you, man. But you, man, that sat there watching me, you, man, that's out there spreading these rumors. It's really you, man. I want. It is really you, man. I don't care about the community. They're no issue to me. Yeah? They don't bother me. I don't bother them, and that's as far as that goes. Innit? But you, man, trust me, I don't see it as any other way. But you, man, attempted to murder me in the name of Great Britain and England. I don't know what you feel about that, but I don't care as much as you, man, care. I just want to find you and see you because that's an all-out situation, bro. Backs to the wall, yeah. So anyway, so that and then so you see, it all comes under abuse, blah blah blah. So you can see why they have to fuck with the game to ensure whether or not I'm good enough. They can't run the risk for me to be good enough because then I'd be going off to these competitions and then they can't justify me being a risk, blah blah blah. So it all connects, it's a pipeline. Ostracism. Guess what? They have to fucking tell people stuff something about you. They have to ostracize you. They have to leave you out. They have to isolate you. They have to restrict you, contain you, restrain you. Because guess what? They can't run the risk of it going bad and other people getting hurt. They cannot because it will blow back on them. They'd be lucky if it doesn't. Hmm. This nigga, they did the same thing to him. He was a sick inventor, created what we know as car engines. He was the one who came up with it. The whole electrical grid system and all that. He was the one who made it all funky and jumping, you know what I mean? And what did they do? They murdered his family, claimed that it was a freak accident, wolves at them. He died a lonely man. So lonely that he tried to fuck pigeons. So lonely. He became an alcoholic. Died alone in some hotel room by himself. The military came and took all his invention, and nobody knows whatever happened to it. So trust me, it's on, blood. I ain't backing down. I already know what you want now, and then trust me, I want it too. Yeah. So these man, guess what? They're above suspicion. Contain, blah blah blah. Suppress, curb, restrain, repress, stifle, subdue, quell, all of that. Yeah, all of that. Suspect, person of interest, blah blah blah. Yeah. My sarcasm, Mind games. Mind games. Nothing else but mind games. So, what's it called? The UN Convention Against Torture. It is torture by its very definition. Well, if that witness doesn't live to give his testimony, that case, you know what I mean? No face, no case. You know? So, yeah. So, covert medication. This is the end of today. This journey and story. Before we come back in a few hours to concede another 40 goals in 5 minutes. I'm sure they're quite pissed off now. So medi covert medication, yeah. So yeah. You must identify the need for covert administration for each medicine provided. Each new medicine are added to the dose of change of existing medicine. You must identify the need again. Make the record further best interest this you know. This will help you make sure treatment continue to be in I guess it's gonna say something care. Mental capacity. Before considering covert administration, you should test decisions and actions against the five key principles under the Mental Capacity Act and apply to the code of practice. So, code of practice, I can assume, would say, well, the person has to be given a chance to make an informative decision. Certain things have to be proven that that person does not have the capacity. If they don't tell you about them stuff, does it matter? They can just say you don't have the capacity. Don't tell you about it. Guess what? All that shit affects you. You end up jumping off of a bridge. Guess what? Is your capacity an issue at that point? No. The medicine policy should include a clear explanation of your current medication process. The policy should be specific and up to date. Your staff must read and understand the following policy. All decisions must be in the person's best interest. Consider the impact on the person's health and well-being. But very fucking antipsychotic makes you look mad, fucks with your behavior, confuses you, triggers you, and the way they get to covertly medicate you, it cannot be done in a nice way. It's done in an inhumane way, and also puts the psychological guilt on you. You, as a person, now feel guilty. Oh, you was a bad person. Oh, you must be unwell. You start believing what they're telling you. So it can't be in your best interest, and it certainly impacts your health, your well-being. Fuck. So it's an oxymoron of a statement. It's all a fabricated lie. So you covert administration for a short time when possible. Okay, cool. They get caught covertly medicating you. How do you prove it? See, I'm gonna work on that, but I won't work on that till the very, very last second of the game. For one reason. I ain't gonna give them a chance to figure out how that done. The moment I start working on that, the intent is to destroy it. So you lose it anyway and can't do it anyway. Because I ain't never gonna let you people know how to fucking stop it being done. Because then you'll find laws and figure out laws to carry on doing it. Because who instigated it, the group, the community, culture, government, parliament, any kind of meant human one thing. Every single one of them men who fucking signed that paper to have this put into place. We wanna know their background, we wanna know what they're into. Are they like Churchill? Are they like Margaret Thatcher? Or you know what I mean? They certainly weren't like their old Princess Diana. They certainly weren't like that. So we know we're looking at Churchill type men and women here. Fucked. And whoever passed that in Parliament, I guess if they're still breathing, they'll have to ask on if they're still breathing. They have to answer to well, why did they pass such a bill? Did they know the full implications of such a bill and how it could be used? Because every other law has been abused at some point in life. Why did they not expect that to be done? So the psychiatric field within Europe, the doctors and scientists, the large stature and the arrogance and the men who will prevail, where was their interest? Because at what point do you make that decision that well You can't keep that person in a hospital because once they're in the hospital doors, they are basically on a section. Because if you're normal, you're going to be informal. Yeah. hmm If you're normal, you're going to be an informal patient, which means you just think something might be wrong and you gave permission or consented for an assessment to be done. So you're informal, you're there on your own will. You don't give them consent and you're in that hospital, you're on a section. Legally, they have more power to medicate your clot, yeah, just by being in a section. You just need to show one sign, bam, medication. End of story. Cool. So at its very least, they wouldn't need to covertly medicate you within the hospital grounds, within any mental health facility or psychiatric facility. The only place that can be done is outside of it, as in when you're within the community at home. It can't be done any other way. You are now experiencing all these different problems. Who do you turn to? Because you're going to be acting weird amongst your friends. You're going to be acting even worse to strangers who have never met you. Everybody gonna think you're mad. And then everybody's gonna assume that, well, it's justified. How do you be mad and beat the psychiatric evaluation? How do you be mad? How do you hide it? And if you can hide your mental illness to beat trained experts in psychology and psychiatry, how do you pose a risk? How do they find that risk? Because you can't beat surveillance and be caught in surveillance. You can't do it. It cannot be simultaneous. It has to be one or the other. So we're looking at an oxymoron, yeah. But we come across quite a lot of oxymorons in my little research. Quite a lot of oxymorons that you can't do both. But somehow these men are able to continuously do both. So what it really means is public execution. And I mean by lawful means. And I use the quotation sparingly, lawful means. Because it is the law and it is legal, but the justification of it is something that can legally be done, but then the justification of it, like I said, if you are deceased, then where does that case go? If you act out of pocket, police slap 3 shots in your face, you are now going to hear some police officer who is also a lethal executioner, because there are various teams of these executioners. It would seem there is various teams of executioners. So you now go off your head because tomorrow they stop medicating you. Yeah. So tomorrow, oh, all of a sudden you're better. You don't need that medication anymore. You're not going to have withdrawal symptoms, which will then fuck you up just the same as a result. So once that starts, it's a death sentence. The moment that first covert injection goes in, and you ain't aware, you're looking at a death sentence because they stop it. Oh, he's better now. It's going to affect you because your brain's going to start moving different. It started moving different when they started injecting you. You got confused, don't know what's going on. They now stop doing it to you. Your brain's going to change again. You might not even be aware of what you're thinking now. You are now more erratic than ever. Bam, game over. Now the public executioner come, slap 3 shots in your face, and then the inquest goes, oh, Officer XYZ, I felt like my life was at risk. The inquest goes, oh, don't you worry, you're not going to be charged. And Officer XYZ go home to him kids and feel like a big man, hug his kids, Why your kids, where's dad, or even where's mom? Very rare that women turn out like that, but where's dad? What the fuck is that mom going to say to that child? Set your dad up and murder him, you know what I mean? Because he violated. No, 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 they ain't gonna say that. They're gonna say, you know what, your dad was a bit. And your dad ended up self harming himself. And now your child thinks you're a weak pussy, or even worse, he now thinks it's okay to do that just the same because his dad did it. So when I say, you man, blood, trust me, I mean, trust me, my nigga, I am the one exactly who you man thought I was. Best believe that's who I am. So, yeah, 616. If there was 666 on the clock, I would have stopped it there.